welcome to TI11 Last Chance Qualifiers. We got 12 teams, 5 days, and 2 slots available for a shot at that Aegis.
Zayat has done it again, started the fight with the fort from Nisha, the Void Spirit's gone, can't use next on the agenda. He'll drop the Tombstone, but it doesn't matter. Secret, they're way too far ahead for Tempest to be able to deal with it. Even Kotaro just has to BKB TP out, hoping he can escape. And Secret put all their attention onto other heroes.
In comes Z-Freak, looking for the kink, looking for maybe the punchback as well. The snowball is going to be able to get them the first kill onto the Faceless Void. Sven and No One are running themselves over. Will they get the follow-up kill onto V-Tune? The 4-star out of the Wukong's command is going to make that completely useless. As now in the backline, Sweden Strong connects with a 2-man stun onto them. The draw comes out as well, reflected as V-Tune standing in the middle of this fight. But when he comes out the side, what is he going to be able to achieve? The Chronosphere comes out onto Gunnar, once again using the Refresher shot to kill off both the cores, and that's going to be it for game number 2. It is a 2-0 for Na'Vi.
BK moves in, stun comes out, the Shrek stuck on the spot for half the Stampede, gets the BKB out, but it's too little too late. Liquid are just out of control in this game, and XG have no way to recover these fights.
There's going to be silence going out onto Frag. They're not going to allow him to do anything. Parker goes in with the BKB, able to bring down 2, but eventually will still die to GPK.
Smoke from Liquid. They're going to see Thompson's positioning, surely. Instead, they're going to look to jump Ana. He's in a compromised position. Insane. He's going to try and step into the middle fight with the BKB, but he doesn't have an opportunity for the black hole. But Ana is getting chunked down.
Here we go.
Yep. Well, it doesn't pop it yet. Will now do so. I mean, Forcer's got on top of him, but it doesn't even matter at this point. The Undying is going to get absolutely shredded. The Loach also going to be eaten alive by V-Tune.
Run.
Next target.
At the last second, they're able to cancel it out. The follow-up now, the chase over onto Eve. They're just throwing out as much damage as possible. The slot with the Scotty over onto Eve. They need maybe one more ahead as Sam just absolutely crumbles. And Lewis just being able to do whatever he wants. They tried to go for that grass. He'll turn back around over onto Lone, giving him the clicks, trying to burst it off, trying to do anything they can to keep him alive, but they're not going to be able to do it.
Nisha coming in, gets off the Shiva's guard, gets pinned. 2 heroes caught at the same time by BAB. What a buyback coming in from him. No Nisha, no resolution. There's only Puppy that remains. Yes, Nisha might have brought back, but I'm not so sure how much he can accomplish here at the very end.
Well, they don't have the heroes alive to be able to play with that, and so Xavius can reposition, terms it with the sharpshooter, and jumps down to the low ground. Beautifully done coming out from the Hoodwink, and meanwhile on the opposite side of the fight, Gunnar is caught out once again. This Tusk Aghanim Scepter being too much for Nouns to handle.
They've just continued to apply pressure, and unfortunately, it's Tempest. They haven't really been able to really resist, and there's another spear into the fissure. An easy kill. No buyback either for Sebas.
Still would like to perhaps see them go back in as Alone starts creeping forward, the jump forward with the disposal. Follow-up though from the Tusk. They manage to go and grab Ramsey. There it is. There's that abyss we talked about. What a vortex though! Oh my god, GPK, he grabs everyone! It's almost like a black hole, but it's not enough damage. They don't have the TA, they don't have DMs. They just punch Hakoda to death. They'll turn their attention. I think that wildcard just beat Virtus Pro here. Off of that 2 fights. Yeah, the GG gets called. Oh my god.
That's it. There's no way to come back. Zephyr, he was waiting for an opportunity to turn around with the black hole, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. He's going to be dropped. Cuckoo left alone on his lonesome. Buyback from Silencer is completely irrelevant here. And Infamous just completely stomped T1's hopes of taking this game.
They've had some impossible conditions to pull off this game, and they've managed it, although they just get spotted.
Oh, that was close. Lou managing to get the waveform of the high ground there. If he caught it there, the game might well just have been over. Yamich, they're still struggling to actually finish him off here as Ramsey's jumping in onto DY. The 4-star him away. DM in with a black hole. Catches the Morphling. It's the big target. And GPK brings down the Requiems. And that will be that for the Morphling. DM catching out PYW with a black hole on the sidelines as well. Triple kill for GPK as this might just be game.
Get his hands onto the PL's got now some evasion of his own. Butterfly, but they found a lasso. It's onto the Vengeful Spirit yet again. That's this time certainly going to be a dieback. Sebas as well the second time around. He's going to catch a big fish, and that's going to be live. The hookshot doesn't cancel the Phoenix Icarus dive, so Supernova is going to be a huge point for Tempest to fight around. Kotaro beating back now into Sweden Strong as Na'Vi are forced back 1 by 1, but the 2 raid bosses left now. No one's going to go into Rolling Thunder and finds the kill there onto the Nyx Assassin. That's a dieback. Some good damage well onto Kotaro as Batum thinking about turning, going back on. Look, the Thunder! It's not good enough. Cortado falling low, doesn't have Aegis. He denied it in the pit, and now he's going to be killed. Oh no, Draken, he's going to be next to die as well. Silence and surrounded by Batum. But Cortado rather, he buys back, pops the meta yet again, has BKB in 2 more seconds here.
It's about to get even more painful for the side of Infamous. They're trying desperately to gain some of this momentum back, some of this land even. They do have a gem on Leo Style, so they'll find Zai. They're going to try to drag him back, keep him silent long enough so that they can burst him down. The Depth Shroud, though, coming into play, allows him to get the BKB, gets the roar off as the Affliction will fall. Leo Style next to die, and they'll follow up, and they just call GG.
Templar Assassin.
We see
beat down on the racks. That's the last one. Initiation Sash is dead. He is out for 80 seconds. No buyback. Both supports once again have fallen. Resolution.
They can run Reza down.
He's
gone.
In, and that's a dead resolution, likely, yeah. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to what's day number 2 here of the LCQ TI-11. We got the group stages continuing for the LCQ. After today, we'll know how the playoffs are looking, again, for the LCQ stage. There's a lot of important stuff on the line here. 2 teams ultimately making it on to the group stages of what is officially TI-11, and cannot be more excited to be here once again. We had a hell of a day on day one right there, as we saw in the recap. I'm Break CBK, joined by Killer Pigeon, of course. KP, how about that day 1?
I mean, amazing games all around. I felt like any stream you tuned into, there was something hot to watch. I think we saw some surprise results coming out, you know, some decent performances overall. I think Na'Vi, I highlighted them at the start of day 1. I thought that they could be one of the front runners. They are on fire right now, even doing better than Team Secret. Then on the other side in Group B, you've got 3 teams sitting at 4-2 after the first day. Looking very likely at this rate that we could end up on tiebreakers by the end of the day.
Yeah, and that is definitely part of the schedule because, as you pointed out, there's a good chance that there's going to be some sort of tiebreakers throughout. But as far as our third stream here, or C stream, whatever you want to call it, we're going to be kicking off with Nouns versus Vici Gaming, of course. So the pride of NA and Nouns going up against Vici Gaming. Of course, Nouns had a tough day overall, but they did finish it strong. They beat Secret, ultimately splitting that series. They then go up against Tempest in the following series. Then we have arguably one of the best series of these group stages here for the LCQ, Secret versus Na'Vi, and then those tiebreakers, as mentioned, will be later on. But yeah, there's, again, so many more great matches to look forward to today.
Absolutely. And that final series, folks, you'll definitely want to hang around for that, because that one, like I said, Na'Vi are in first place in the group stage. 1 game, 1 win more than what Team Secret have. That's probably going to be the one that crowns the top dog of Group A. Obviously, you know, every team will go through, but it's just going to get you a better placement when you get into that elimination format. But definitely looks like we're the Nouns Watch Club right now. We just got all their games right. Like it's kind of fit and breaky, you know, some familiar faces there for you from your Hondas, and fingers crossed, man, that they can turn it around. They have to be skyrocketing in the morale department after their win against Team Secret yesterday.
This is top-level competition, right? Even with the LCQ, there's, in a lot of ways, the best of the best players and teams that are going at it. So there's no surprise to see, frankly, a team like Nouns coming in, who with a little overall lane experience together, struggling a bit when it comes to the record. But yeah, the fact that they beat a very strong Secret team, and they did it decisively. It wasn't a fluke by any means. They actually deserved that victory against them. It does give me, as an NA man myself, some hope that Nouns certainly has a shot here. But Vici Gaming, no doubt, some tough competition to go up against.
Oh, man, that smile on your face is like you should have just started singing the national anthem for a moment there. You know, maybe NA can bring it back, my friend. I mean, I got to give them credit, man. Like, I looked at that game 1 of the Team Secret series. I was like, man, I'd be crushed. I'd be done. But then I remembered these guys were molded in the fire of NA Dota, okay? You're either an item destroyer or you're used to that type of crap in your game 24/7. So you either beat the tilt or become the tilt. And it seems like these wonderful gentlemen have beaten the tilt.
Yeah, as far as Vici Gaming is concerned, they only played 2 series yesterday. They finished with a 3-1 record as far as individual games, so 1-1-0, however you want to look at. Nouns, though, 0-1-2, again with the 1-5 overall game record. But as we've stressed throughout, this isn't an elimination phase of the tournament. It's just a matter of whether you go to the lower bracket or the upper bracket. But still, important matches to be played, and excited to certainly be kicking it off here with Nouns versus Vici Gaming. In fact, we got a draft underway, as you can hear and see. And Marcy is banned. All right, it's kind of just the first thing I like to look for, right? Like right off the bat. Is there a Marcy ban? There should be a Marcy ban. There is one.
Yeah, and for good reason. This hero is the only 100% contested hero either picked or banned every single game of the Last Chance Qualifier so far. I think Undying is just behind that with just maybe 2 to 4 games that he hasn't been picked or banned in. And I am noticing that Undying has not been picked or banned so far, Breaky. So we might be seeing that frustrating character coming out. A little bit of flexibility with him as well. I believe yesterday we saw, especially from T1, they're able to make it work as a flex role in the POS 3, so not just a support hero. And a damn effective one in the lane, it's got to be said.
You know, Knoxville always looked to him to provide some awesome stats. You know, Nahaz, when he was around, certainly good for that as well. But he doesn't seem as active anymore. But Knoxville certainly top tier for that, for sure. We all do. No, but when it comes to a stat that's actually just now for what you were just saying right there, Marcy, no surprise, has been picked or banned in every single game so far in day number 1 of the LCQ. Undying is second on that list, but Marcy was the only one that was either picked or banned every single one. I think Undying only wasn't seen in 2 of those games, I believe it was. So the point is, Undying is absolutely another hero that you, at the very least, expect to see banned. So far, though, is continuing to make it through, as that's an Enigma Tusk, and now the Visage coming up.
Yeah. It's an interesting kind of switch up that the Undying has just been neglected so far. Looking on the boards from Vici's perspective, yeah, and that's what I was about to say. Like, Nouns need to ban this because Vici, they don't have to worry about an Undying because they've got the Visage now, so very easy and trivial to get rid of that Tombstone, but it's still a very big threat for Nouns, so I like that they respect it and just ban it out. Looking at these openings, though, Vici are a little bit more locked in how they've opened up. There is the potential that Nouns have just revealed both supports, so they still have the Enigma as a slight flex. But right now, like at face value, it just seems like both sides have essentially drafted their off lane, which is kind of interesting to reveal a full laning composition as your opening fixture. Usually we see teams with a little bit more flexibility than that.
Yeah, Visage absolutely could be played on the mid roll, or even we've seen position 1, but you tend to lean more towards that off lane. As of late, so we'll see if that's what ultimately is committed or not. Something I'm looking at is the Enigma pick, and that the response to the Enigma pick, right? Because we did see yesterday a couple of times where Silencer was picked. One of them specifically was in response to the Enigma, and well, Silencer, he was 0-2 yesterday for the games that we watched. So again, I didn't necessarily see overall, but I'm not saying that really means too much, but.
So this is an interesting thought, actually. Sansa hasn't been banned at all, and you'd think that Nouns would be prioritizing it. I'm wondering if they're trying to force Vici to potentially ban it, and if not, they could pick it for their draft. I think Sansa plus Enigma was seen by VP yesterday. Incredibly effective. It just means you have no counter initiation onto the Enigma at any stage of the game, really.
God, I'm actually just confirming it right now. Silencer was the 5th most picked hero. Was actually seen in 9 games overall with a 3-6 record of those. So didn't necessarily.
And he wasn't.
The greatest record, but
I don't think he was seen at all in the regional qualifiers. Not even once.
I don't believe so. Yeah,
that's kind of crazy.
Again, it is. He's one of those heroes. Obviously, Leshrac is the other one we kind of talked about yesterday that we saw a little bit of, but just really seems to skyrocket here. This again, it's the TI meta for whatever reason. Some strategy, some theory craft, it just comes about. And again, there were some slight changes with that C patch, but still, it is kind of tremendous to see all of a sudden. It feels like that. Oh yeah, Silencer is a relevant hero now again. Morphling, 3rd pick though for Nouns.
So just to kind of round out that Sansa thought, I think the interesting thing to consider here is Sansa's going to have to go through that innovation that AA went through when he was popular, where you don't just want to be a hero sitting back at home, not really doing anything, not really getting XP, just one button and that's it. And I think that's the challenge, that's a hurdle that teams are now trying to overcome with a hero that, outside of the occasional pub stomp, really hasn't been that desirable and competitive play for a very long time, especially with the meta shifting more heavily towards low cooldown type heroes, which we saw a lot of yesterday, right? I think we saw Ridiculous, Primal Beast, and Pudge especially coming out from T1. Didn't work out too well for them, but the concept is good. You just want to keep constant aggression going. Whenever you pick these high cooldown heroes like Silencer, like Enigma, even AA these days, it somewhat holds your aggression back, shall we say, right? You have to basically respect the fact that you've used that ability and can't make plays. But Morphling, definitely no stranger to the current meta. I think this has got to be like the top 4 most picked carries going off of what's happened here in the regionals.
7th overall, 8 games, 6-2 record.
Wow.
So yeah, you're pretty spot on there. Very successful.
I think it's just because if you look at what teams are drafting right now with things like IO coming out, Undying as well, there's already a desire to get rid of the AA if you want to secure one of them, and then Morphling kind of slots in as well. Then there's the Leshrac we mentioned, and of course Wyvern now making a return. I think this is the first time we've actually got to cast Wyvern so far in the LCQ.
Only seen once. I got the stats right here to provide, and yeah, only seen once.
Are you my mini Nahaz? Is that what this is today? Damn, break.
Busting it out. I'm starting to grow some gray hairs, I'm not gonna lie, so I'm kind of just transforming, I guess, into.
Hey, you gotta own it, okay? You know, like Nahaz had the gray hair sex appeal, man. He didn't shirk away from it. He was like, "This is my life now," and I gotta give it to him. Sophistication because of it.
It's respect. That's all I'm showing here is respect. No, but the Wyvern is certainly interesting, though, right? Because to that point, it absolutely is a hero that we haven't seen, similar to as we were talking about with others, where we saw actually maybe, I guess kind of the opposite with Silencer, where we didn't see any, and then we've seen a bit. We saw a bit of Winter Wyvern in the qualifiers. Now we just haven't really seen any other than that one game. So, but as far as this game is concerned, the idea of the imprisonment, I suppose, is solid. I think more for the Winter's Curse, though, presence is kind of an anti-Enigma tool in itself, right? So perhaps that's the logic they're using here.
Yeah, it's definitely very effective. And also, when you see the Morphling coming out, like Shotgun Morphling, not really as much of a thing anymore. It's more this kind of physical late-game Morphling. So Cold Embrace, making sure physical can't get through is always a desirable element, especially with Tusk already picked for Nouns. Cool to see the Viper pick coming out from Nouns. I mean, this is a more kind of static hero, but you've got the Morphling that should be able to be static in a different lane. What I'm seeing from Nouns draft right now, like, desirability is to find a way to play around what I assume is going to be maybe a mid-Viper here for Gunner. Then again, they could still flex that Enigma to the 4 and stick the Tusk in the 5 or vice versa. Looking at what these teams have, though, right now, like, Nouns have a reasonable amount of push if the Enigma is a free. Otherwise, they still need to tick that box. Vici on the other side have great push, decent team fight, really good scalability with the Troll, plus the support duo, I'd say, possibly exceed what Nouns have, at least from the Tusk perspective. I think just to round this out, it would be nice to get some sort of brawler/initiation type hero that is cheap and effective for Vici, because right now, outside of a Shaker, getting an Agshard and getting a Blink, which is much further down the line, you don't really have a way of getting in and starting these fights.
Yeah. 10 seconds. A couple of thoughts here. One, just to stick with the Winter Wyvern here. I also feel like it may be a preemptive kind of counter pick to a Templar Assassin, right? We're very good against a TA, and we saw Nouns yesterday. That was their one victory against Secret. Behind Gunner's TA was the absolute reason they were able to win that game. So, would it have necessarily fit into this draft? It could have potentially, could have seen it, but the Winter Wyvern pretty much negates any chance that that's going to be a thing. So, not going to be seen here. Just another perhaps logic used. But mid-hero for both sides is where we're looking most likely, right? So
definitely. And to your point, it's the what it comes down to is like there's this kind of philosophy in Dota of composite damage types, right? You don't want to lean too much into one type. Like if you're all magic damage, then BKBs become your ultimate counter. If you're too physical based, then evasion, damage block, things like Winter Wyvern become premium value to the other team. Yeah, Crimson Guard becomes amazing. So you want to have a nice balance. And if you look on both sides, you've got that, right? You've got, for Vici, the Visage offers actually a nice mixture of damage in itself. The Shake is going to bring in the magical, Troll Warlord with the physical later on. When you look on Noun side, Morphling can maybe go that shotgun build. I don't think we're going to see it anymore. He's going to be the physical. Viper brings in a lot of kind of tanky magical damage mix. And of course, Enigma stacks up a crap ton of pure in the big team fights.
Yeah, they certainly got it all taken care of, it feels like, at least from that perspective, when it comes to Noun. So, It does feel like to me that now it's kind of going back to what they may be looking for is a bit more crowd control, I would certainly say. So maybe mid-hero that provides more of that option. I mean, Invoker would have been a good one, but of course, banned.
Yeah, I was about to say that and then lose the ban. Ooh.
Lena.
All right.
Okay.
We're going fiery and feisty. So this is, I mentioned kind of like a go-in type hero. In a way, Lena can initiate, right? Like you can get decent range on the LSA. You can begin with the Yules. You're very quick in and out, and you do have supports that can protect you when you make those initiation plays. To me, looking at Vici's lineup, it seems like they just want something that's cheap to attack with, because they didn't really have anything that they can initiate with this low cooldown. Like if you start a fight with a Winter's Curse and it doesn't work, you have no kind of reset tools. So a pretty nice pick. Now looking at the laning situation for Nouns, like you need something that can brawl reasonably well against the Lina. I wouldn't mind the Viper still going mid though. So that there still could be them just now choosing to either go back for a support or maybe more likely get a solid offlaner against the Troll.
What about, like, this is going to be a complete reach. It's probably not going to happen. What about, like, a Coddle mid? I mean, it almost feels like that could be pretty interesting. Okay, I figured part of me was sitting here like, what if I say this and they actually do it? Oh, it'd be a genius. No, that's not
okay.
It's going to be tiny.
Yeah, and it's going to be tiny mid. So actually, I kind of like this more. So Viper is going to still be the offlaner. I mentioned the Enigma, maybe not the best to have in the free roll. They decide the Viper is better to have in the offlane than what else was available. And Tiny's a decent matchup against the Lina. The logic is that you can very quickly burst down the wave, and there is some potential to get on top of her. Something else that XM has to be worried about here is that he's going to be up against a Tusk. So if you play a little bit too far forward, a rotation comes in, you're donezo.
Lineups are set. This is it. This is game number 1 here. Vici Gaming versus Nouns. We're kicking off day number 2 here of the LCQ group stages. You see in the room, it is bright. It is morning time over there in Singapore.
Oh,
and
I'm hissing.
Right,
it's too bright.
God, get away. It burns. It burns. We got some lights down here for us. So, but you know, I will say this: I didn't see as many yawns on the footage there this morning, so that's good news. You know, no need to splash water on their faces.
In fairness, no Venomancers got picked, so that's usually like that usually keeps the yawns back. You know, like if you see boring heroes coming out, but these are fun heroes, man. Like this game is going to be quite the brawl. A lot of kill potential coming out of the mid lanes. Both off lanes have the potential to just quickly start plowing through towers and taking a chunk of the map. I think there's a little bit more flexibility on Vici to rotate though compared to Nouns. Seems like Nouns are maybe playing for a later timing, and they're more kind of content with a chill status quo. I think Vici are going to be the ones running and gunning in this game.
Yeah, it's a lineup certainly built around that. And Troll Warlord is absolutely a position 1 that can get himself involved sooner than later. You'll want some farm, sure, but especially with his ultimate and just whirling axes in general, it can be a strong presence in these fights, right? So it's a game that's setting up to have plenty of clashing, plenty of brawls in general. So hey, nothing wrong with that from our perspective. And I'm sure as people tuning in, they're gonna love that as well. We've been lucky. Well, we pretty much all of our games, I feel like the 6 that we had yesterday were just all action packed, and I don't know if that's been the theme all throughout the LCQ so far, but hey, no complaints here.
Hey, it puts it in perspective. I think we had one game where 4 minutes had passed, and you're like, no one's died yet. I'm like, Breaky, chill. Some games go this way, but most of them not. And I agree. This one, there's a lot of kill potency on the laning phase. I think we are in for a brawl. To me, Last Chance Qualifiers is being defined by this kind of fight meta. I think what teams are just trying to do is compound the lead and then snowball it very early on. And if you get stuns, if you get these kill potent heroes around the 8 to 10 minute mark, you could easily be blitzing into the lead and take a game by 2025.
Now, I do recall seeing a bit of Lina mid in the qualifiers and kind of having some flashbacks now to these right-click Linas get it absolutely insane. That if they get the farm that they're looking for, especially early on. And we have seen builds like, you know, the Daedalus even. It's the big red number crits coming out. It's absurd. So if this happens to take into the later game, especially with the Troll Warlord pairing, it does seem like Vici Gaming arguably scales a bit better. I mean, there's always the black hole presence, of course, and Morphling certainly in his own right has scalability. But, you know, just kind of looking ahead to the future, that it does seem like that Nouns maybe doesn't need to finish it early, but not let this one go past too long. You know, let's look at that 40-minute range or so. before it can get out of hand. So
The battle begins.
Yeah, so the way to think about this is when you look at the drafts, you just see Enigma on one side, like scalability, Morphling, scalability, but it's very deceptive, actually. I think especially when you're talking about an Enigma pick, like this hero is phenomenal in the late game, but the way he scales into the late game, even when he gets a refresher, he's still cooldown restricted. He's still not as consistently useful as something like a Winter Wyvern or a Shaker can be, right? Like, you can push a lane with Eidolons, but if you use your black holes, what are you? You're just a walking creep manufacturer at that stage, which is, you know, it's something, I guess. But the other issue is a Tusk. The Tusk can always, like, scale to be a good save, but Tusks never really kind of take over the game when you're 50 minutes in, per se. Meanwhile, on the other side, you've got a Shaker and a Wyvern. These are two heroes that have a very long history of memorable highlight clips where they essentially win a fight on their own.
Yeah, absolutely. How about this, by the way? Costabile, he's
oh god,
a lot of harassment early on, but Husky is going to be up here to support him at the top.
I mean,
bottom lane, Moo also getting low.
Exactly, like Moo is getting completely brutalized at the start of this lane, but Erica may have made a mistake. He came a bit too far forward. First blood drawn. It is actually going to go the way it announced.
Yeah, I think maybe the fog of war coming into play there a little bit. It almost seemed like he assumed Viper had fallen back, maybe to regen, but he was still ready to fight, and the shards came out from Tusk and almost catching him off guard on the Troll Warlord. So great first blood for the side of Nouns. Yeah, absolutely be satisfied with that.
And now they're going to come back and immediately brawl, because every time Arctic Burn's off cooldown, you want to use it as best you can. You have to remember Arctic Burn did get nerfed. It used to last 10 seconds, only 7. It's actually impressive the amount of damage they put out with the first usage. But someone I want to highlight that I love, it was a change a while back. You remember they changed salves so you can't just freely use them on teammates and be that helpful anymore?
Sure.
From that point on, it felt like a really big change is that teams started prioritizing killing the core or hurting the core in the lane. Because now, when the carry gets hit, he can't just read to his support and say, please heal me anymore. He has to get a salve himself, which sets back his progress. I think that's another reason why you're seeing a lot more of these sustain-type heroes like the Undying and the Wyvern coming into the picture.
Yeah, and for a bit there, you know, things like Chen was just massively popular, the aura build that you would go on him. Playing a Divine Favor, I believe. Anyways, you get what I'm saying as far as the region that he brings, but he got them nerfs in the recent patch and has somewhat died off here. But yeah, certainly a part of what we're seeing here. But I'm just entertained by this top lane and Morphling trying his best to get those last hits in there, but it is a struggle, understandably. Visage 12-4, Morphling 6-0 so far. It doesn't seem like Enigma can do a whole lot, unfortunately, as far as this support role.
Yeah, the tough part is, like, you can try to help by idoloning, but as soon as you do, the fissure's going to come out, then you can't get your little babies away. All of a sudden, Husky is like a father watching his child die. Like, you just don't... You don't get to have that impact you usually get out of, say, like an Enigma in the 4 or the 3 row.
Well,
sorry, that got kind of poetically deep, didn't it? Like, Papa lost his kids, but...
Oh, no. I mean, you see right there, he pops some Alphys and then kind of walks away. It's like, what did that really do? It just kind of tickled him a little bit and was perhaps annoying, but again, not the scariest presence, it seems like, unfortunately, from the Enigma. Speaking of scary presence, the bottom lane having a bit of a fight. Erica, popping the rolling axes, though.
Erica's going to be backfired upon.
Move.
Look how tanky he is. He's going to be fine. Like, this is actually absurd. This hero with level 1 corrosive skin and free armor, like, it's just making the troll look irrelevant. It ends up being a double kill for Nouns, and Vici, this is a shaky start to the lane phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 3-0 for Nouns, but both teams' position ones, to be fair, are not necessarily having the best of starts, but yeah, the fact that Troll Warlord has already died twice is a slight concern for Vici Gaming, but it's going to be about making that room eventually, you know? Get the levels on Lina, especially in that mid lane, and by the way, top lane, Enigma, he's taking the chill, and Husky going to be body blocked, and eventually the Enchantona comes out from her shaker to help secure that kill, so good job there, Costabile. It's Morphling. So
Costabile?
Okay, I'm sitting here like, oh, you know, he's fine, he's going to do the Morphling thing, he's going to regen, he'll be, nope, never mind.
So typical greedy morph. He dies with 7 charges. He would have had 5 at the time. He started shifting too late because he wanted to stay on Agi to get the last hit. Typical carry, man. Just one more creep. I swear it's going to be fine. The good news, at least for them, is like Morphling will eventually be unkillable in this lane, right? Like, he should have been unkillable once he got level 3. This was meant to be the hardship gone. The other cool part of this is now, once he gets to that sustainable point, Husky can potentially start jungling. So that's when you'll see this POS 5 Enigma start to escalate his own farm as well.
How's that mid matchup going? It's Lena currently 27-5, 27-3 on the Tiny, so it's actually a fairly good back and forth there in that mid lane. Right now being pushed up in XM's favor. But as far as the build on Lena's concerned, yeah, expect to see, again, a bit more of that right-click style. If you see things like the Silver Edge, I mentioned the Daedalus. Curious to see what XM decides to go for here, though.
Yeah, just the Falcon Blade alone feels really, really good.
Sure.
Right, with Fiery Souls, extra 14 damage, the mana regen you really need to just keep spamming as well. And you see what I was talking about with this lane. Like, Gunner's always going to walk up, use the combo, it'll clear the creep wave, and hit the Lena. The problem is when you walk away, any damage you done is going to basically be returned. So it should be a net neutral lane.
Speaking of Falcon Blade, also being picked up by Morphling.
So something I was kind of looking towards here is the Shaker rotations when you try it. He tries to move mid, actually ends up going towards the wrong rune. However, it doesn't matter. Okay, actually it does. XM came here too. Scrap that. I mean, I'm kind of surprised he went up when he saw there was no rune. I guess they were paranoid he was going to die. But something I just wanted to highlight is, like, if you notice on top lane, I talked about this idea that Husky can move away. When he saw that the Shaker left, he tried to hang around to apply pressure on the Visage, but Frisk turned around and came back top. Why this is really annoying for the Enigma is actually, and you can kind of see it here, like the damage that comes out from the Aftershock, just with 1 point in, is actually enough to kill off the Eidolons before they could split.
Yeah, that is no bueno for Husky.
Oh, mid.
XM? Lane, it's
oh
XM
my.
in trouble.
Oh my god!
Look at the turn! Okay, he does die, but it's a 1-for-1, but Z-Freak now likely to fall as the TP comes in for Frisk. Will guarantee it in the end, I'm guessing. He doesn't have mana for the Fissure, actually. He's just shy. He has it now, but Z-Freak is still running around. He's got
it's 21.
He's fast.
It's 21. He
He's
gets the courier.
Okay.
He's just got 21 stacks. So like, there's no way he's ever dying. But oh my god, you know, like when you're given lemons, make lemonade. There, that credit to him. XM, he actually got the kill first, so he gets the XP. Yeah. Brilliant play there. Like calm and composed, more or less 1 HP. Somehow just makes it work. But top, it ain't gonna work too well for Visage this time. Final hits coming in, but no. The idle damage is just not good enough.
It's not. He manages to live. I mean,
bottom
lane. Erica gonna be sharded up. Pops around with rolling axes, but with a shard block, and now move running. He's just accepting that. He's like, all right, you got me. Not much more. There's no point in running. Just kill me as soon as possible so I can resurrect and get back to my farm. But the struggle continues for the Troll Warlord at that bottom, at least the third death. Now, I say struggle, but you know what? He is top net worth with Alina, so
yeah, it's impressive.
Suppose it's not really.
Yeah, they usually say too angry to die. I mean, like it seems more depressed than angry at the start, you'd think, until you look like this on the net worth chart, right? Like it's actually impressive the amount that he's managed to find out of this. I mean, Moo is still up there though. That's the thing I'm gonna warn against before any like Vici fans go, woohoo, Troll's still in the game. The Viper needs to be addressed because he's definitely becoming a problem.
Yeah, and specifically, he will continue to be an issue for that Troll Warlord, right? So it's how do you address that? How do you take him out? I mean, the Lena explosion is certainly possible, but even that is still not necessarily a guarantee kill on him. But until you get fights.
Until you get BKBs, you actually you can't really fight into him. That's kind of an interesting thing to think about. Like you mentioned, is the counter to Troll, but there's another hero in this game that has a passive. In fact, this is the most anti-attack speed Viper game you could imagine. Both Lena and Troll Warlord on the other side.
Yeah, true. Didn't even think about the Lena, honestly. That's a very good point with the Fiery Souls. So, yeah,
actually,
this break is maximum value.
Yeah, if you want real maximum value, should we continue? Visage, Gravekeeper's Cloak, and Earthshaker Aftershock. You actually can't initiate on him. It's very difficult in this game.
It ain't too ideal. Bottom lane, it's going to be a free tower push, though, for Nouns, as they're grouping up, including the Morphling. Mentioned that Falcon Blade purchase that he has. Looks like the mid-tier one, though, being counter-pushed by VG Gaming. So, attempt to trade. TP's coming in, though. KP, could be a roll.
Ooh. He's got a point in Nevertoxin, though. This is not really a kill you can have. You see what I mean about the Viper threat, right? Like, yeah, they don't even attempt it. Meanwhile, bot, though, Yang, he was looming around the tier 1 for a long time. He does get found out in the end.
Oh yeah, he was he was deep.
He was deep.
Okay.
Yeah, I wonder what he was doing. It looked like he was trying to cut the wave at one point between the tier 1 and tier 2, which is very dangerous to do on the off lane when it's not your off lane. Oh, yeah. Ballsy there. Snowball.
Just ended up there, but middle lane, snowball in. Frisk gonna be knocked in the air with the walrus punch. Of course, Viper there as well. Fissure block, making it a little more difficult, but Lady's gonna kill. Lina, oh, she's found. Sentry's gonna spot her. Having the invis, thinks to a safe. She gets spotted out though with another toxin. It's making it difficult. Viper tending his ground with the Viper Sing, but it's not gonna be enough. There's that blow up that we're talking about. Lina securing the kill.
Yeah, I think he got baited in a little bit by his team there. It looks like a confident player when you get the shards, but you've got to respect the damage that does come out from the Laguna. Didn't even drop the Never Toxin, by the way. I was expecting to throw it on Lina, but he held it that whole time, even on the first kill, and I like that detail, actually. You remember what we talked about, like the whole idea is Enigma having black holes as an insurance policy? It sounds dumb or underwhelming, but it's true here. Never Toxin is an insurance policy. Not if you die, though.
Curse on a Viper. Trying to go for a setup now. Frisk's doing the setup. Doesn't have his Echo Slam just yet. He's not level 6, but it's not going to matter. It seems like at least Gunner's surviving for the time being, but Viper's already dead. That's the key target. Gunner, Grave Chill, more auto attacks needed. The Soul Assumption, excuse me, but Frisk, the Fissure will connect. And there's the LSA, or the Dragon Slave more so, to finish the job.
Yeah, they are becoming slaves to the will of XM here. He's kind of getting back into this game. Being fed back into this game, it's got to be said. That was a weird play, and now Nouns even giving a little cherry on top to the end of that baked cake as Z-Freak is found in the river. Looking at the way this is playing out, I think what happened here is Nouns got sucked into the idea that they have a Viper and should be able to do anything. And while that is on a broad spectrum true, there are limits, right? Like, it's kind of like saying, I'm the strongest hero in the game, and then walking to the enemy found. Like, you have to cut and run at some point. And I think Nouns, that was a little bit stubborn. I think they need to be very careful, because if that happens once more, Moo's game is kind of chalked. In fact, if you look at his net worth now, he already looks a little bit done.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, the net worth is actually a good showcase, as it usually is, in terms of where this game truly is at. All three cores are top 3 right now from each game, and the chase is on. Gunner and a toss in the air. Does have a snowball in for Z-Freak as well. This is a big kill for them, and they're going to get it. He wants to give it to Tiny, but Z-Freak will just come back in and secure it. So, solid kill, though, for now. It's one they certainly needed.
Zach just like, typical mids need me to get their kills for them, slaps them once. He's a little bit paranoid as well, because he wasn't sure if there was enough mana to get Laguna down. Like that they're showing that kind of restraint when they're going for these kills. But sometimes, you got to balance that correctly. If you're always this reluctant, there's going to come a key moment where you needed to double down, you might lose a fight. But for small gangs, it's definitely the right way to go.
A lot of focus on these cores, but how about the Earthshaker, by the way, here?
Oh, yeah.
Already 1,700 gold saved up, so that blink going to go right into it. And as it usually is, it's going to be a big factor in terms of advancing this game further for DG.
Yeah, I'm glad you highlighted that. I wanted to bring that into the picture, is that right now, the cool thing for them, someone I mentioned in the draft, that Nouns have a very static draft. So if you just look where the Viper is and the Morphling is on the map, and you want your Shaker to get farm, stick him in one of the other lanes. And there's not really much that Nouns can do to rotate and punish that. He's going to get a great time in this blink at this rate. But for now, it looks like he's going to maybe get off the back of a fight if this works well. Frisk backing up for the moment. Bab, I mean BAB. Going to be babed out of this one like the little piggy. And now they're going to chase through. Frisk, he was so close to that blink, and now I have this weird feeling he's about to be a bit further away, Breaky.
Yang has a curse, so you got to respect that, and it does seem like Nouns absolutely is. They're not going to overextend, because that's the last thing you want to do with that curse play coming out in the turn, especially near the tower. So, yeah, Nouns being disciplined, being patient there, and again, looking at the big net worth, it's dropping to that 1 to 2K range after being about 3,000, and you do see Morphling jumping up as well, as far as his progress specifically, has the power treads to go with the Falcon Blade now. Meanwhile, though,
this is big.
But yeah, bottom lane, they're setting up.
Move in right now, Erica. Stuck on the spot. He can't even get angry to stop himself from dying. Good maneuver in there. Nouns understanding that Troll Warlord right now is the easiest core to kill in this game. And considering how much he's been farming, he's worth killing.
Has Battle Trance, but of course, no point to use it there. That was just certain death, especially with no TP support play to be had. So, yeah, I mean, that still exists, especially if Troll's going to be by himself. Despite what happened in the mid lane earlier with the Viper presence, he can still lock down that Troll when he's alone. Yeah. But there's that blink that we just mentioned, now officially being purchased. So, not even a 15-minute blink already on the position for Earthshaker.
I mean, it's pretty impressive, actually. The prioritization given out to Frisk. I love to see this. We've seen teams that build the Shaker in a more passive way. They don't care about his blink timing. They just go Ag Shard, and he becomes a babysitter. I like that Vici's trying to kill with him. They need to kill. They need to have something that enables their Lina. I mentioned it in the draft that they could have, with their final pick, gotten someone that went in. But I like that instead they just said, you know, get Lina, have that scalability, and just prioritize getting initiation on our support.
Familiars, they're in front and scouting out. That's going to be a battle of Familiars versus Eidolons. They just despawn though, so you have Yang, he's smoked
Frisk.
up, so is Frisk. They come out, but they're chasing. Can they fissure?
The ward means they don't get the big kill. They'll only be able to pick off Husky in the end. That was a lot closer to imminent death for Morphin than you would have think. Like, if it wasn't for that ward, he gets fissured, he's going to be low HP, and an Echo Slam just comes in his face. Mid lane, though.
Clash here. It's once again Troll Warlord. He's not by himself. He does have Yang nearby. He also has a Cold Embrace if needed. It's not, though.
You realize just how hard this game is to play for Troll, right? So, you mentioned when bot lane, he could use the Battle Trance to try and survive, but to what end, right? The issue he always has in this game is no matter what he builds, he's dealing against Viper Strike, which cannot be dispelled. So, you're a melee hero that needs to get on top of a target, to stick to them, to net to them, to bash them. Unless your team is initiating, it's very difficult to see a way in which the Troll can fight.
And how about this decision, by the way? We see Viper move. He's queuing up the Ag Scepter, so that nosedive ability going to be coming into play, and it makes sense, right? Not only just yet another tool to deal with this Troll Warlord, but even Lina. Certainly powerful against my top lane. Tiny's going to be jumped on. The Echo Slam used for this one. Tiny's dead. Z-Freak, he's kind of forced to snowball in aggressively at this point, but pretty much certain death for him too, and it's a 2-for-0 favoring BG. All 5 here for them.
Yeah, the captain goes down with his ship. That's the way it has to work there. So he will be flopped out alongside his mid. Instantly, you're going to see Vici go into the pit. A great choice here, considering the biggest threat for them is the Tiny right now. The Enigma is nowhere near a blink. In fact, he's going for an aura build. So this is going to be a free Roche going the way of Vici. A big one as well. One that should be going in the pocket of XL.
Space for it, so it looks like that is the case. BKB being built by Troll Warlord, so another reason as to why you see Lina certainly going to be picking up that Aegis as they catch Morphling, but he's a little slippery, not enough follow-up to the Earthshaker, but the clash continues apparently. The Shard's up, and Visage, he's completely blocked out from his team. The Cold Embrace, it's not going to save him. There's too much magic damage. They get the kill announced.
Vici need to be careful not to end up that kid that touches an iron, goes, ow, that's hot, and then forgets that the iron's hot 4 minutes later and touches it again. Spoiler alert, I was that kid. They keep going on to the Viper that they still don't have the tools to deal with. They need to avoid him. Like, yes, they've got Aegis, and you'd think they're confident to take fights, but Mu is just an unbeatable hurdle right now. You know, 1.5k HP, almost maxed out corrosive skin. Like you said, going for the Ag, so he's going to be even harder to breach into. Which, by the way, like, back to your Ag's point, I love it in this game. It's amazing for the disarm against these multiple right-clickers. In fact, every core on Vici wants to right-click. On top of that, attack speed is the other spit in the face. Never Toxin being pristine in its placement isn't going to be as big a requirement anymore now that you've got the slam.
Well, you've got Vici kind of defensive posturing right now around their tier 2 tower. That's announced is pretty far pushed up. Kostabile actually in front. In fact, Frisk almost had a chance right there for the stun, but Kostabile is able to react to the waveform. However, Tusk, double familiar stuns. Again, not worth the commitment if you're Vici, as Nouns was ready to brawl if necessary. But Lina, she's almost got her BKB. Clearly, these are items that, as always, are going to be important for Vici, that they want to prioritize those before they fight too much. But as I say this, Frisk, he got his hand caught in the cookie jar.
And turns out Cookie's going to cannibalize him instead. Frisk is just gone. Cold Embrace doesn't even assist him. America needs to be careful as well. The Viper Strike is still available. When his curse does get thrown out, that's going to allow him to chase in on Gunner. A good maneuver in the end for Vici. Looks like the mid of Nouns might be going down, but no, the save comes out. The Black Hole is big from Husky. Even catches the Familiars. No interruption in place. They will be able to back away.
The Black Hole defensive, though, of course, no kills coming out of it, but it helps to secure Gunner's survival. In fact, Gunner's not going to run back in and will get the kill on a Winter Wire and then beelines out of there. So the Black Hole does honestly do quite a bit in there. Even though it didn't secure the kill initially, it allows Gunner to reset and get another one. But more importantly, again, he stays alive on the Tiny. So pretty big deal. But the clash, in the end, as far as the recap is concerned, it did still slightly favor Vici. They did not get rid of the Aegis, and both the Troll and the Lina do survive.
Oh, it favors them for a big reason. They actually managed to kill the Viper, and now top Echo Slat and the combo coming out. Costabile trying to morph up, but he's got nowhere to go. They will find the kill, and it's going to be a big one.
Oh, he morphed into the Troll Warlord, maybe for some whirling axes, for some evasion, just trying to live. It ain't going to happen, though, and now Z-Freak, the savior teammate syndrome, unfortunately coming into play.
We've been here before.
He's going to run. Yeah, we have. He's like, all right, just chase me as long as possible. He's got a snowball.
These phase boots, man, these phase boots are paying for themselves. Like, usually you see Tusks regularly go into the Tranks, but especially in this game with the attack range on Lina and the fat drop against Visage, they be cancelled constantly. Phase boots are saving him. Not this time, though.
Not this time. Now he's actually dead.
Snowballing after a creep wave underneath for tier 2 is usually a way to guarantee death, I find.
I mean, what? That was 30 seconds longer than it should have taken.
It was.
Though, so
yeah. But
that's fine.
Someone I want to highlight on that fight we had bot was a really big fight and a really big moment because they actually found a way of killing the Viper. They just had to recruit the Eidolons of Enigma. Killing Moo is a very big deal. It set back his time in his Ags. He still hasn't quite completed it yet. And maybe it's starting to show signs of hope that they have a way of killing off this Viper.
Viper with the Dragon Lance and these, what are we going to be seeing? Saint Yasha going to be coming out from the looks of it, so well, I'm not sure actually.
No, it should be his axe.
Oh, the axe, yeah. I'm like sitting here
axe.
Like, wait, what is that? No, the Blade of Alacrity. What do we? No, the axe is talked about earlier. Yes. I'm very excited to see that though. That is no doubt going to be a big ability for Nouns to take advantage of.
Yeah, and the cool thing about this is if you remember yesterday, I talked about this idea that we've seen Vipers in the past try to fight their natural state, which is you do not move. Don't do it. Just double down on what you are, which is a fortress. This way, he's going to force a fight around him, and when he does, he's going to have all this utility because of the Ags pickup. Like, right, I can't emphasize it, Breaky. You can't move with this hero. Like, look at his movement speed right now. 275 on Viper. He has phase boots, and that barely cracks 300.
Well, that's why they bring the fight to them, I suppose.
Yeah, do you remember the days when people built boots to travel, and then they nerfed his movement speed, and then people still were trying to build boots to travel, and eventually, like, someone clicked in players' heads. They were like, "Why are we doing this? This is just." It's like you're taking the strengths of the hero, ignoring them, and saying, "I'm going to make this a jack of all trades."
Yeah. Enigma, interesting. So he actually had the blink queued up earlier. He finished up last. He was thinking about the blink, but he's going to kind of shift here and go the Wraith Pact instead, which is a great item. And I think that's potentially the correct call. They already have some decent initiation, and the black hole itself is no guarantee by any means either. So I don't think they needed to go all in on the blink initiation for him.
Yeah, I just like that he's just providing utility. I think it's very important. It's difficult for support Enigmas especially to do, just because you don't have as much gold typically. But if your team gives you a little bit of space, you can definitely farm up with this hero still.
Yeah. Speaking of Wraith Pact, I saw Visage. Yeah, Visage actually had someone of his own. He's had it for a bit, so they've been making use of that in the fights. Nice stamina jam. Lifesteal aura.
And Drum's coming next on the Visage. Another attack speed buff to try and offset the Malice you're going to get from this Viper. Man, it's just it really is just a race to see who can end up with either a net positive or net negative in attack speed, isn't it?
Yes. Roshan, a minute and a half on the red timer, so positioning kind of being forced out from Vici Gaming in terms of pushing the top lane. They want to get this top tier 2, and certainly start warding up in the jungle up here to try to claim that second Roshan once he eventually does spawn. So it should be a free tier 2 tower. As you see now in the mini map, they are spread throughout and farming elsewhere throughout the map currently. Speaking of farm, and there's a blink purchase on Tusk actually, so Z-Freak now has his own blink. Bottom lane, there's TP's coming in.
Yep, Frisk. Ooh. He sees Husky. They just pinged it out. He gets stunned as well. No way he can walk away from this. He has to commit the black hole. Reinforcements have arrived, though. Mistakes were made. And the winner's curse turn around. Now the Tusk is going to be the one paying the price. But that is an exchange you take every day of the week.
Yeah, and Exclusivity is able to morph into the Earthshaker as well. And guess who's here? It's Viper. There's the dive down. And the toss back onto the Earthshaker. He's going to get picked off as well. Moo, he wants another one. He wants Yang. Cold Embrace, keeping it alive for the time being. Troll Warlord beat down. Moo, he overextended. He's got that skin. It is tanky as hell. but he might have went too far. He absolutely did. His team just cannot support him comfortably enough, and so Moo will fall. It ends up being a 2 for 2. Gunner's still here. The familiar scouts him, having to blink out.
Yeah, he can't go for more there. He does what he can, but we are seeing the weakness of the Viper. It turns out trees are not your friend. Timbersaw may have been onto something that they're out to get him, because that's why the Troll was able to do anything. If Troll walked up the lane towards that Viper strike, you aren't touching him. That's what matters here. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if down the line Erica considered a blink. Cool difference here, though. Instead of going for the blink dagger that I would have been a big fan of, he's going to optimize into the Lincolns, which gives him some value against other heroes in this lineup as well. Whereas blink, sure, you could get in quickly, but you aren't necessarily going to have any sort of kind of counterplay against, say, the Tiny or the Tusk.
Sorry, who are we going for, Lincolns?
On the troll.
Oh, the
Erica,
troll warlord. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because it's either blink or Lincolns, because you need something to deal with the Viper strike. But I like this approach. I think it's just like the Lincolns is more scalability because you get stats as well, while blink is kind of leaving you naked and bare. And, you don't have that Lincolns yet, sir. Playing this ambitiously is bold, to say the least, but it's like the Wraith Pact aura is going to scare away Nouns. Saves the day in the end.
Well, again, they're positioning him on Roshan. He could spawn at any second right now, as we see it's about a minute away still. But both teams certainly understand how important the second Roshan is. Again, Vici especially, they can kill it quickly with that Troll Warlord and Lina. So Nouns is almost playing it more defensively, wanting to prevent it, or Vici certainly wants to take it for themselves. But it's going to spawn in about 40 seconds, and that could be the key to certainly starting something next, as far as another big fight is concerned. But Ags is almost finished on Morphling, by the way, so another big item coming.
Yeah, but I do see one issue for Nouns is they have no BKBs whatsoever, and Vici have 2. The reason this is going to be important around the Roche fight is that both sides do have the Wraith Pact. So one side is going to be missing 30% damage. That's going to be a big difference maker here. I think it's going to be very difficult for Nouns to fight a 5-on-5 directly at the Roche pit. They need to pick off.
Oh, that usually starts with maybe a smoke play, but don't know if they necessarily... They do have one on Enigma currently. That's the only one I see, so we'll see if that actually comes out. But Roshan, as we notice, has officially respawned. And that's the second one with the refresher shard. Of course, it's going to be spotted here by the familiars of Vici, and if they just go down, this might just be a free kill. Yeah, they're going in, and there's no sight for Nouns. They don't actually know. It's going to be a free kill.
Yeah, you just can't get hit quick enough. Like, if you're not there immediately with a Lina and a Troll Warlord, this is going to be dead every day of the week. And you can see they smoked, but it's too late. You need to smoke straight away against this type of lineup.
I mean, to be fair, that timing prediction by Vici happened to be pure perfect. Or near perfect.
It really was.
They were like 2 seconds right after he spawned. They selected 2 seconds later, and sure enough, he was there. It could have easily been another minute or so for him to spawn, but that's part of the randomness, of course, in the game that we all love. There's 5-player smoke for Nouns.
Yeah.
They're still using it, and we're going to see that clash now, KP.
Jump in, immediately on the lean up, but turn around with the Witness Curse. XM stays alive. LSA follow-up will continue to back away. Now the Troll gets to go in. The damage is high here. Z-Freaks will at least look to get rid of that Aegis. Will be able to do so, but there's a big issue on the other side of the fight. The Troll is in, however, he has to be saved by the Cold Embrace. That may have been slightly counterintuitive. Costa Bile now has to stand his ground, but happy to do so. Troll down, Visage gone as well. XM has the BKB TP away. This fight that should have went Vici's way has gone anything but.
Troll Warlord could not play his hero that whole game, between the whole fight, really a lot of this game, frankly, but in that fight specifically, the crowd control from the opposition as well as his own ultimate basically just made it so he couldn't actually fight throughout it. I mean, the damage, what does the damage even say? Yeah, he only did 1,100 damage in total. You see that in comparison to everyone else, just ridiculous. Bottom lane, they are looking for another kill, by the way. XM, he's trying to get out of this with that Shadow Blade, and Gunnar?
It's okay. It's just cores. It's just cores here. They don't have detection. They never have detection. But no. You were right. There was a lot of crowd control in that fight onto the Troll Warlord, Breaky. Most notably, the Cold Embrace from your own Winter Wyvern. He couldn't attack. He used the Battle Trance and then immediately got Cold Embrace. We're going to see it in the replay here. It's very difficult to play Wyvern, even for pros. It's very easy to make mistakes like this. Just a slight miscommunication, and this is what happens.
Well, I will say this to the credit of Yang in that fight. Their Winter's Curse reaction initially was great. I mean, if it wasn't for the really just instant reaction, then Lina dies off the bat. And that fight, it still was pretty poor for them in the end, but it could have even been worse, I suppose, if that actually happened. But Yeah, I mean, that's a big fight for Nouns. I mean, net worth overall still is in the favor of Vici Gaming, but only about 2,000. Oh yeah, one other thing I wanted to point out in that fight is Morphling choosing to morph into the Troll Warlord. You know, you would think, especially with the Yag, maybe going to go for that Earthshaker. We've already seen once or twice this game. Morphing into the Troll Warlord, thus the enhanced damage as a result with that attack speed, and that's certainly allowed him to put in more damage in that fight.
Yeah, it's pretty insane, actually. He has great options. Even if he doesn't go for the Troll, he can go for the Lina and get the attack speed there with the Fiery Souls. Like, it's just, chef's kiss. And the classic we always got to keep in mind is that Shaker, right? Even if you're not looking at the cores, Shaker's always going to be a beaut for the chase. It just feels like a really, really good Morphling game, man. The more you look at it, the more you realize just how good this pick was. And part of it was how Vici started the draft, and part of it was how they continued.
I think he just got that, but yeah, the tree volley we're seeing there as well being used by Gunnar. So that's another tool that they have for just the massive AoE damage to the fights. Earthshaker's going to be AoE damage. He's going to get gone on Kostabile, basically turning into the Earthshaker and going against him. Not going to get the kill initially. Golden Embrace saved him, but in the backline, Winter Wyvern is picked off. Curse unable to be used as a result. However, Tusk too committed for him, so he does go down. But the fissure from Kostabile going for Lina. They want that kill. The BKB though, and now Morphling. Did he dive too far? The LSA? No. The answer is no. He's fine. And in fact, he's going to search now for the Earthshaker. Go for him. Up here, we see Visage is picked off by the rest of the supporting cast, though. On Nouns, and a 3-for-1 is where this fight will finish.
As soon as I mention the Morphling and what he can do with the cores, but usually wants to do the Shaker, immediately turns to the Shaker. And you just see the impact I'm talking about. Gets 2 heroes, almost ironically kills the owner of the one that he morphs into. And it just starts to snowball from there. And speaking of snowballs, man, this Tusk is playing with confidence. This is usually the stage of the game where you become a Superman, right? You're there to save the day, but Superman's the wrong way. You're just that guy who dresses in spandex and saves cats from trees, right? You're not really the guy who saves the world from destruction. It feels like Z-Freak is finding a way to do that, though, and I love what's coming next. He's queued up the Ags, already has one component, almost the second. This new Ags is actually disgusting on this hero, Breaky, because Walrus Kick, you can now choose the direction you target in. So you can essentially snowball fish in, kick an opponent towards your team, and then blink away. And what makes it even more disgusting is, remember, Tusk can use his abilities while snowballed.
Yeah, it's specifically that Lina and even the Winter Wyvern can certainly see those are targets that he's going to be hunting for to kick them into the fray of the fight where they don't want to be necessarily to help burst them down. So that's going to be a big tool now. It's still a bit of ways. This is a position 4 after all in Z-Freak, and he only has the Ogre Axe currently, but going to keep our eye on when he's actually able to finish that. I notice Viper also picking up a Ghost Scepter, by the way. So another defensive measure that he has. Perhaps that Ethereal Blade is going to be coming out in full, but makes sense. The Hurricane Pike also be delivered on their side. It's actually, yeah, for the Viper. That's coming out now, too.
It's another element to his survivability that then is eventually going to turn into aggression. Same like the Ags tanked him up, but then it's also given the disarm over, right? Everything that Moo is drafting for this game in terms of items is about the idea of I stand longer and I debuff you further. I actually love this approach. And it's funny because when you look at Vici's items, everything that they've done is to offset all these debuffs. The Lincolns, the BKBs, the AC even, is just to try and return to you what Viper's taking away.
Now, Silver Edge on Lina being actually finished is a big deal, right? Because that break effect can get the opening on a Viper. Suddenly, he isn't as tanky, at least, than before. So that's going to be crucial in terms of that initiation. And I'm sure that's going to be the target that he's going to be looking to apply that break effect on, if possible. But 5-player smoke, or really 4, as Troll's not with them. But Vici Gaming heading into the Dire Jungle now. It doesn't look like they're going to find anyone, though. Illusion's coming over here. But they'll release that quickly, so no brawl yet.
Yeah, and Nouns have sniffed this out. They know exactly where Vici are. They're going to smoke up and look to wrap around and catch them on the retreat. It's unlikely that Vici blindly want to just park around here and try to take the tier 2s. So what Nouns are anticipating is that they're going to come back to the Radiant side of the map.
Oh, well, they would be right if that's the case. That's a scan, and that's a Dire scan, actually. So it was their own, just scanning ahead. And
they're coming,
not seeing anybody, but it's so close. Yeah, it's a matter of just a couple of seconds. It feels like they're so close, but they're not going to see each other, and thus the engagement will not take place yet.
Moo revealed himself on the outpost. They were dangling him there, and actually it looked like Vici were going to nibble at the bait for a second, but they showed discipline.
They reset and they smoke immediately again. They just smoked 4, and now they smoke 5. Vici really wants that opening, of course, understandably, but it is just on a razor edge right here for both sides. You can tell they don't want to jump. Well, maybe we found a chance, Tusk. Now he's got support and 4 staff away, so again, you just don't want to overcommit too, and Tusk isn't necessarily the target. You're going to go all in.
No, it's the type of hero that you don't really want to go all in on, but then you see he has a gem, you're like, oh, shiny, right? It's just such a big boon if you can take that away from him. So they start to probe. It's a bit risky, but you can see they're not willing to follow through. Like, they understand if a Tusk is sitting here with a gem as well, there must be a team sitting behind him.
Yeah. Well, Roshan, I suppose that third Roshan is understandably going to be the next focus. We got about 10 seconds on the red timer, and then we'll see how much length we have in terms of how long it's actually going to be. Meanwhile, looking around Visage, he's got that Assault Cuirass. I think he's had that for a while. He's thinking about building a Scythe. That's still a bit of ways, but certainly more crowd control. Nothing wrong with that. It's going to be a long Roshan, we notice. It's over 2 minutes, so still a bit before that'll happen.
So where this gets really spooky is if Visage gets to the Scythe and then eventually gets to the Ags. It's a lot of gold, yes, but at that stage, Costabile's game is very unsafe. He's gone BKB Manta. The problem with this is now, like, you're in a situation where Lincoln's maybe looks desirable, but you never want to be building 3 defensive items on Morph. It just prevents you from scaling to try and match what the Troll's going to do later on in the game.
Speaking of Troll, William Troll and Lina, both the first to hit level 20 in this game and get their 20 talents. And I think Lina's the biggest one to note is that plus 15, the 1% fiery soul per stack, right? That kind of goes with the idea of that right-click damage that she can put out. And although she doesn't have like that Chrysalis or Daedalus by any means, she still is doing plenty if she's able to sit there and turret. But mid lane, gonna use that Ag's effect of Tiny to help push it out. Again, they're so close to engaging, it feels like, but neither team wants to overcommit. But this does, it seems like this is favoring Nouns overall right now, especially with the positioning, because they are in a better position for Roshan when he eventually does spawn. But they're going aggressive with the Silver Edge. No, never mind.
Yeah, it's just too risky. You never want a Silver Edge walk up in this high ground. They've probably got sentries, right? You know that they've taken your vision away. They've probably got their own vision, so not risking it. By the way, have you seen this ward? This ward is not exactly the vision you're looking for on the high grounds. On the high ground near Costabile. So I think that was a misclick. He didn't put it on the highest point, so he's got kind of baby vision here. Don't do this, folks. This is not intended.
It was one of those, like, in the moment, got scared maybe. Oh, the engagement, Tiny gonna jump in, the BKB, pops the tree volley on the top of Frisk, gonna not allow him to get a good initiation. Winter Wyvern bursts it off the bat, he buys back immediately, they need him back in, he still has that curse. Troll Warlord trying to find his target, he finds Tusk for the time being. Buyback also an Earthshaker, by the way, so everyone is up for now. Tusk, as I say that, goes down, and he's the only one dead.
Man, Gunner's just cruising through as well. The haste rune allowed him to go in so deep and zone away any reinforcements. That's why this fight just broke up and has gone on pause. And now, with it hitting resume, there's going to be a move in by Costabile. Yang is just gone. That's the dieback. No way back into this. And they just lost full control around the Roche pit. Nouns can just go back for the key objective.
Which is Roshan, and he is up, yeah. That's Zephrie's going to scout that, but that's a very critical dieback because that, especially with the curse still being off cooldown.
Yeah.
Unable to use it for the next minute now. Does Vici really try to defend this? I don't think they do without the Winter Wyvern, and they're not.
No, the best thing you can do now is you go to the opposite side of the map and take a tower, and you can see them making that move. The reason this is a good play is because they haven't completed Roche yet. You can potentially get in position, take the tower, and it's very difficult to TP in to then defend this. But it seems like the creep wave didn't push quick enough. Instead, they won't even go for an objective there. So Nouns don't even take like a kick to the shin in the process of winning the fight, right? They get the win there directly. They get a big dieback coming out on that Wyvern. They get their hands on the Aegis. And although Vici are now going to try to poke the tower a little, by the time they do, Nouns are going to be assaulting the high ground.
Yeah, tier 4 items are certainly helpful, but exactly, Nouns is looking to siege. They got the cheese, as you mentioned, on Tiny. He's got the Refresher Shard as well. And Morphling, of course, the one with the Aegis. He has Morph ready. We saw him morph into that Earthshaker the last time, so again, really just kind of the circumstantial. Whatever they give him, he'll gladly morph into either the Troll or the Earthshaker, the high priority ones, it seems like. The set of racks, though, they lose the range. The melee they're protecting, they're not going to give it up for free, at least. And back we go, the jump in from Erica. Yeah, they go in, the snowball save immediately, though, and now they're looking to turn the black hole lockdown onto Erica. He can't do a damn thing. You see the right click still of XM, not going to be enough to kill Viper. Somehow he lives. The battle trance keeping him alive for the time being and actually healing up now, and it's fight back time for Vici Gaming, KP.
Morph? Yeah, Morph's gone. First life.
Second might not be far behind him, but good save from Gunner. He interrupts the stance there. XM could not use the LSA in time. They're going to turn. Morphling comes in on him. Erica forced to stand his ground, but it is going to be futile against the power of the Water Boy. They are in with the slam moves, and it looks like Vici are going to be the ones wiped in the end.
Wow, what a turn. It absolutely is a wipe. It's a complete wipeout and annihilation, you could say, coming out for Nouns, and now they're going for the tier 3 mid lane. I don't know if this game is just finished just like that, but what a fight and a comeback, frankly, for Nouns in that. It absolutely seemed like that was a lost cause, but Gunner with the tree volley as the resurrection was happening on Morphling, I think was definitely the big key to allowing Morphling to do what he did, which, by the way, was still impressive in itself, right? Morphing into the Earthshaker immediately, dueling against Alina, taking out the troll as fast as he did, and then with the Earthshaker morph, helping to secure more, and ultimately, as we saw, everyone falling. So the buyback on Visage, Vici Gaming knows that they still have a chance, but Nouns has controlled this game now.
Yeah, and the clutch detail truly in that fight, that it was the Mindbreaker. The Mindbreaker on Gunner, that silence screwed the timing because their intent was to immediately stun Morphling upon revival from the Aegis. Did not get the chance. We're going to see it here in the replay, but this was a phenomenal fight. Also, another cool detail is Enigma built Aether Lens in this game. It was so much harder for Yang to find the Enigma initially, and although he gets an amazing Winter's Curse deeper in the fight, it didn't come as quickly as it normally would if this was a blink initiation Enigma. And here's the detail. Watch what Gunner does. He patiently waits, he sees XM, and then immediately hurls out the trees to get that silence long enough that Costabile gets the BKB off.
Yeah, it's impressive play all around, and you have a smoke play coming out for Nouns. It's Tiny not included. He's going to lurk around the side, but the jump is found. They find, again, the Wyvern, and they're going to secure the kill. 50 seconds he's out for, and like we keep going back to, without the Wyvern, Vici Gaming's chances of winning these fights, winning these brawls, drastically goes down.
Seriously, like, you hit it on the head. The Wyvern's kind of everything now. You can't really mount a respectable defense without it. It kind of feels like Nouns are so far ahead. If you can't turn the damage against them, you can't really win these fights, especially now that Black Hole's coming off cooldown. Husky, he does have a Blink Dagger. Luckily for Vici, it is on cooldown for 8 seconds, but after that, it's going to be party time for Nouns.
Yeah, you know he's ready. That's cooldown's going to be wearing off here. 15 seconds for Winter Wyvern, so they got to be wary of that. They do take out the 1 rack, but it's fight time. There's a jump in the backlines. The immediate response from Tussle once again. Erica has a battle trance. Will pop it, but the Black Hole to lock him down. The battle trance essentially useless as the result, and it's going to be wearing off in a second. Link is fully popping now. Lena doing what she can. Going for the first shot on a Tusk. He gets the kill and heals on up. Does Lena with the Satanic. Now the Curse. Morphling held in place. It tickles a little bit. He's adapting though. He's just fine. He's going to fall back, but KP, they're still going to hold in.
Skadi slow means Gunner can't easily get away. XM is stabilizing them here. They keep the melee racks alive. They'll find the kill onto the Tiny. No way he can be protected through this indefinitely, but Moo, in the meantime, the click's coming out. Is going to force XM away. Costabile looking for the reinitiation here. Will get a freebie, baited in somewhat by XM, but tanky enough that he doesn't pay the price. Moo does go down to Erica, but still, that is a troll wall of buyback, and you are barely holding on.
Yeah, it's, again, it's exactly, it's one of those like, okay, we actually held them off, but, you know, what did it really cost them? Well, quite a bit, including all the racks that were destroyed. Again, the melee racks bought him, the only one alive right now on the side of Vici Gaming. Now, this game isn't over. Let's just start with that. This game is definitely not over. Vici Gaming has the ability to still win this game if you're not careful on the side of Nouns. I mean, we've seen how many smokes Vici Gaming's been willing to use. I don't know if they have one just yet up, but when they do, certainly, I'm sure that's going to come into play, whether or not they wait for another Roshan to play around. But if they can find that jump, if they can get in the back lines, if they can get the Enigma killed right off the bat, and, you know, get a good jump on the Morphling especially, they certainly have the capability to still win this game. So what I'm getting at is Nouns just needs to be careful not to, you know, get too aggressive here.
Yeah, you know, like Vici, they've still got their hands up. They're ready to box. What Nouns is keeping secret, though, is that their boxing gloves, they've got one of those little pistols inside it, right? So they've got this extra cheap shot of the fact they have buybacks. That detail cannot be understated here. Costabile is just slowing out the range of it, but if you look, you can see 3 available and 3 big ones. 2 of them being on the cores, and then, of course, the other one being on the Enigma. something that Vici don't have access to. At least their supports buybacks are coming off cooldown, but that troll is missing buyback for 6 minutes. Roche is potentially up in less than 2. You're going to have to find a pick. You can't really risk going for a direct fight in the pit if you're Vici.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be worth it. And I just can't get over it. This Troll Warlord, it really is an insanely difficult game for him. It's the fact he's 3-7 and 12, but it's one of those that's like it kind of makes sense because of everything he has to deal with in these fights. But we've already talked about the Viper plenty, but we see constantly Z-Freak's there, ready to counter, ready to jump in with a snowball save immediately and put his stun in. The black hole of Enigma is obviously sitting back and waiting almost for the troll to jump in, pop his battle trance, and then use it. We've seen that multiple times. So it's, again, continuing to be a difficult game. You mentioned the Ags on Visage potentially coming. It does hit now. Visage has the Ag, so that's a key.
The problem is, what's your target? Can you easily take anyone out? Like, even if you try to snipe the Enigma, that should be the easiest kill. If your team's nowhere nearby, he's going to black hole you, and that's still a kill on a core. So very difficult to find the right target. They can open up on Costabile, but not the ideal one to go for here. It's just way too tanky. And another cool detail to think about here, you mentioned the troll and how the Viper has made his life hard. We've kind of, we've jerked Moo off at this point. We've saying he's the most amazing thing in the world. He's fantastic in this game. But so's Gunnar. Gunnar went for this tree volley build intentionally so the troll can continuously never attack anyone. Everything that they've done has been a let's not go near the troll type strategy. And it's why Erica's game looks even more brutal than we originally defined.
Yeah. Can't stress it enough. It is not a fun game to be playing this Troll Warlord, but again, still stand with, they have a chance, they have the opening if they can get it with a smoke play perhaps, like we talked about. Now Roshan, we're going to find out here soon. It's a minute and a half. You do see Nouns heading over now to potentially start checking it, so a little bit longer of a Roshan spawn. That'll give a bit of time here for figuring out as far as what each gaming wants to do, but there's the official check and realizing it is not up yet. Levels, by the way, continue to be important. There's 4 different heroes that are 25 plus.
Good lord.
Both cores really on both sides in that 1 and 2 role. So those are some. The Battle Trance Strong Dispel picked up from Troll. You got the Laguna Blade piercing spell immunity. And then on the other side, what do we got? Tiny with the 2 toss charges, and Morphling with the 2 waveform charges.
You know, more of anything is better, right? Just like, especially with the Morphling, there's another element like that. That's the final detail. Morphling could always just go in, and now you can get away from Erica. So once again, just Troll can't attack anything. And just look at the damage coming in on him right now. Forces the BKB and immediately waveforms away. Oh no.
That's not what you want. Yeah, that's
what you
Morphling
got.
also morphing into the Troll Warlord. So again, he's got that benefit with the Ags effect as well. So he is just an attacking machine. 15 seconds on Roshan.
Yeah, right now Vici just looking at this Morphling going, why can't that be our troll? Right? Every time he turns to troll, it's like, yeah, if only our carrier is that way. But man, Erica, it's a miracle he's even doing this well on the net worth. Fight's going to come out onto BAB. Winner's Curse turnaround though, and this is going to set up the troll to maybe get a good fight. But without BKB, I don't know if he can hang around. Echo Slam, Black Hole, counter attack!
I mean, the lockdown was there. The buyback from Earthshaker coming out now. Husky trying to run away, but they got the Viper using the Hurricane Pike. Morphling's just standing strong in the midst of the fight. That's going to be a kill on Troll Warlord, no surprise. He's out for 2 minutes with no buyback. Meanwhile, they do pick off Tusk, or so Enigma in the backlines, but he buys back immediately. Frisk is now trying to run, just delayed as anything. It's probably not worth the chase. He picks up the Arcane Rune. But yeah, go back in if you're Nouns. You can potentially finish this game now. The 2 of the cores are dead, including that Troll Warlord. I don't know if they're going to be able to stop this with really just the Lena as your damage source.
Wow, what a ton of events there. The Echo Slam setup looks good, but you see the issue, right? What happened there? Troll still goes down in the end, but it all begins with that hesitation. It's because he doesn't have BKB. It comes back to that earlier move in the mid lane. Nouns baiting that out meant they could confidently take this fight, and Husky, even with the premium Black Hole time and time again in this game, and it's getting easier and easier as it goes on. Now, with an Aegis in their hand and possibly a win under their belt, Nouns are starting this day off strong.
Yeah, this has got to feel so good for them. Again, it's not guaranteed just yet, but again, I talked about it. It's like, frankly, especially after that game 1 against Seeker, we're sitting like, okay, it's going to be a rough time for Nouns overall, but hey, you know, they've had a good trip, and, you know, we'll see them later on, I suppose. But, whoa, hold your horses, because they beat Secret in game 2, and to finish off day 1, and now here they are starting off day 2, looking pretty good. They're about to, you know, get a good victory over a strong team out of China here in VG Gaming. So, again, don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but yes, the point is they got some potential momentum coming out here. But they're all 5 going to be joined up here at the bottom lane. Morphling has the Aegis. Just a matter of how do you engage this? And Coastal Believe's like, here's how you engage, baby. Let's go.
Instant buyback, instant gone. Costabile did use the BKB, but here we go indeed. Looking like it will be Mega Creeps forced to commit onto the Lina. Stun comes out. She is invis, but she's spotted. Forced to fight up against Z-Freak. Costabile will turn here and return fire volley coming in. The Avalanche toss ball up as well. Lina protected for the moment by the cold embrace, but the damage too heavy. She is gone, down and dusted out of the game for 2 minutes, and Nouns may have just closed this one out.
Troll's up in a couple seconds, but what have we constantly gone back to? Troll Warlord might as well be a support hero at this point because it doesn't seem like he can really do anything in these fights. The Winter's Curse. Tiny's going to die from this, actually, so it ends up being a really good Winter's Curse thanks to the Morphling beat down, but Costabile, now pissed off that he made him kill his teammate, wants to actually kill the Visage. However, the lockdown, the double stun, thanks to Earthshaker, Morphling does have to be careful all of a sudden, but he's got Satanic, he's got the Aegis, and a jump in from Tiny. Tiny's going to die back! Oh no, what is happening for now? Costabile, again, he's got the Aegis and Satanic, like I said, but the Cold Embrace is going to keep Visage alive, and they're going to at least burn the Aegis here.
Cast a curse, checking Mike right now, because I believe this Morphling is looking like a Schmorphling, a Schmump right now. He's going to be taken out. Vici, against all the odds, stabilize and hold on, and all of a sudden, this game, it's just been flipped on its back. You can't really say it's over anymore.
Oh, why did we start talking about this for now? And how this is moment? Oh man, I'm sorry. Why did we do that? Oh geez, this is.
It looks
this is
so
something.
done. It looks so done, but we forgot. It's always the winner Wyvern. That Wyvern, that cursed turnaround, always turning the power of NA against itself. Poetic and ironic.
Oh boy. Well, yeah. Again, it goes back to Nouns. Now, again, the win condition for Vici is play to tier 5 items, right? When you're in this much of a deficit, you still have tier 2s to get through. You're 1 racks away from getting mega creeps against you. You need to try to make it long as last as possible. You see a triple bounty ring down here. That's funny, but make it last as long as possible to get to those tier 5 items, make this game absolute chaos, and then try to potentially win off of that. But they're going to keep pushing for now. I mean, Lina's up at 3 seconds. Morphling, 30 seconds, does have a buyback. If anything, they do want to force it. They know Tiny's staying dead, but Morphling, they would like to get that used, but I don't think they're going to be able to here.
No, Nouns will hold on because they've got tier 2 bots. They can't be mega creeps, and the throne can't be killed in 20 seconds. Now, the negative for Nouns still is the fact that they might lose Moo. Uh-oh. BKB.
Erica's far. Okay.
Good save. Yeah, Z-Freak saves the day. Moo is going to get away, so they do stay alive. A little bit dicey there. The detail's going to highlight, by the way, is Vici didn't get megaed. They still have a melee rack spot, so they are very much still in this game.
Yeah, and that's a big factor. I mean, obviously, Nouns was going to attempt to try to finish that, especially with the kill on Lina, but as they were doing so, that's where that curse came into play and changed everything from Yang, you know? It's, the Octarine Core pickup, by the way, on the Winter Wyvern as well.
Oh, wow.
It's so good. 80-second cooldown now on that curse, but the Cold Embrace also 11 seconds, so pretty value there.
So you're saying the Winter's Curse, Caster Curse.
A lot of curses,
Many curses. Yeah. And many more issues coming soon, actually. This Wyvern, like you were talking about 25s earlier, the Wyvern's the one I'm watching for. Wyvern is one of the most impactful level 25s you can find in this game. The Splinter Blast 1.5 second stun is disgusting. Actually, even the Winter's Curse is desirable. But then again, maybe a Morphling doesn't need more than 6 seconds to kill his own teammates.
I mean, that was Tiny that he just wrecked. His teammate, a core Tiny, that has 3,900 life, by the way, right now. So, yeah, I don't think he needs that much longer, if any, to necessarily kill his teammates.
Don't forget the armor as well. Like 23 armor is no joke to get through, even for Morphling at this stage. But, whew, lordy, you can see that they are a lot more hesitant in these days.
Well, it's really interesting. Oh, actually, no, Morphling. Morphling jumps up out. He's dead! He flies back immediately, but what happened? The curse on a Tiny. The black hole from Husky, though. He caught Lina in the back lines. Morphling needs to get back here. He is coming back now, but he's not here just yet. Lina's able to survive. You see Viper locked out in the midst of it, trying to go for the kill on Visage. And Lena's eventually going to fall. Finally, Morphling will show up. No, Lena survived, actually, the heals. No, she does go down. She's down for 100. The Echo Slam, excuse me, coming out for the Earthshaker, but Kosumane morphing into the ES, and now using it against him once again. 3-yard Devil Kill, buyback from Troll Warlord. But this, dare I say it, may actually be the end.
It is, yeah. It's done. There's no way. Erica could not fight for the second half of that battle. They will call GG, and what a way to turn it around. As shaky start to that fight, but on shaky ground, they have firm footing. Nouns will close out game 1 against Vici.
Whew. I mean, that was a hell of a game all throughout, but did not expect to have to make it that climactic at the end there. As far as a hold your horses, we might actually have a comeback in the making here for Vici Gaming. But Nouns does take care of business in the end, and they do secure the victory. So now we can actually talk about safely the fact that Nouns, they got momentum. I mean, they beat Secret with the last game yesterday. Now here they're kicking it off against Vici, taking game number 1. That's got to feel really good for them, even though there was a slight,
slight hiccup, right?
Slight hiccup. That's a good way to put it, yeah.
Like hiccup, by hiccup we mean a choke. They were coughing, that there was something got stuck in the throat, but they were able to clear it in the end. You know, it was maybe some Viper phlegm. They got out in the end, and I bring up the Viper for good reason. Like Moo for me was the standout in this game. I think what he done with his build in the early phases was phenomenal. Only one real big slip up to speak of, which was around the mid lane when he became a little bit tunnel visioned and he had the back-to-back death there. Outside of that, created phenomenal space in this game, made Erica's game incredibly difficult, forced Erica to optimize his itemization around survival instead of damage output, even forced other members of the team to try and offset that attack speed Mouse he's providing. And I love the follow-up coming out from Gunnar as well. Going into this tree volley build is phenomenally effective against XM and Erica. It just prevents any of these heroes from being able to attack. Also prevents the overwhelming amount of stack potential that exists here, so that Yang can get good Winter's Curses. And outside of 1 or 2 whoopsie daisies towards the end of the game when they were overconfident, they maintained that discipline to not give great Winter's Curses over to Yang.
Yeah, and as a couple of those were big and obviously pretty impactful for starting that comeback for Vici Gaming, but you certainly have to give credit to Nouns in terms of positioning, in terms of going for the kills early on the Winter Wyvern. That made it very difficult for Yang to get them off effectively. But yeah, certainly talk about the draft as well. Nouns obviously drafting very strong, drafting appropriately in terms of really eliminating the Troll Warlord from being useful no matter how much farm he had in these fights. Yes, he did some damage, but not nearly enough as farmed as the Troll Warlord you see right there with the items that he has can potentially do in a lot of other games. So definitely, again, props to Nouns from the draft to just the play throughout. And certainly not perfect play, but definitely play enough to secure a victory here. So the question is, can they make it 2-0? Can they continue this track of this win streak, or will Vici Gaming fight back? I suppose that's what we're about to find out soon here. But yeah, last thoughts on this game before we do head to that break, KP.
Absolutely. I mean, there's just so much still to dissect in my mind. So many small, finite details, like, you know, the fact that the Troll still went back for the blink, didn't have the mobility, just shows you how these heroes that are seen as unassailable gods in the late game can still be addressed by drafts and elements of draft that aren't seen to scale the same way. Just great plays by Noun overall. Love the draft and love the approach, especially to that mid game. I think that's where they're going to lock down a lot of wins, especially the way they managed to convert those overwhelming leads into late game situations where mistakes are kind of still allowed. But I would warn against these kind of slip-ups. You know, this is LCQ. No offense to the teams here, but even if you get through to groups, like those type of slip-ups against the best teams in the world, the ones already waiting, could easily cost you games, but not going to cost them here. Now, they take game 1, but instead of talking a little bit too much more, we're going to go to a short break. When we return, we're going to have another game because these are best of 2s, of course, and Nouns now have an opportunity to get some serious points on the board.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Only one game in, and yeah, I already feel like NA and China are spoiling us today here. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifiers. We are back for game number 2 between Noun and Vici, and if it's anything like the first one, Breaky, I'm gonna need to take a moment to unblow my mind.
10 seconds.
That was a hell of a game. I mean, it really was, and it's like it was a hell of a game for some of the wrong reasons. But hey, that I talk about that all the time, where it's very rare to truly see perfect Dota, right? Like, you almost don't want to see perfect Dota in a lot of ways because that can be boring, I suppose, if that makes sense, where because mistakes happen on either side, that allows for these comebacks to start taking place and the brawling back and forth. So it was a hell of a game to cast, though, and I'm sure one to watch as well for the spectators out there. But the point is, Nouns is victorious, deserving the victory, and they're going to try to follow it up with a 2-0 here. You can see on screen there. They're feeling good about it, but hey, there's still a lot of business to be done because, in the big picture, they're a 2-5 record. So still not the prettiest when you kind of zoom out, but hey, they're 2-0 in their last 2 games. So
there you go, turn it around. There's the late bloomers is what they are. And I mean, I think the best way to think about this, I mean, you're a play-by-play, I'm a play-by-play, right? NA Dota, best Dota. Why? Because it might not be clean. It might be very messy. Your analysts might be tilted. They might be ripping their hair out. But good God, are you going to get some beautiful fights to cast.
Yeah. Tusk Enchantress opening for Nouns. Going up against Hero Shaker, and then the Viper taken by Vici. So you got to wonder if it's a little bit of, yeah, we did not like that you played the last game, so we'll take it for ourselves this time around. But, already pretty good against a hero like Enchantress, for example.
Yeah, so first thing I'm thinking is Noun's going to flex this at all? So we've already seen a pos to Ench here in the Last Chance Qualifiers. I'm not going to curse it by saying that's coming again, especially with Viper now. But what I'm thinking is possibly the Tusk being flexed to the free roll. I've seen a few teams make it work. It's actually not the worst pick in the world. I'm just thinking from a keeping flexibility standpoint, because otherwise Nouns have just very bluntly said these are our supports. Do with this info what you will.
Sure, and that's not necessarily the worst decision ever as far as the early picks, but yeah, it's one because neither one of those, it's not like it's not like the big support that like a Winter Wyvern, for example, right, where it has that ability that you can kind of then play around. Well, he's got the Cold Embrace, we don't want to build this heavy physical. I don't think these two are necessarily ones that you're going to be counter drafted against hard. So I feel like it's still a pretty strong opening for the side of Nouns over here. Undying,
it gives you clarity, right?
Yet, but yeah,
that's true. Like, Undying hasn't been, but just to your point quickly, like, it gives you clarity as well, right? Like, you're not gonna second guess yourself. Like, these are supports, and now we draft around this. But you are right. Undying is still sitting there. I believe it got banned in the second phase of last game, right?
Yes, it was like the sixth. It was like the 6th ban, I want to say. So yeah, the second phase. Yeah.
Yeah, it was super deep in. So it got neglected for a long time. Kind of interesting that neither team is really prioritizing it right now. But for good reason. I mean, the Tusk is fully justified for Nouns after what Z-Freak done on last game. And I love the fact that Vici is sticking with the Shaker. I love the way that they found space for him to get his blink early on. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get one of these more static, slow initiation type lineups out of Vici again, with that prioritization once again given over to Frisk for a quick Shaker blink.
Undying this game right now with the draft and how it's playing out is leaning towards one that probably not going to see, though. It could be one of those rare games that actually just makes it through now of not being banned, because I don't think either team is necessarily looking to pick them up, which is just fine. We're fine with that. So, one that we haven't mentioned too often, but honestly maybe should bring up a little bit more, considering he is the second most picked hero. Actually, looking at the stats here, Undying the first, of course, but Pango is second, and right now Pango could certainly be an option specifically for Nouns. It still feels pretty good. They don't have that that stun through a piercing BKB. effect, but you maybe don't want a third pick it, but perhaps that fourth pick it could come out.
It is a little bit precarious against the Shaker because like a good Shaker will wait to see you roll in and then he'll fidget intercept and then you're like, great, now I'm playing ping pong myself. So it's definitely something that can be awkward to play around. And also like Pango to me is usually a secondary initiator. I don't like him to lead the fight. So if they want to get Pango, definitely I'd agree it has to be like thoughtful beyond. They need to get something else. And considering we're now seeing an Undying Breaky, I'm starting to think that Pango is not going to appear.
Wait a second, Undying coming up now. So here I'm sitting here saying,
did we just say something like this hero's not going to appear? Or
well, I mean, right, because the logic says now unless they're planning to run either a core Tusk or, I mean, they have to run a core Tusk or Undying. They're not running a core Enchantress with that Viper on the other side. So it's a matter of which of these two they want to run as a core. I will say we haven't even seen a Tusk mid before, and now that'll maybe play out in terms of like the matchup. We'll see what they're going up against, but I guess that could also still be that flex idea with the Tusk that we were going back to earlier with even the offlane, the mid, or does it end up in the support role. But Undying certainly could be a position 3 as well, and they like the Undying though this game.
Yeah, but something to keep in mind now is that Ancient Apparition has a decent opportunity here. Hasn't been banned out, and this is the second healing element that Nouns have picked, while also having this kind of tanky strength hero. So definitely a possibility. The alternative is that they just say, AA will bait us, we'll go for heal ourselves, love that from the IO. And the cool thing is, like, if you do need anti-heal, Viper is the type of hero that can go Spirit Vessel. Like, there's been a thing done historically regularly by him. And I think with the IO there as well, like, it actually might be the build they choose to go for.
10 seconds. Love the Slark pick because right now just great in general against these 3 heroes, especially against Undying, obviously with the Dark Pact, and even Shadow Dance can certainly come into play. So yeah, a very confident Slark pick, and I see why for VG Gaming coming out with the IO pairing that we see here. So
you're right, the Pango is going to come out, so it's going to be a Gunner special. Yeah, that's definitely a Gunner pick. That's the only way I think you can make Pango work in this. If you put it off lane, then you might as well have just made this a 1-1 score. In the mid, it's not too bad because you get active quick enough. And by the way, just to your point around like the slot pick, the reason it is so absurdly good, you kind of highlighted it a lot. The Undying is probably the POS free. And the reason that's important is that you have to think of that lane as a negative stat positive lane, right? So like Undying steal strength, gets it himself, but then Slark takes your primary stat away, which is strength, and then gets Agi in return. So it's actually not a net positive lane for Undying. It might be now Nouns want to try and like run Tusk, Ench off lane, and then have the Undying protect their core in the save.
Yeah, that's possible. And that kind of goes back to that idea that with the Tusk Enchantress already now have the Undying. And it feels like VG Gaming, don't want to say they outdrafted her by any means, but again, it was a very good response. Specifically with the Slark. But yeah, the IO we haven't even really necessarily talked too much about yet, but this does feel like a pretty fair IO game right now, in the sense that there's not a lot of kind of backline pickup. I suppose Tusk could potentially be that, but especially if he's playing the core role, that could be more reason to get him in that core role, dare I say, not only the Blink, but even something like that Silver Edge style of build. But IO should have a fairly good time this game as well so far.
It's not like fully counted out. The decay is annoying because you can almost always guarantee you're going to get hit 2 heroes, right? The tethered one and the IO. But beyond that, it's not like you're playing up against a Shaker that's going to catch 2 heroes, right? Or a Winter Wyvern that's always going to catch 2 heroes. But something I do like about what VG's done is they've prepped for that occurring. The cool thing about Slark is he can play independent as the game goes on, and it means that IO can tether other teammates. I always hate these one-dimensional drafts where it's like, he is going to tether Gyrocopter. It's like, well, we're just going to focus Gyrocopter then. You have no flexibility whatsoever. And to that edge, we get another hero that's independent. Puck coming out. This is a great round out for Vici. It gives them the initiation they need. There's less pressure on the Shaker to be everything in the game for them, and actually is a really good solution to the Pangolier, prevents him from getting up into the Rolling Thunder, and on the lane, doesn't really get pressured out by the Pango as easily as other mids would.
Yeah, pretty good matchup, I think, is certainly a good reason why they feel confident with that Puck pick coming out here. So now Nouns, I mean, unless we're seeing something really radical like a position 1 Tusk or position 1 Enchant, it's going to be their position 1.
It's NA. It could be anything, right?
Who knows?
It's the drought. This is good. So the Undying is going to be the POS 5, I think, here. We'll see, actually.
There's Gunner.
Curious.
Ooh, off lane Tusk. Yep.
Yeah, so +5 Undying. Yeah, it just makes sense. Like, you do not want to go up against the Slark. The movement speed difference because he's got an IO with him, and the stat exchange just doesn't favor you. I like this diversification of the build. I actually think the Tusk offlane is pretty decent. The only awkward part is, like, sometimes it's nice to have a 4 that can farm when you can't necessarily farm anymore as a Tusk, and Nouns don't really have a backup farmer, right? It's not like you've got a Shaker on your side or a Wyvern that can push out the lanes that no one else wants. Really, you've only got 2 heroes that are going to long-term farm for Nouns.
10 seconds remaining.
Drow Ranger, I'm sitting here, I'm trying to recall even from yesterday's games, but overall, 4 games seen, a 1-3 record. I want to say that maybe the couple times we saw her didn't necessarily, wasn't a losing effort. Not to say that reflects this game, but I am also kind of just feeling out the draft, too, that she's up against, and it feels a little scary for the Drow. And I know they have a decent front line with the Undying up there, the Tusk especially being in that Coral. Pango's going to cause chaos with the Rolling Thunder. But, you know, Puck specifically, right? Able to get back in those back lines, lock you down. And Sark also, certainly a hero that can get back there and make things difficult for the Drow Ranger for staying alive. So protect the Drow at all costs is going to be the name of the game, as it really usually is, especially when she's at position 1 for now. And so we'll see if they're up for the challenge there. But that's what ultimately gives me at least a slight edge for VG Gaming in terms of the draft.
Yeah, there's this fragility to the key elements of Nouns draft, right? Like, the Tusk should be safe, sure. The supports, like, you can say they're kind of like pseudo safe in that an Undying can bulk himself up, and Enchantress doesn't care about physical attacks. But the detail for me is, like, the Pangolier, if he hasn't shield crashed, he's going to melt very fast. And as you mentioned, the Drow always has that issue. If they're on top of me, I'm going to be 6 feet under them. We'll have to see if they're able to optimize around that, though. They definitely have good saves. They've got good sustain as well. Double healer support, Tusk with the snowballs. There's a way that this can work, but definitely got to give a slight edge to Vici. They've got great initiation here. The IO reload, they've got the Slark for the in and out, they've got the Shaker, and as well as the Puck. And because they have that IO, they offset the immobilization that the Viper suffers from. But either way, we're definitely in for a fun game here as we hop into the second of this best of 2 between Nouns and Vici.
I love it, KP. I see people constantly coming in and be like, wait, who won the first game? Wait, Nouns won the first game? It's like, yeah, I mean, NA Dota, baby, let's go. What would you expect? No, it's, again, it's understandable, maybe a little bit of a surprise to people, but hey, they also beat Secret yesterday. You probably don't know that if you're asking that question. So let's give some respect to Nouns right here. They're showing up here. The last couple of matches especially. So this, but yeah, the draft, even though slight advantage for VG Gaming, it doesn't feel like any glaring mistakes necessarily in the Nouns draft. I actually do like the core Tusk this game, as I was saying. If you get in that early blink, maybe even that Silver Edge potentially, get in the back lines and kill that IO ASAP. It seems like a pretty good strat. So.
Okay, I know it breaks like the feng shui, the feel we've got going on here with the production, but in the event that Nouns do take this game as well, and start to begin a real big turnaround on the points. Can we have our green screen backgrounds changed to American flags, animated, please? I'm going to demand that. We are the Nouns Watch Club.
America going on as far as the song goes. Yeah, I'm down for that. Let's go. Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm a Brit, but I'm willing to get on board for that. I mean, it's a beautiful journey to see, especially after the absolute shellacking they experienced on day 1.
Non-biased casting, by the way. This is
no. Like, I'm excited either way. Like, I mean, these are great drafts to watch go up against each other. Like, Nouns are fundamentally, they're looking to sustain through what Vici do. Like, Vici are very threatening in the mid game, though. I think Nouns kind of have to dominate their lanes because Vici's initiation is very difficult for Nouns to deal with without the correct itemization.
We see that Pango versus Puck matchup. Puck, but I don't think I mentioned it, is trying to pull my stats into play right here. 0-2 in this event. Only has been seen 2 games. So another one of those heroes similar to a couple others that we mentioned where it just somewhat dropped off after the qualifiers because we saw a lot of Puck in the qualifiers.
Yeah, so if you put that in like a raw number plus negative, it has like the same amount of losses to win ratio as a Drow, right? Because you said Drow's 1 win, 3 losses.
1 and 3, yeah.
Yeah. So and then the Puck is 0 and 2. So like they're kind of level
each other out.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, when we talk about the Pango and how good he's looking right now, that's another matter.
Stats don't lie, as the great Nahaz was once said.
Hopefully one
day. Not a lot of stats
to
work
again.
With.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Yeah, you're just waiting for Dota 3, you know. Like working in like math situations, he sees too often because usually you're squaring things, you're not necessarily cubing them. So
7-2, Pango 6-1 Puck. So XM holding his own.
And actually, the lane that I'm curious about is this top one, whether they can make this happen. The Enchantress is not what it used to be, so you have to be a lot more careful, but I love the fact that Moo went not for the aggression on the tag team, he opted to go for the saves here. It's a pretty smart choice because while tag team does seem desirable, you are still fighting into an IO Slark, and that means you're going into melee range against a stat-stealing hero.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to focus the Slark right in this lane, especially once he gets that Dark Fact. He already has the Pounce. You want to go for the IO, but the positioning makes it difficult. If you go for the IO, Erica will just sit on you, adding up the stacks of Essence Shift. Yeah, you do not want to do that, so it's agree there, making it difficult.
This Ghost is so damn annoying.
It is.
Yang. Yeah, he's tempting fate there. They didn't want to commit the snowball, but like if Zefric had been in range for an extra impetus, that's just a dead IO.
Saw right there, though, Erica, they started focusing a little bit on Yang and turns around and starts adding up those Essence Shift stacks. So,
meanwhile, bot, the interesting thing about this bot lane is actually the Undying should buffer the Drow, right? Like typically you should be able to get the space to farm, but Viper is just such an overwhelming bully. And also you now have this threat, like if you're slightly out of position, you get blocked off by a Shaker and die. I actually think Costabile is doing pretty well considering this lane matchup. 11-3 to the 16-3. Like he could easily be much further behind than this.
Yeah. Well, lane positioning, a big part of that. You see where it continues to be placed. Fairly favorable position for Costabile. And I think Husky is certainly part of that too. That's where he's coming into play. He's bodying the Earthshaker. He's not allowing him to get some free pulls and kind of get some lane positioning pulled back, if anything. So whenever you see the lane positioning in favor of the core, you always like to give that shout out to the support, as he's no doubt a big part for that.
He tips his hat. He says, I never noticed. Something I'm noticing actually is a cool detail about playing Puck with the way the runes function now with the bounties. It's just XM actually dove past the tower after Pango dived him towards the Radiant side to steal the bounty rune. It's a pretty efficient play to make, especially with the runes coming up around 4 minutes. Something that Puck and maybe a small handful of other mids are even capable of.
Top lane, there was a bit of clashing once again as the levels are starting to add up. Now I see level 3s, and again, Tusk, no tag team, is going to go level 2 Ice Shards at this point. Slark is holding his third point, as waiting to see if he needs that Dark Pact or something else, whatever it calls for.
Yeah, Dark Pact is kind of low value to a certain extent in this lane. Like Zefric for the most is always going to use Enchant on 2 creeps.
Bottom lane.
Oh. Ouch. All right, that's exactly the concern I was talking about. Even the undyingest of undyings cannot save the poor little Drow. And I mean, this is the thing, right? Undying's kind of the king of brawling the lane right now, but you just see how frustrating a Viper can make these matchups.
And you look at the lane positioning, giving credit earlier as far as that's why Costabile was maybe able to not only stay alive, but get some decent CS. It's pushed up now, and so that's where Vici Gaming is taking advantage, and really that was just, Earthshaker just walked up. I mean, Husky realized it's like, oh wait, I gotta throw my tombstone down because they're just running at us. Unfortunately, it came out a little bit too late, and by the time the fissure happened, there was really no chance for the Drow to survive. So, doing everything it could, but not enough in the end. So first blood going the way of Vici Gaming, as we've hit that 5-minute mark now, so nighttime is here.
5 minutes for first blood? What the hell is this game, Breaky?
Move on. Let's go. Pick it up.
Okay, let's go tune in the stream D. I'm done with this. Wicked. It's going to get fun now because level 6 is coming on the mids. That's when this turns into a party. Both of these mids are kill makers, and they can easily rotate.
Absolutely, yeah. Both those. I was thinking of the Death Coil specifically, but you're right. Rolling Thunder certainly something that Gunner can make use of if finds it necessary, perhaps with a TP in as a reaction. Maybe to this bottom lane as Frisk is setting up once again in the trees. And there is supports rotating. Husky coming for the bottom rune. There's the initiation bottom lane though. Yeah, Costabile.
He leveled the Gust. That's going to keep him alive for a moment, and then they're going to laugh in his face because they realize he leveled Gust, and he's going to die.
Well, actually over here to the top rune though, there's another clash as the result. Gunner, there's that Rolling Thunder. He is low, but getting some nice stuns onto the Isle. The center follow-up, the back with the Rolling Thunder stun, and Isle will go down. So at least some revenge coming out for Nouns as they manage to find that kill onto the IO. But yeah, really quickly going back to what happened at the bottom lane right there. Again, that was just very smart presence of mind from Vici. They understood that Husky was likely going to rotate, or they banked on it. He went to rotate for the rune at the 6th minute. Earthshaker was set up in the trees, and they got free initiation. And speaking of the trees...
Yeah, he's in again. That you can see how confident they are. Oh, fissure off the mark, though. And now, the problem is, though, even though that fissure's off the mark, it pushes Costabile away from the dive, and it means even though they commit the tombstone, BAB will still get out.
Oh, they really wanted that turn kill. Even Gunnar TPing in here to make that turn kill happen, but it's not going to happen.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know about that. Well, you saw the multi-shot coming out from Drow. They were going for it, but it was just out of range, and yeah, that seemed like a little bit of desperation, but now XM's showing up. He's got a Dream Coil, and this is a chance for Vici Gaming to make kills happen. The Waning Rift in, Undying. He's going to commit a Dream Coil for this. Yeah, he's not going to go for the second one. They're going to just secure the kill on Husky, or at least that's the thought. Yeah, they're going to get
so long. Yeah, it takes him a lot longer because he got the double decay, but like it's good what XM's doing here. Not committing the Dream Coil means that Gunnar can't go in at all. Even though he's got Rolling Thunder, he can't use it now. I actually like that play. In the meantime, Frisk has gone hunting, and look what he has found. A helpless Drow on the tree line.
The Dream Coil. Yep, it's going to go out right there. Perfect placement, and then Fissure's done from Frisk. They get this kill on the Drow Ranger. Now Moo at least will get the turn onto the Earthshaker. XM in a pretty awkward spot now. Rolling Thunder from Gunnar. Going to chase, he has a swashbuckle, and that's going to be some big damage. He hits the Rolling Thunder, he does, and the swashbuckle takes out Puck. So now they're fighting back strong. Z-Freak, Helper Smasher coming in. If he can get that slow off, maybe. There it is, the slow goes off. The heals from Io. Viper has to hold his ground, goes for the pushback. Io's picked off in a double swashbuckle. Beautiful play from Gunnar. Triple kill.
And a beautiful setup from Moo as well. Time and time again in the right place, right time. Shard spots out the Io, gets the optimal swashbuckle in. And sticks Pango up over the puck now. A big fight coming out. And you see what I mean about that insurance policy of the Dream Coil. As soon as it's used, there's no hesitation. Gunnar is let loose on these fights. So good reactions there. And, well, at least the one upside for Vici is they're still making Costabile's life absolute hell in this game. But the sacrifice is they're giving Gunnar a great start to this one as well.
Yeah, and Pango setting up to have a pretty good game. As we talked about, the Diffusal Blade queued up, making that a priority. He finds Slark in the jungle. Don't think it's going to be a kill, but maybe try to force out a Shadow Dance, if anything. Not going to happen.
Yeah, he just gets the pounce away. Gunnar couldn't stick on top of him. The damage is just way too low. Meanwhile, bot lane, though. Right, coming in. Gust is out onto BAB, so can't protect himself with a Viper Strike. Finally gets it out at the end. Moo, likely on here, but they do at least get the kill first.
Yeah, I think you take that, Moo. Well, yeah, especially Viper is the top net worth, so they'll take that trade if you're the side of Nouns.
Yeah, but this is what I was talking about with the Tusk, right? It's like even when you run it as a core, it's going to reach this stage where it kind of plays like a pseudo support because you can't really farm. In fairness, Moo done the right build to get decent farm. He maxed shards and snowball. Tag team doesn't really allow you to flash farm, but you still need to make rotations. It's actually a cool way to play the current meta. Because you remember when we were watching T1, we were talking about how they'd theorycraft this idea of 5-man Dota really fast. The cool thing about playing this kind of half pos-free, half not, is he can give you that element of a lot of fights early on, instead of having this kind of static off-laner like a Viper that just sits on the lane and says, either we party with me or we don't party at all.
Yeah. So I'm thinking about Slark, and I feel like a build that we are seeing a lot nowadays on the Slark is that priority of the Ag Scepter. The double pounce and especially the range increase is pretty absurd. So he doesn't have anything queued up yet, though. He just finished the Orbit Corrosion, I believe. That'll be coming out, but I'm going to keep an eye on Erica to see if anything, I'm sure he's going to get it eventually. It's just a matter of does he get it next, or will he maybe want something like that Echo Saber, for example?
Yeah.
For now.
That's what I was about to highlight. Like, I'd like to see at least Echo Saber first. I think like full-on naked rushing Ags in this type of game is a bit of a bait. You've got the Io to kind of keep you alive, and you want the Io to stick on top of you. Viper's not ready to be the new Io partner yet, so if you get these very long-distance pounces, it's going to be difficult for the Io to stick with you at all times.
Sticking together, the name of the game for Nouns. They take out the mid-tier 1. That's their first tower kill of the game. In fact, the first tower kill overall, as we're about 11 minutes in now. So good job from them, kind of grouping up and currently positioning themselves as, yep, they are going to go for a smoke play. Moo has that Falcon Blade leading the way. The Walrus Punch ready. Still doesn't have tag team, worth pointing out, but Level 4 Ice Shards, level 3 Snowball. They're hunting in the bottom.
Still doesn't have tag team against a Viper, is the better way to point that out as well. A hero that really gets hurt by physical damage, not as much by magical. But so far really hasn't hurt Mu. Just means that he's always got the spells to spam out. And with the Falcon Blade, he should have the mana to use them as well. So overall, not the worst way to build this. And the cool thing is you'll get tag team eventually when the Pango and Drow need it most. But for the time being, that magic damage is going to come into effect. Easily catch and frisk out. No opportunity to throw out the Echo Slam. It's just not worthwhile as Gunnar rotates in.
Yeah. And he gets one step closer to that Diffusal Blade now. So pretty big news there. Seeing our first pair of neutral items starting to pop out. Okay, yeah, I'm looking at it. So Slark is going to go that Echo Saber. You're talking about that. It makes a little more sense to have more of that damage / farming enhancing tool before you go the Ags, if that's what he indeed ends up going in the end. So that'll be the next set of farm for Erica, who right now is just literally focused on farming. This is not a Slark that's looking to get involved at this point of the game. Has that IO supporting. Instead, they're going to try to get Puck and Earthshaker involved as they TP and smoke up at the bottom.
Yeah, that feeling where you got pummeled last game and still managed to find farm. This time around, you haven't been pummeled, so the beast might be unleashed. And I'm curious to see if he'll opt into a BKB at some stage as well. It kind of feels bad when you look at Noun's lineup that you have to, but then you remember there's like a gust that could catch you out. And especially if Tusk starts off with a Wolf's Punch initiation, they are going to lock you down. So it might be that he has to get quite defensive to open up. Problem with going BKB first is it makes you even more reliant on IO reloads, whereas that whole Ags idea you talked about, at least as a third item down the line, gives him independence.
Well, free tower kill going to be set up for Vici Gaming as they take out that bottom tower. And it's I know we've had plenty of actions, already 7 to 5 hero kills, but the last couple 2 to 3 minutes, I would say, has certainly been both teams prioritizing avoiding one another, pushing the objectives, in this case the tier 1 towers, and getting these initial items. And I think that the Diffusal Blade for Pango is the beginning of that for Nouns, where they're going to feel pretty good about maybe making something happen. The Blink, of course, for Tusk is probably that, okay, now we can really look to, start eating gank in the Slark. As I say this, they are making their way on a gank on Slark.
Erica needs to get out, but the wraparound comes in. Mu with the Wolf's Punch to hold him in place and making sure he body blocks any pounce away here. Gives him an opening. Doesn't react quick enough to stop it, and now Mu does need to get out. XM has arrived with the Witchblade, adding a lot of damage in here. XM does have to back away, though. Nouns are showing respect. They are stacking as 5, so not really easy for Vici to find picks.
Yeah, he's had that Dream Coil off cooldown for a while. That does feel a little bad if you're Vici Gaming. I'm not saying he should have just used it there, because that would have been a difficult kill, especially with supports nearby, but more so the overall idea of it, right? Like, that's one of those abilities you kind of almost expect to happen from your mid-puck, is he's going to be using that constantly. Now, he might have a chance here in the mid lane. They're going to go for Undying. Will they commit it for this? Pango's right. Yes, he will, because he saw Pango. They're going to get the kill on Undying. He got the Tombstone down, though. That's big. Sark, meanwhile, he's disarmed in the midst of that. Pango beating him down over here. Earthshaker at least gets the Echo Slam off before going down, but Isles picked up as well on Gunnar with that rolling thunder. Shadow Dance. Erica's in trouble. He is, in fact, dead. Double kill for Costabile. Fighting behind the tier 1 tower. That's always going to be a risk, KP.
Oh, absolutely. And Z-Freak added a decent amount of damage into that to quickly one-tap down 1 or 2 heroes there. So good sync up by Nouns. They punished any attempt by Vici to try and secure that tower early. The cool thing here is actually the patience that Dream Coil we talked about. Does not hesitate to commit it the moment he sees Gunnar, but it just doesn't matter in this situation. You're still diving the Radiant side. They're going to have superior position, and you have to give credit where credit is due. This Undying, the Tombstone, it makes long-term fights almost impossible for a lineup that you'd think would be good at it. Because if you actually think of what Vici want to do, they want to be in and out. Even if this fight got prolonged in these type of positions, Nouns is still going to come out ahead.
Trying to get a kill on a Pango, and going to come out on ahead for Nouns. That's going to be a little bit behind now. As Erica, credit for the kill onto Gunnar. That's pretty good for him. He's already got that Echo Saber, and you look what's queued up. It's that Ags. He's got another 1,000 gold already saved up towards it. So
reload.
As good as it was for Nouns initially, as up here, Earthshaker's going down, and they're going to relocate in.
Costabile just trying to retreat away. XM given pursuit here, has got the Dream Core, but slowed down by the Enchantress. Doesn't matter though. They get the kill. They'll even get the bonus to the Tombstone. Mistakes being made by Noun. Seems the confidence has gotten to them, and now they are paying the price.
Oh, Erica's farm is just flash farming now. Nice getaway.
That Hurricane. That Hurricane play. He pushed himself to the high ground, TP's out, and they used the Dream Call and miss. He's styling.
I know I talked about XM should be using the Dream Coil maybe a little bit more. I don't mean in cases like that. I mean, no, obviously that was just very well played by Z-Freak in terms of his escape, and XM was just hoping to secure that kill. Fraction of a second too late. But yeah, just prior to that, I was sitting there making the point, even without that kill on the Enchantress, Slark just rapid fire farm all of a sudden. You know, he was doing decent farm throughout, but between the couple of hero kills he's now gotten in the last minute or so, and the farm he's been doing naturally, he's going to get more here. He already has one component. He's another 1,000 gold almost saved up. He's going to have the Ags in the next 2 to 3 minutes.
It's the IO accelerant. Like, it actually just does add up a decent amount in here when he just keeps overcharging you, when you've got the tether to allow you to move faster through the jungle. Definitely helps. Cool thing actually about this as well is, like, as a out-of-the-action type partner situation, Slark is one of the best ones because of that extra movement speed he gets when he's not in vision. Just allows you to move around the map quicker, which means more wards going down. And also, where other carries might be slow to get in position to do something, Slark's a bit faster.
Just continue to be impressed by what he's able to do right here. But another 2,000 gold basically before that's finished. Pango, we talked about the earlier on Diffusal Blade. He's now going to be working towards his own Mage Slayer here in this game. Blink finished on Puck, though. That's another one of those items that you want to point out. That's going to be delivered. That to go with his Witch Blade. So his ability to get the catch more effectively now is going to be online.
No, I'm invested in the Houdini story after that early play. I'm like, what's Z-Freak going to do next in this game? Hurricane Pike, more illusion coming in his beautiful form. Reload coming top though, Costa Bile, look at the TP out, but the tip of the fissure will deny him.
Nope. That's big, that's a big kill. So we've seen now a couple of times the relocate being used to secure some kills for this Slark. And he's going to be sent right back to where he came from, which is near the Radiant Jungle. And he'll go clear that out now. But speaking of the Radiant Jungle, it's actually the Dire Jungle up here.
Frisk.
Moving around one another. They are going to jump onto Frisk. They see him. The shards are up. He's blocked in. He's basically dead. There we go. Z-Freak. We'll call that a kill secured for Z-Freak.
Wink. Pull that a spring. Gets him close to his items. Mid lane, looking to defend here. Pango will push them away. No way they want to commit onto him. I like how they've learned from the mistakes. Feature like, wait a second, we've been here before. I could dream call him, but let's not do that.
Let's not, no. You do not want to do that again. Especially with a tombstone potential on the other. It is so risky to dive a team like this at this point of the game. There's just too many factors that doesn't make sense. Roshan, now it's apparently interested. Now, they don't, okay, I guess with the Drow, they actually do kill us decent speed, right?
Yeah, not fast speed though. Like, look at Moo and notice there's a level 1 tag team.
Yeah.
It's okay though. Like,
but it's not seen.
Yeah, it's fast, right? Like, there's no way that Vici can get in a position quick enough, right? Right? Because Shaker doesn't have Blink.
Right? Does he go?
Nah, there's no way.
Oh.
He almost stole the kill on Roche, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the difference in timing, though, because Frisk got caught out earlier on. Like, that death near Roche is what enabled that. If it wasn't for that death, Frisk would have had enough for Blink Dagger, and there's no way Noun's dream of making this play. It's just too dangerous.
God, a pre-20-minute Axe. He actually does break up the Echo Saber to use the Ogre Axe, so the Aghanim Scepter has been finished here on Slark. He'll likely refinish the Saber now, but make it priority to complete the Ags for the time being, at least. So they will finally take that tier 1 mid. But again, with this Ags, each game, you can just tell the mentality's changed. They're looking to go now and looking to find that jump.
Oh, this has to be a timing, right? You'd think. But there's an Aegis in play now. So that just complicated the matter. Like, that, it comes back to like, I already said it once, but I can't emphasize how important it was that kill on Shaker. It sets back his Blink timing, allows them to now get their hands on Aegis, and by doing so, when the Ags comes out, Vici are going to be a little bit more hesitant because Nouns are more willing to fight.
Pango has that roll up now, speaking of willing to fight. So nice defensive measure that he can certainly use to avoid and reset.
I think they wait for Mage Slayers and then go. Like, once they have Mage Slayer, just think of the damage loss that Vici have. Right, Shaker's not going to do that much. Park, of course, is going to be crippled. Even the Viper is going to be hard hit.
As a Hurricane Pike finish from Costa Bile. So that's 1 of 2 Hurricane Pikes here on this Radiant side. We mentioned, Enchantress getting the Hurricane Pike before the Drow Ranger.
Look at his farm. Like, look at Z-Freak's farm. That's the +4.
Wow,
rotation.
That's pretty good. Don't underestimate his damage with those impetus.
Oh yeah,
it's quite a bit. That with the Hurricane Pike, absolutely.
The mobility as well. Like against this type of composition is going to be really frustrating for Vici. Like they can't lock down easily for the Slark. Everything's going to be in the park. Initiate comes in with a War's Punch, jump on the back line. XM starts them up, but everyone's out of position. He can't go for the Dream Call play, and Reload was just wasted. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, so it's this will be interesting. Does he get out of here? He's got Tether ready. Frisk is setting up.
Snowball
on top. I love it. Yeah, it's going to be a silence, though, and the impetus will happen, and down goes IO. It's not worth committing more to try to save the IO.
No, you can see, like, XM, like, it's ballsy the way he commits to these locations, but it's because the draft he's up against don't have great lockdown for a puck outside of Gust. Once Gust is used, puck is more or less free to just go wherever he chooses in these fights, but doesn't matter where you can go. There's no turnaround. Your opponents have the high ground there, and for anyone that's watched enough Star Wars movies, they know you don't fight.
I almost had a moment right there as far as like who was a Radiant, who was a Dire. It almost seemed like Vici was playing as if they were the Radiant, the way they were running down right there almost to the base. But no, it is the opposite. But yeah, now it's a good pick for them. And you can also tell, as soon as a Tombstone went down, props to Vici at the same time in terms of just retreating. That's not something you want to fight into. They are very aware of that, so they made the point to get out. It just wasn't enough for IO. Just relocate. Got sucked back in, but in the meantime, Nouns is going to push the top lane. And Vici Gaming, they have a blink on Earthshaker now, so that's that with the puck. Their initiation has become much more stronger. But this top tower, it's still taking a beating.
There's no way you commit the whole team to defend this. XM's just going to try to slow it down, but this is one of the, if not the hardest tower to defend outside your base. If your team is not in position in your jungle, your opponents will be. So you should just see Vici allow this. Once they get any info that there's more heroes here, they're just going to back up entirely and go for the trade.
It's almost like the sniper effect. There's no sniper in this game, but both Z-Freak and Constabile are just standing very far away from that tower.
Yeah, you know, Spoink is the new ho-ho-ha-ha, right? So
we saw, we actually saw somebody get the Ags on. Was that the Thompson?
Yeah, it was Thompson. Yeah, it was Thompson. So for those wondering what we're talking about, it was a Thompson Ench 2 game where he went Ag Spoink, which is a very funny ability. I really wish that you could choose the direction you cast it in so you could use it to chase. It would actually be a kind of okay Ags if it wasn't for that detail. Because it pushes you back, right? So you have to be looking away for the direction you want to go in. Bot, though?
They're jumping in.
They got him.
Yeah, the retreat, though. I mean, again, no Tombstone used, but Vici is not going to force a fight here. They do a good job, Frisk, with the Great Fissure initially, and then just simply running away proves to be the best strategy right there. So you can tell Nouns is attempting to make use of this Aegis in terms of making a big fight happen, but Vici Gaming, they're playing this very well. They have a 3,000 net worth lead. They're going to ultimately burn the Aegis on the other side as a result of their just constantly avoiding, and they're working on their next tier of items, and specifically Erica going towards a BKB. Of course, good critical item there. Viper having the Hurricane Pike and, well, his own BKB. So that's kind of the next window that we're looking to hit if you're Vici Gaming before maybe then they'll be more comfortable to take a fight.
The worrying part about that Aegis is, like, you can call it a farming Aegis, but I don't really know if that's a fair name for it when your opponents out-farm you still. Like, the Slark didn't get slowed down courtesy of the IO moving around so quickly. The Viper also still done respectably well. And, of course, Puck, no stranger to just shoving dangerous lanes freely in these type of games. So, kind of unfortunate for them. And now Vici, realizing they still have the net worth lead, realizing they still got their farm everywhere at once, are going to smoke and look to make a play.
Yeah, doing it before the BKB timing on Slark, but feeling still confident. He just pounces in almost blindly. They don't catch anyone initially, but they're going to catch Z-Freak. Although the Force Staff away, the double Force Staff, and he's fine. So yeah, the catch in very, minute terms, I suppose. It didn't actually catch him. Double Force Staff helping to get away, but they're still posturing as if they want to fight this.
I don't know about it though. Echo Slam comes in, under the Pangolier, follow-up. Looks like should be good enough, but no, he gets out. Sidesteps it and moves away, courtesy of the roll-up. He will survive. Shaker goes down. Not really the way you want to utilize your blink in the first big fight. Reload to try and get out is interrupted. Yang not easily able to escape. Does bait in the commitment out of move, but in a choke point, Swashbuckle should be good enough. However, it is not. Gunner is caught in the tree lines. Vici get the turnaround due to Nouns' overconfidence.
that Hurricane Pike pushback, but what do we say about a Slark in the game? The last thing you want to have to happen in a fight is have it last forever. And that's what's happening here. The stacks are adding up. He can't get the pounce. The mobility of both the Enchantress and the Drow are just too good. Yang just explodes, and XM, he's next in line. He's going to go under. Can he get out of this? Yo, not really. The Waning Rift, not the most instant. No, the silence from the Gust. And they will secure the turn kill onto XM. So just as I'm talking about how the longevity of the fight should be the fortune of Vucci Gaming, it's not. They got too dive heavy, going to tier 3s almost, but the kiting of the Drow and the Enchantress specifically is proving to be too difficult to handle.
Absolutely. Like, it's kind of funny how that went from this team overextended to that team overextended, this team overextended. Like, it's just a back and forth affair. It's almost like these guys are a frat party and they're doing something cocky, and it's like the other person's like, I can do better than that, right? They break an ankle. It's like, I can outdo that, right? It's kind of just like who can go a little bit further. And I agree, like, both sides have elements to their draft that utilize that well. Slark loves this in and out play game style, but the Enchantress is definitely milking it. And I love the fact that they're prioritizing farm on Ench, because something we haven't talked about yet is how the Drow enables you. Marksmanship is brilliant with this hero. It's why you're seeing him get so much gold under his belt. This whole draft decision around the Tusk was by design, and now it's going to enable them to fight more. Io able to stay alive, courtesy of the Slark saving the day with the Depth Shroud, and now they look to push him. BKB comes out from Costa Bile. They already expended the Echo Slam to limited effect. Gunner is going to force the reactionary BKBs. They will at least find Z-Freak. As well as taking out Moo, but it takes a long time.
It does take forever, man. That hero is ridiculous, but yeah, in the end, they do secure the kill on Z-Freak. Again, you look at what happened there, really. It's kind of zoom out. Both supports going down. Now, Gold Exchange, 1,500 advantage for Vucci Gaming, so it actually proves to be a very significant fight for them. And that does seem to be the theme, even with how that played out in the previous fight, right? Where they fought back, they killed XM, and they were able to keep it alive, especially on the Drow Ranger. Nouns isn't necessarily gaining ground, though. They're not getting ahead. They're not getting ground. In fact, it continues to be the opposite of the network slightly continuing to go in favor of Vucci Gaming. So they need more than what's happening currently. Is the point. They need a fight to really just be, completely in favor of them. So as great as they are at staying alive, it's the getting the kills that's proving to be the issue, especially on the Slark.
Well, you have to... Oh, pause that thought. Has to be late. Being hunted. They've baited Erica in. He'll get away for the moment. Might be forced to commit the Shadow Dance just in time before he would have locked on the spot. But Gunner isn't giving up. Need to, though. Wait, he might get counterattacked here. Okay, just out of range. So the point I wanted to make, though, is, and you're kind of seeing it here, is the issue with Noun's draft is in a kind of net neutral game, you're behind. Like, your draft can't actually play the map freely. They're not showing on lanes at all. They poke a little bit of Drow, but like, look at Moo top. He can't come out the tree lines. Whereas Vucci can, because they've got this reload play. They've got the Puck that can go in and out. They've got the Slot that can go in and out. They are more free to play riskily on the map than Nouns ever will be.
I'll say this about Undying as well. I mean, I'm sure Decay is still being fairly useful, sort of everything else, but honestly, the Tombstones are just useless. It's almost like they're being placed down fairly aggressively anyway. It's just kind of like a, hey, focus this for a couple of seconds while we kind of retreat or reset in this fight. He's not expecting it to stay alive because it just simply won't, as we've seen multiple times now. So that's something that, is worth keeping in mind in terms of how these fights are happening, that they don't necessarily have that tool of the Tombstone like you would in some other games.
Yeah, it's funny because you mentioned earlier the Tombstones were looking good, and they were, because they were able to find the back line. Vici's back line can't get away. It's their front line that can. So when Vici initiates, they're strong. And they're initiating right now, jumping on top of the ground, but nice disengage out of Nouns. Wait, Moo? Oh, no! Jump in, BKB gets forced out. Commitment to Erica. Follow-up looking good here from Gunner. But once again, Shadow Dance there to save the day. Reload out means they can easily reset.
The damage just isn't, they don't have enough burst to kill this Slark. You need the burst, they don't have it. There's a Tombstone on the uphill, so maybe this one's gonna be a bit more useful. Popping the BKB on Viper, though, going for Constantly. He popped his own BKB, Hurricane Pike away. He's good for now. Doing quill, nope, actually not gonna pour it in is Puck. Meanwhile, back here, they do take out Tusso, trying to kill. Viper is trying to kill that Tombstone. He will get it killed. Finally, Earthshaker's falling on the other side. Yeah, of course Z-Freak is still alive. He's Enchantress. He's gonna heal up. He's surviving against XM.
Yeah, it's okay. The real carry's still alive. Meanwhile, BAB might be in a bit of a pickle here, especially if he gets disarmed. But nope, no luck for Gunner. Turn around upon, push back. Trying to get him out of range. Is going to fall. Yang is going to be taken in return. Z-Freak still the true carry of Nouns here. pushing XM away. But on the backside, the carrier Vici is going to get another freebie.
I want well, yeah, there's the freebie we're talking about. Speaking of Z-Freak, is he actually dead now? Oh, no! Gobi! Oh, no!
God.
Oh, no! He's gonna get killed! Oh,
He had
that's so
Shadow
bad!
Dance!
Oh, he just was so caught in the moment that he just whiffed completely, and he ends up dying for it. That's the last thing I'm sure he expected. Oh, boy.
Breaky, he had Shadow Dance and a ward down. I didn't quite catch that. Was there Drought Invis still? I'm pretty sure the Invis had ran out.
I don't know.
I mean, I want a replay on that because that's an important detail. Like, he misses the pounce, and it's almost like he let go of his mouse and keyboard and face-palmed himself. Because he should have been able to get out. Like, Shadow Dance was off cooldown.
Something I was going to say, though, prior to that complete whiff, unfortunately, was that, again, the longevity of that fight. I was going to say, highlight the stacks of events. He had over 30 stacks of events and shit. I mean, they were just going ham, as you would expect him with a long fight like that. But he doesn't make him unkillable by any means, especially in a moment like that, caught out in isolation against the Drow. So, yeah, we're going to see here on the replay.
I mean, like, add to your point how many essence shift stacks he had and how long that fight was going on for. Like, Shadow Dance came off cooldown. That's a 45-second cooldown. That's quite a long way. But we might have to pause that for. There's another fight going on. War's Punch in the mid lane. Frisk has been found. Follow-up kill on a BAB as well. Forces out the BKB. Reload will get them out safely here. We'll never know the true story of Erica because new stories are always being written.
Relocate out, but IO, they want to save him. You see Slark staying nearby, but the immediate timing of the knockup, the gust, and he's able to still get it off, but it might not matter. Gunner's in. Gonna use that roll once again with the Ice Shard block, and they lock down XM further. The gem has dropped. 3 are dead again on Vici Gaming side, and guess who's up? It's Roshan. They're going right for Roshan.
Yeah, we're done killing heroes. Time to kill this poor innocent beast. You know, it's pretty sick the way they treat this thing in the pit. You ever notice that? That they essentially kill this poor innocent beast and then rip out his heart and wear it as a hat. Right, Dark Story's over though.
So graphic, man.
It's so true though. Right, you want graphic though? Did you see how effective the combo of Tusk and Pangolier is? This is usually a griefing combo. Yet the only person who got griefed in that fight in mid was the poor little Puck that was hoping to phase shift away. Great play out of Nouns. Gets back-to-back objective now. They'll be able to shift for the tier 2 mid. And all of a sudden, this game is pivoting towards the side of Radiant.
Something that is worth pointing out, I suppose, maybe overlooked there, is that Slark was out of mana, apparently, when that play did happen, so he didn't actually have the mana even for a Shadow Dance at that last second. But kind of off of that thought, I don't know if it necessarily was the case, as he was spamming abilities in general, but Diffusal Blade on Pango, of course, burning that mana, and that may have played a factor, too, in terms of making it so he wasn't able to cast it again. But either way, what happened, and what's happening is now has shifted this game completely. I mean, we were stressing how even though they were kind of winning some fights on paper, it wasn't really looking the best for them in terms of net worth still. They were still even falling behind, but that has now officially shifted. They have a 2,000 net worth lead, and Drow is starting to get beastly. She has a full Silver Edge, and she's now queuing up that Butterfly.
Yeah, she's been put on a podium. Like, there's a very different approach these two drafts. For Nouns, it's this God Drow that might even get a freebie here on Yang. But on the other side, the cool thing what they've done on the side of Vici is, and I love this, we've seen this more, we saw it with Anna as Pudge all the time, they turn their carry into a saver as well. Depth Shroud is such a useful tool and has actually saved the day multiple times to the supports in this game. And I do love that playstyle, but end game, I do feel like Costabile comes out ahead with the way that he's building here. Like, he could easily wipe Vici while Vici are trying to save each other.
Yeah, and the one response that I guess I have, too, is that are they lacking damage with him going that? You know, it's one thing to go the Ags, but that's another 1,400 gold that they're investing into that ability, which I get does have its purpose, but they need to figure out more ways to kill this Drow specifically, let alone the Enchantress. And I don't know if that's necessarily an item that allows for that, other than they take on, a reset, get back in better positioning. Speaking of positioning, they are positioning right now to set up an initiation.
Oh, he gets stunned. They're hesitant to commit though. Like, they know there's a team behind this. Yep. Smashbox was away again, and they forced the Puck to go in. He used the Dream Coil. But not doing enough. The Echo Slam follow-up looking good here. Drow caught out of location, able to back away, but Aegis now gone. Tombstone down, which means now Vici need to retreat, but unable to get out. Fissure plus Ice Shard.
buyback.
Gunner's got his little playground.
And that was a tombstone that actually proved to be very useful because you could tell they did not want to fight into it, especially with the placement and the retreat there from Nouns initially. But Slark got caught out. The Tusk knockup allowed for the eventual beatdown. They're going to get IO as well, but Slark is out for 50 more seconds. So whatever farm he was trying to make here, working on the Eye of Scotty next, that'll be delayed that much longer, and even more gain for Noun from it.
And to your point earlier, well, we got a chance before blood gets spilled again, because I guarantee it's coming. Around the idea of Depth Shroud, whether it's worth it, think of that 1,400 gold investment as an exchange for 110 attack speed. That's what the Eye is going to give you if you can keep him alive. Problem is, Io's not living anymore. Like, they're so effective the way they've utilized this Pangolier. Gunner, I was starting to think that he was just a side note in this game, but the more you think about it, the way that he's synced up with Mu multiple times now to utilize those Ice Shards, and also if the Fissure is misplaced, it's just a bonus Wolfie to bounce off of. This Pangolier's CC is going through the roof.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunders have been insane. Gunner has been, this has been one of the more impressive uses of that ability that I've been witnessing from the couple that we've seen in this event, at least so far. It has certainly been a very, very valuable tool. Not only it's the roll up initially, kind of that defensive measure to be like, you can't really jump him, and then that allows him to then turn it on and go the other way. So having plenty of those moments. Drow Ranger, by the way, an Eagle Song, she almost has that full butterfly. Her level 20 talent, by the way, too, going the -4 gust cooldown, so that's down to 9 seconds, so has more of that silence and pushback and slow and everything it does.
Yeah, he's just sitting there like, Puck, please build a BKB, because Puck still doesn't have one, so that's a risk that Puck has to be fully aware of. And yeah, the interesting thing about this Pangolier in this game and the way Tusk helps you is, like, it wasn't really thought of in the past because, you know, when Pango first came out, you didn't have the Axe Shard. Now you've got the Axe Shard, it's very easy to do the Ice Shard setup and then turn 90 degrees and bounce back and forth. Whereas before, if you wanted to make this play work, you had to come in from a side angle, jump over the initial Ice Shard with the Shield Crash, and then bounce back and forth.
Radiant are scanning.
Love this Halberd pickup from Mu on the Tusk. Good tool that they have to take advantage of, and he queues up the Axe next, so that kick is something that we can look forward to as well eventually. But they're smoked up, they're moving, they find Viper. Any TP support? Not yet so far. Looks like maybe off inside from IL, but the BKB TP out is enough for BAB to get out and survive. IL, he'll just stay in the trees. No kill as a result of that 5-player smoke.
Yeah, the good news is they still have an ability to BKB TP out, because as it stands, a lot of the time Nouns are initiating with the Walrus Punch. They don't have any other way of piercing magic immunity with stuns, because this isn't a basher build for Pango. In fact, if you look, Pangolier is going a very different way. Survivability. Aeon Disc instead.
Yeah, that's it's pretty. I mean, I'm kind of sitting here trying to think as far as the idea of it. I mean, I guess, of course, it prevents, you know, being bursted down is the best thing about it. The purging of it as well is certainly really nice, too, to give him that mobility to then get away, or like we've seen, again, multiple times, kind of reset and actually co-pack it himself. That gives him that freedom to do so. So, yeah, I can see why the logic to the Aeon Disc makes sense there, but I also noticed the Butterfly just officially finished on Drow Ranger now. And that feels like certainly one of these Juggernaut-style items in terms of it could really enhance her and try to, you know, start finishing this game now if you're Nouns. But still a lot of game left, I'm sure.
Definitely. So Gunner's approach here is like, I don't want to Rolling Thunder and then get Dream Called. I want to be Dream Called and then Rolling Thunder afterwards. Aeon Disc just guarantees survival. The Force Staffs have helped a lot with that as well, but let's say they get you low health, you get Force Staffed out, Aeon Disc is still going to keep you alive. It's a pretty crafty way to play, because his goal is just to CC a character. That's all he has to do. It's being a CC on an illusion this time. Mu not able to get that initiation he's looking for. And Vici now fully aware of where Nouns are, smoked up and rotating.
I love the triple Force Staff, by the way, on Nouns. He has Undying builds one as well. It's we've seen again with the Drow and the Enchanters alone how that's been so effective. Why not throw another one on Undying? Hell, maybe Tusk will eventually pick one up too. Wouldn't be surprised, honestly, at this rate. But Vici, they're actually pushing the tier 2. This is very interesting because Nouns currently behind them, and they're going to go tier 3. So Vici has to be the one to react.
You need to be careful, actually. Okay, yeah. So he doesn't lose your ult the right way. Mu was looking to jump him with a Walrus Punch. They could actually potentially kill a Puck in that burst window. So need to be careful with that. And you're right, they are flanking, smoking back towards this Vici. You just can't easily go into the high ground blind. Frisk immediately blinks away. They just have no info right now. I love the way that Nouns are setting up here as well. The reason is that Roche might spawn in 20 seconds, so they're just prepping for that.
Yeah, red timer about to wear off, as you mentioned there, so keep an eye on that to see what the true timer is. In terms of that respawn, but at least the next couple of minutes you'd figure. So if anything, it's just, again, keeping that position in control if you're Nouns. That's what they're doing as they use the multi-shot to push out that middle lane. I don't even know if we mentioned it this game, but yeah, the Frost Arrows was picked up earlier on Drow too, and again, it goes without saying, another good tool to have.
It's just so good.
In this game, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually really, really good in this game. So usually I love it just because of the IO, and I think a lot of teams pick it when they see the IO, because usually an IO gets followed up by a second layer of sustain. And the deceptive part of sustain for Vici in this game is the Slark. Because with Frost Arrows, you can still hit him, right? With the multi-shot, you can still hit him even when he's Shadow Dance, so you negate some of his healing.
Slark going the blink, really wants the tool to just get, even with the 1200 range double pounds, still feels like he needs another tool to get on top. And I can't blame him. Again, all these force staffs, the Hurricane Pikes, etc. It's so difficult to truly stay on that target for him and help secure a kill. So I certainly see where he's going with that. I'm sure that'll turn into a swift blink eventually as well. But
I do see a problem with this build, though. Like, Slark is more and more utilizing to just kind of be the frontline tank, which you usually do, but it means you're not necessarily getting additional burst. If anything, it feels like they're strategizing where Viper takes that role of right-clicker. You can see him going for MKB next. This would be a great plan if it wasn't for the fact that Nouns already got the counter. Mu has a Heaven's Halberd. So, the start of these fights, BAB is not going to be doing anything. It might be very difficult to get the initial burst kill. Speaking of burst, bye, Frisk.
That was almost a one-shot. Yeah, XM, though, he's going to be disarmed, however, speaking of the halberd, and not really much coming of that, but it does prevent XM from being interested in going further. So the quick burst, and just like that, Peachy's down a player, and they are once again going to try to avoid, but they only going to avoid so far. Gunner, they caught Yang. Does he manage to get to the link? Oh,
wait, what? Yeah, please come back for this kill. Almost getting ahead of himself there. So they pick off the IO. He captures the outpost for about 20 seconds before it's taken back. Not the best way to trade your life. But he at least forces all of Nouns back to their side of the map when the Shaker's dead. So a little bit of breathing room, and you instantly see Vici move out to try and deward their own jungle and take control again. But, oh, wait, Breaky. Who has the wards to deward our jungle? Is it the supports that are dead? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be it. There's some ward going down. Vision at least, and that's the opening apparently to find a jump on Undying. So they're going to go for the quick kill on him. Gunner nearby was taking over the outpost still, so they lose Undying. He popped back though immediately. He's TPing right back in next to them because they took over the outpost. The Island is going to be popped on Pango. Mu. BKB's up, the Walrus punch, but XM manages to make it away. BAB though, different story. He's slowing down. He can knock it away. Usually he's the one that's doing this slow. It's Drow this time. The multi-shot knock up on Erica. Already had half left. Those auto attacks is burning through that life pool. He has to blink or pounce away even. But it's unbelievable how fast he just dies. But yeah, Pango is dead.
They bought back on the Viper. They definitely want more out of this. The problem is, like, what do you have less to expend if you're Vici? You use literally everything there, but you start to see what Nouns are capable of doing. This Slark, like I said, because he's going for this kind of tanky, long fight, he's not getting there anymore. Nouns have optimized to kill a target as quickly as possible. And speaking of things they kill quickly, they are already in the Roche pit, melting through poor little Roshan. Aegis Cheese and Refresher Shard now in the hands of Nouns. And Vici with a big weakness here. Their Viper bought back, as did their Shaker. Either of these guys go down, their base is going to be fully exposed.
Yeah. Interesting. Undying is the one with that refresher shard, that is. So we'll see how that comes into play for him. But yeah, the Aegis on Drow Ranger, the big factor there. Of course, she's heading back to base. She also has 4,000 gold saved up. So
good lord,
she can get that next big tier item here in the near future. Looks like in the eye of Scotty is going to be that choice. But we talked about the possibility of the Swift Blink on Erica as he was going to Blink Dagger, and sure enough, that is next. And the Swift Blink will be great. I mean, that move speed increase is actually going to be a big factor too. So it seems like Vici, that's maybe dare I say, as I've been saying, the next tool that they need before they can actually feel like they have a chance of coming back now.
And by the way, to that Drow, like, it's important we come back to that and highlight it more. Like, you talked about how hyped the Butterfly is going to be. We never mentioned the fact there's Elven Tunic as well. That's a hell of a lot of evasion. What was your counter meant to be? Was it not going to be the MKB Viper? The Viper that just bought back, so is now even further away from the counter to Nouns Wing Condition.
Yeah, That is hitting that Drow Ranger is actually, it's already difficult literally getting in range to hit her, let alone when you do, and dealing with the invasion on top of that.
Yeah,
to the Dota gods that you're able to.
And like, if you do go in, you're not getting out now, right? With the Skadi soon complete, like you can actually see he's almost got what he needs for it. I don't actually know how you address the Drow. Once, let alone twice.
Yeah, true. Technically 3 times because she has buyback, so it's...
Oh, let's not get ahead of ourselves. She hasn't got enough to buy boots to travel as well. All right, we're not... Actually, if she keeps holding like this, she would have buyback and boots.
Yeah.
On Thunder, jump in, Gunner. Looking for target, straight away onto XM. Hex to follow up. Moo does back away from this, and it looks like Gunner will have to make his way out, so not find the big target. And the Aeon Disc prop means that Downs will have to fully retreat.
Yeah, but it's... I mean, look at what's happening. I mean, Vinci's sitting in their base just dealing with this freaking Pango rolling around, creating that chaos, and it's like you can't do anything from it, though. They lost a little bit of tower life. It almost died, but if you're now, it's like, okay, we just fall back. Now we take up the jungle. We secure more of that. Tier 4 items, I guess I've already been drawn, never mind, so Tier 5 is still a bit of ways, but the point is, I don't think Nouns is necessarily in the biggest hurry to try to overextend and finish this. So yeah, they're going to wait out their cooldowns to make a play, but Vici knows this, though. Yeah,
not exactly long cooldowns either. It's already a cooldown again, and they're holding the high ground. So Vici, they're going fishing for kills, but you just can't play blind these areas. I mean, Nouns, they've done a great job of this through most of the game. They get the high ground vision, and they prevent Vici from getting any either. However, finally, Vici are getting a little bit of info of what's in the area. The problem is, like, they just can't do anything with it. It's too hard to breach. And it feels like you're maybe better served just shoving the lanes and farming, but if you walk away from your base, at this stage, the Drow is going to take a lane.
Yeah, she can certainly beat through those towers very quickly. How about the smoke play from Nouns? Are they going to go for the jump on? Yeah, it seems like they had a half a second there to maybe make a play and go for a jump, but worth it. They eventually come out, and they're just literally knocking on the door. It's no one's answering just yet, but eventually they're going to go back in. What's Pango looking like? Yeah, his Aeon Disc is good. Obviously, Rolling Thunder good, so wouldn't be surprised to see Gunner go back in. But you talked about, it feels like Vici maybe needs to split push. That's what XM is doing now. He's pushing the top lane, so he's kind of forcing a decision out of Nouns in terms of what they do here.
And they're going to want to commit. They've only got a minute of Vegas left. They want to get something out of this. Rolling Thunder coming in. BAB able to force stuff away. Erica being hunted for in the trees. They do clip him. They just want to push him away. If they can at least get the tower to start here, or at least have got something out of the Aegis.
I mean, just look how defensive Vici has to be. But yeah, there's the jump. So.
Like they barely touched him. You saw it. Slug, I think, attacked 3 times in 1 hit. Oh, this is infuriating.
it's what, isn't it? It's like one of those frustrating, it's like you feel for Vici Gaming right now. It's like, God, this is so...
Oh my God.
Whew.
A little bit too close. So once again, commit on him, but you just can't kill Costabile first. You have to kill the supporting arc. Z-Freak able to get away, though. Just no easy kills. It feels like your easiest kill is maybe an Undying, but do you really want to be committing onto the POS 5 Undying first?
No.
Was that a yes or a no?
No, it was I mean, that's a good point, and the answer is no. That's where I was
about to whip up the pub games break. I'm like, man, you cannot commit on those POS 5 Undying. They are spooky.
Well, especially if he gets that level 20 talent right at the Tombstone on death, and all of a sudden you're having to deal with a tomb. It's like you would almost rather not kill him at that point. Another one of those, but yeah, I mean, Aegis is eventually going to be burned here, so full life, full mana on the Drow, and immediately Vici pushes out. They know that this is the time and going to try to catch him off guard. XM jumping in, gets hexed up though, and now the Rolling Thunder counter the beat down of the Mark through some auto attacks, but they do get on top of Drow. As I say that, there's a Forest Staff that has the BKB as mentioned. They turn around on top of Sark, sitting around trying to go for the kill up on XM. They do get the kill, but Erica still wants that kill on Drow. The snowball save for the time being though, and look at that dying in the midst of it. The Flesh Golem has been activated. Drow manages to stay alive, getting healed up, and Sark running out. Erica, 25 plus charges on top of the 10, but it just doesn't matter. He cannot kill this Drow.
It's just, you saw what happened, right? Drow's like, ha ha ha, stupid slot. Wait, why am I attacking a slot? Turns on the Viper, instantly eviscerates him. This is your counter to the Drow. This is your endgame solution. Or at least it was meant to be. But ever since Vici were forced to commit the Viper buyback, it has been anything but that. This is becoming a free game for Drow, and it's a difficult scenario to paint where Vici dig themselves out this hole. I mean, it's a 17k net worth lead. We're in a situation where Roche could be 2 minutes away. Nouns are in no rush to end this. They're at a point where this Drow will continue to escalate too quickly for the Viper to keep up now.
She got the 12% marksman chance as well at level 25, so even more
God.
damage coming from that. Speaking of that, Puck is 25 too, so that Dream Quill now pierces magic immunity, so maybe a bit of a factor that we have to keep in mind. But you see this push again, the Tombstone's up. It's just rinse and repeat here, right? It's like keep going back to what do you do if you're VG Gaming, especially down to Viper for 35 more seconds, and now they're feeling understandably comfortable. I mean, he's gonna jump in to try to kill the Tombstone,
You just
and he
can't.
can't even do that.
The problem for them now is like the reason they need to target the Tombstone is these fights aren't quick. So even though they can go in and out, like there's indifference to it. Like you need to go in and kill someone. Like it spits in the face of exactly what Vici Gaming's draft is meant to do, and that's why they're struggling to do anything now. Like they drafted specifically around the idea of prolonged fights and in-out engagements. Nouns won't give that to them anymore.
No, it's they're not looking to do that, and they got 2 sets of racks now. Oh, excuse me, one set of racks, I suppose. They only got the tier 3 bottom lane, so it's not as critical as thought for Vici Gaming, at least in that perspective. But another 30 seconds, another Roshan could be potentially spawning. So no surprise. I'm sure we're going to see Nouns look to go make a play. Vici Gaming, they're setting up for a smoke. It looks like they are at least. Puck, by the way, we haven't really talked about Puck's inventory for a while, but you see what he has now. Octarine Core, he's got the overwhelming blink. So again, they're really just trying to figure out ways to just slow down this direct blink on Slark. It really does seem like, in theory, KP, that they should be able to kill this Drow, but
You'd think, but here's an interesting thought for you. Like, Mu, the way that he's built, like, he has 6.4 seconds of single target lockdown. So you Walrus Punch, you Snowball, then you Hex. That's actually long enough to kill a Puck, right? Like, he's got the Aeon Disc prepped, which is his only redeeming factor now. But here's a scary detail for you. Walrus Punch is on an 8.8 second cooldown because he's got the Spell Prison. Snowball is only a mediocre 12 seconds. Like, he's got a ridiculous amount of CC in prolonged fights. Well, here we go again. That was no time whatsoever.
What do you think of the Axe too? Tusk. Okay, so now he has the kick.
They've left the gem.
It's not important. Well, they already have one on Tusk, so that's actually a second one there, yeah.
Yeah, but it's just like the idea of, you know how some people sneak in, and we've had it in the past, where what was it with players leaving cheese on the ground in Roche? This is like, we're leaving a gem there.
If somebody goes for it, they're dead. Like, that's the trap play, right?
I'll pick it up anyway, so it's going to go back to base. They've got a reserve gem now, and Tusk. Things are going to get spookier. He's got the Ags now, so I talked about all that CC. That just increased further. Erica looking for the jump in straight away on the Husky. They do get rid of the Undying. They've already used the Shadow Dance and the BKB. The stun comes out from Gunnar. Has got the passion to work with, and the follow-up comes in and connects onto the Puck. Aeon Disc procs just in time. But now all your tools are gone. It's very difficult for you to defend the follow-up.
Dying staying dead, but what do we say? He level 20. He did go the talent of popping up that tombstone when he
He's
dies.
still there.
So sure enough, exactly. His aura is still here. His ability is still here. So it's going to wear off in a second, but yeah, I mean, they killed Undying. Great, you know, clap your hands. But it's still so much more needs to be done. The double damage rune is down here, by the way, but I don't think they see it. So luckily for Vici, they're not going to pick it up. But
I love that about Undying, right? It's kind of like, you know when people like, they're gone, but they're still with us, right? It's that kind of poetic feeling with Undyings in these type of games. So jump in. Eric has the Shadow Dance again. Gunnar does get the wrong Thunder off. Willing to commit now. And Viper has committed too deep. Needs to get away. Costimile connecting. Ice Shards follow up as well. Depth Shroud can't protect him. Or maybe it can. The blink away just in time. Keeps the Viper alive somehow. Vici are playing the in and out strategy.
That's insane that Viper actually lives that. So, of course, Io's dead, but I cannot believe Viper managed to be able to get enough time out of combat to be able to blink away there, but manages to do so.
I mean, like Depth Shroud, my friend. What an ability. Like, okay, can we just emphasize how potent Depth Shroud is? Check Slark, hover on it, and see the range on it. I think that's where this gets nuts. How far away he was when he saved BAB was absurd there.
Yeah.
Look at it.
It's pretty good. I mean, it kept him alive, but
and I'm thinking like comparative abilities. Like Shallow Grave doesn't actually have that much more range than Depth Shroud. That's
support Slark, baby.
Pretty nuts. It is a long cooldown. Like, I'll admit that. Like, it's 75 seconds, but just such a cheap pickup for so much impact. You're just seeing the value in this.
At this point in the game, especially, I think it would have been crazy to see it not have it. I think when he got it, that's the argument to be made. It's like if that was the timing to get it or not. But yeah, at this point, certainly there's a ton of value.
Stuns.
Initiation. Move. Popping the BKB though. Immediately, Dreamcoil going through the back lines, but here goes Gunner. Through the back lines. He jumps on Viper. He probably wants to get out of this, though. He's going pretty deep. There's a roll-up. He's just keeping the lock. Oh my God, kickback from Taz. And he says, Depth Shroud this! You're not going to do it. He buys back immediately. So all 5 are still up, but with the Tombstone there now, too. What does Nouns do? Double damage.
Now, I think we've been here before, Breaky. If you have a look at the Viper, you can see he's working towards an MKB, has 500 gold, but we've been here in the past. Now Jumpy comes in, Roller Thunder once again. There the Suns as well. Puck is just gone. Dead for 125 seconds and no buyback.
Yeah, 2 minutes. That's... I'm not going to say it. This game's still happening, but looking very good for Nouns. There's a pushback with Drow, though. As soon as Slark jumps in, of course, these kicks are just game-winning right at this point. It's another kickback. Isle's going to die. He buys back. Slark in the knockup with the Walrus Punch. Top of the BKB, though, and pounce away. But the Rax is falling. And the second one about to go down here as well. The bottom lane just kind of naturally pushing in too. And there's going to only be 1 Rax up between Vici Gaming and having Mega Creeps spawned against them right now in game 2.
Yeah, they still got the melee in the range bot, but not for long. Nouns are plowing forward. They know the puck has no way back in the game. They've got double Cheese and Nagas to play with, and they want to use it. Io gets caught out. Gone from half HP in the blink of the eyes. And Z-Freak, look at the zoning on this end. From start to finish, she has been the bane of their existence. And Nouns are getting big points on the board. They will 2-0 Vici Gaming.
NA Dota, baby. No, this is impressive. It really is. On a serious note, I mean, again, even I, being an NA fan, a Z-Freak fan specifically, the idea that they were going to be able to, get some big victories here, frankly, it was going to be a difficult task. And it was a difficult task, but they, like we said, they finished off strong yesterday against Secret. They managed to pull through the victory in a good game too. And here they are now today. They go 2-0 against a strong Vici Gaming team out of the Chinese region. This is some hope for NA Dota and for Nouns to see what they can make happen now with 1 more series to go against Tempest next.
Yeah, I honestly, I think Nouns could actually take Tempest. I know there's going to be some fans not happy to hear that. They're like disgruntled faces right now. Like, you discussed us. What do you mean? Why do you hate SA? I don't hate SA. I just think Vici were maybe, at least for the playstyles, seen as a bigger threat to Nouns. Nouns have proven that they can play aggressive, fast Dota. They're willing to. So this has to be such a confidence builder. After the win at the end of the day, 1 game against Secret, now the 2-0 Vici, could very easily see Nouns finishing off clean at the end of this group stage. And man, looking back at this game, so much credit to the way they utilized the 3-4 role. This was kind of like watching Team Secret with the way that they diversified farm. Z-Freak was a core in this game for good reason, enabled by the existence of the Drow Ranger, put to good effect against this type of composite draft. And man, I just love to see the Tusk using that flexi role. We saw it come out at the end. It took a long time to get to it, but when the Ags comes into play, this Walrus kick is insane. Great counter as well to the Depth Shroud. Even with that 800 cast range, doesn't get you close enough to save the day. And in the end, Vici will not be saved from the depths, the bottom of the group stage here, because I believe they are now, they're 3-3. Nouns has overtaken them due to the fact that they just won directly against Vici.
Yeah, no, again, impressive stuff. And right now they're in that green section of, will they go to the winner bracket side of the playoffs here in the LCQ. But yeah, one other point I want to bring up is about that Drow Ranger specifically. And this is the second time we've seen them run it. Again, they did run it in game 1 against Secret yesterday. And that was a game they just got stomped, right? So clearly they like this hero, the fact that they picked it up again today. But in that game 1, and what you usually expect with a Drow is she's going to be very vulnerable to getting jumped on and killed. And there was all the components there, it seemed like, for Vici Gaming to be able to take advantage of that. But really, again, and I think you kind of nailed it on the head as well with the supporting cast around, just doing what they could to help keep the Drow alive. The way she itemized as well, the Hurricane Pike proved to be an absolute difference maker in this game. So it was very, very well played. Again, really the best way to put it for Nouns, and deserving of this 2-0 victory. So again, getting to the winner bracket portion of the playoffs is important, and that's looking a bit more realistic now with the victory here. So if they can manage, dare I say, 2-0 against Tempest, then anything can happen. But Tempest, solid team themselves, and that is certainly the next series that we have to look forward to, KP.
Yeah, it should be a banger. I'm looking forward to seeing what Noun can do. I mean, they have a great understanding of the draft. I love the fact they drafted healing heroes, and that wasn't even the key use of them as well. Just like, there's so many layers to this. Nouns find their footing, though, is the storyline. NA fans rising up. But you know what? I'm excited for the next series, folks, because we have got one more before we're potentially into tiebreakers here on Stream C, and it's a good one. It's an amazing matchup, because actually, if you just chant USA, you could be chanting for either side in this one, as we are going to have an NA-SA bout here. Noun versus Tempest up next after a short break.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Get your USA chants ready, folks. It is time for NA versus SA. So technically USA works for both. Okay, I'm not being biased here. I know I've got an NA guy with me. I'm back with Breaky. Breaky. We're not going to be biased, though, but we can be excited. Nouns are turning it around. Sorry, some NA maths right there. Games in a row. One of them from Secret. 2 against Vici. They could maybe just make a complete sweep and end up at the top, or at least close to the top of this groups at the end.
Yeah, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. I mean, again, Tempest certainly a great challenge from the SA region, absolutely. But it's more than just, yes, happen to be from NA. There's some affiliation here, yes, etc. But not saying I don't have some biasy, but at the same time, I think it's just more the excitement, right? That a team that we didn't necessarily expect to do too well, having some really big victories. And that's always, everyone loves a good underdog story. And Nouns is absolutely that. Going into this event. And speaking of Nouns, I know we got the chance to watch it now, but if you happen to be just tuning in, because there's so many other streams going on, you take a look at their official roster. Gunnar, honestly, dare I say, underrated mid player, but another example of we saw last game, especially too well on that Pango. Such a good mid player. One that can compete up with the best of them, it feels like. And then Z-Freak, and there's this guy named Moo that he's got some experience as well.
Yeah. He's a bit of a confusing one. His name's Moo, but he really likes cats. You never really know where you stand. But no, I agree that these guys, they're all incredibly capable. And I think I've been on the bandwagon that a lot of them have been underrated for a long time. I think you're right, Gunnar kind of gets slept on a lot of time. Costabile is no joke, as we're seeing in these games. Z-Freak especially, just for me, the longest time has kind of been maybe kind of slept on, not given the right credit or given the right teams. Yeah, just look at that Enchantress performance last game. Husky, incredibly talented past 5. I remember casting this guy when he played in Join Dota League Division 2 NA years ago, and I'm so happy. Actually, back then, I believe he was a carry. So I love to see that complete conversion from the 1 to 5 role. Just so many talent, so many pieces of talent on this team. Of course, we can't forget the Moo God himself that is well decorated over the years.
The funny thing about Husky, too, I'm not going to lie. He's been around for so long that when I started really seeing his name in the Dota 2 scene, I thought he was that StarCraft 2 commentator and that content creator way back when. I really did. I was like, he's playing Dota 2. That's cool.
You mean like the Bronze League? Wait, am I thinking the right guy?
I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The Baneling song.
Yeah,
I don't want to get too much into it. But yeah, he was definitely pretty.
Wait, I'm getting mixed up with Winter. Sorry, Winter does the Bronze League heroes. But yes, I remember Husky. I remember Husky in StarCraft. Man, that's a long time ago. That's some boom esports right there, Breaky. We got to be careful. Age is going to be showing.
How about Tempest, though? How about this Tempest team? Again, one that, coming into this, didn't necessarily have the highest expectations, similar to a Nouns. And right now, let's be honest, there is a bit of a struggle there, too. But hey, they can turn around just like Nouns has certainly. And you look at the roster showing on screen now.
Yeah, very capable lot, actually. It's interesting when you look at Tempest's journey. I mean, they wouldn't have necessarily been seen as the front runners out of SA, right? When you think about the teams that made it through. I think Hokori was the really big upsetter to Infamous being expected to make it. But that can kind of work to your advantage, right? Like the underdog logic. No one's looking at you. No one's thinking you're going to be the big ball, the standout. And especially for a team of players that maybe don't have that regular experience on big lands, it kind of balances out that pressure of finally having big experience on the biggest LAN in the world, right? Is that no one's expecting you to pop off. You can kind of play your game. And sometimes the best teams are the ones that have that atmosphere about them.
Yeah, they have nothing to lose. I mean, right? It's the best way to put it. It's absolutely agree there, and you just hope at least that, it is a game after all. Just have fun with it. When you're in a situation like this, do your best. Again, every team does still advance onto the playoff stage here of the LCQ. When it's all said and done, but you would like to at the very least go in with some momentum, as we like to talk about as that certainly does play a role, whether or not you're in the losers or the winners bracket. So you even see some massages going out there.
Exactly. Look at it.
Trying to get loose, trying to
He's confident.
get into it.
He's relaxed right now, right? Like, have we seen any other team get massages while being ready to draft?
Seen plenty of yawning, but no massages.
No, and the smiles all around. Actually, I love that as well. I feel like a lot of teams, like, it's down to business, really serious. You know, the massages are just getting a little bit of positive energy going. The smiles are on the face, and that's what I want to see. I mean, it's very difficult to keep the smiles about you. Like you said, this is not an instant elimination out of the group stage. Everyone will proceed through. But Tempest, for them, you know, they're going to end up that lower bracket. There's no denying it now. It's impossible to avoid. They've lost 6 games in a row. This is the final series, but they can at least go out with a bang, right? They can at least get that confidence booster before they end up in that lower bracket.
It's their final series. They actually have one more series after this.
Oh,
so
I'm an idiot. You're right. Sorry, they can turn it around then. I'm an idiot. Ignore me.
Technically, if they win out, if they go 4-0 today, that's a 4-6 record, and depending on how everything is played out, it actually is possible. So I think they need to win out, to be fair. But
yeah, you're right.
I believe it is still possible with that in mind. So,
but this is going to be the easier target, which is not to.
Sure.
Okay, maybe that not easier is not the fair way to put it, because nouns are looking hot, right? But like in terms of the alternative leading on from this is Polaris, and Polaris are doing reasonably well for themselves. They're 4-2 in the same group already, and despite the fact that T1 are also here from SEA, like Polaris are actually kind of seen as more of a shoo-in out of these 2 SEA teams if one was to make it. I know that's mind-boggling to say with the names like Cuckoo, Topson, Anna on T1, as well as, of course, Zephyr and Whitemon, but Natsumi, Luge, Force, Xavius, and AU have really kind of been popping. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they went deeper than T1 in the regionals. So, yeah, this is where you kind of have to make your stand. And unfortunately for them, but positively for us, the viewers, Nouns seem to have found a second wind here.
So apparently we're dealing with some technical issues. We'll just put it as far as one of the players on the player side. So that's why we're a little bit delayed as far as getting into the draft here. It's I could just imagine the memes being spammed. Oh, commentators start the match. We get it, guys.
No, we need to get our podcast in, Breaky. Let's talk more.
We have another half an hour, I think, is fair to say, as far as this podcast goes. So we've been working on this for a while. So just listen, all right, now. We're getting the match going here soon. But kind of going back to what you were saying, though, honestly, my response to that, as if I could play almost like the coach of Tempest, in a sense, or maybe even a mental coach or whatever, one game at a time. That's don't worry about what's ahead. Don't worry about later on. Just play one game at a time. That's all that matters. Right now, you're focused on game 1 against Nouns. Yes, you need to essentially go 4-0 to make it to the winner's side, but it starts with this game, right? So take care of business here, and then, worry about what happens later on when you get to it. So,
and I think it's if they were to win a game here, let me just check the results, because they already faced Vici, right? And I believe they got 2-0'd by Vici. So they one game won't do it. They can't force a tiebreaker like that. They need to win both. Otherwise, Nouns gets an extra point on the board and ends up out of contention there. So anything less than an outright win here will not get them out of that lower bracket.
I mean, while we're in a break right here, why don't we just kind of recap? I know there's a lot, obviously, the 4 streams going on, but there's obviously a lot of other matches happening, and it's kind of we're talking about standings. Group B is the only one where we actually have a team that's guaranteed to move to a certain portion. As we're looking at Team Liquid, actually, they have a 6-2 record currently. They defeated Wildcard Gaming with their first series early on today, so they're the only ones guaranteed. But the point is, a lot can still happen as we're going to be running out throughout today, and then into those potential tiebreakers, as you brought up several times there, KP. It's certainly very possible.
Tiebreakers. All we can talk about. You know what? Big thing to talk about. T1 shaky start. Right, day 1. What's going on? They've started day 2 really well. Extreme Gaming, who I would have seen as one of the front runners to make it out of the groups in good position, got 2-0'd by T1. So T1 are also starting to turn this around. Looks like they should end up in the upper bracket to start off with. And man, it's kind of crazy to think that it's somewhat starting to work. But you know what? I believe we did resolve the tech issues, so we are now getting into game. We should have the draft up on the screen in a second. And I'm excited to see what's going to be coming out in the early phases. And in fact, I'm going to give you guys a little insider info here. It looks like certain SA team was watching the last series, judging by those opening bans.
I believe we can see it on screen now as well, so the spoiler, not so much of one. But I'll say this, Moo's repping those glasses well, man. Those things are... Those are like the Nouns official
You need to
glasses,
play with them. Everyone, like, it needs to be forced that you play with them on.
I don't think that's actually happening. Those aren't the
That's true.
gamification ones. They're just made to look cool. I don't know how practical they are, but
Yeah, I don't think they're prescription ready, right? Because if you look, there's 3 guys that wear glasses next to him not wearing them.
just don't hover over gyrocopter right now. You don't want to, make some mistakes right here. That's all I'm saying.
I think you'd really have to squint your eyes to get some cross eyes going to make that mistake, but it has happened before at TI.
Oh boy, shout out to it. I love Insania. Come on, like that's all in just a little bit of.
I think he sees it in good jest at this stage, right? Like there's a time when it gets you, and there's a time when you're over it. Like I'm pretty sure by now it's safe to mention Kyle and how he likes to use his Yules, right? Like you're not gonna. A war isn't gonna break out over that, right?
Oh,
Maybe
Mama Friedman is watching. Don't say that. Oh no.
Hey, it's okay. Zachary is here to redeem the honor of the family. He definitely done that in the last series. Curious to see if this is actually going to be his hero here, to be honest, with a Primal Beast.
Yeah, well, yeah. It goes without saying, one of the top flex picks in the game right now. So we really don't know for sure. But on the point of Z-Freak, I actually wanted to bring this up earlier, so glad you said his name there, because, again, Knoxville, shout out to him for bringing up a stat. 1,500 official pro games, competitive games, Z-Freak has been a part of now. And he's one of only, it was something like 20 players, I want to say. Let me actually pull it up again right here. But it's a lot of matches is the point. 1,500, 55th. So, 55 players have only accomplished that. And
that's pretty impressive.
He's one of those 55. That is impressive, yeah.
And someone's going to be like, yeah, but it's NA. I'm like, yeah, but do you realize how often people get kicked from their teams, usually after they qualify for tournaments? It's not easy, guys. It's cutthroat over there. I mean, Zach has been around for a long time, and I love to see him still kicking here, man. Keeping the dream alive in the LCQs, and, oh, that's a dream come true. Classic for me. I loved seeing some Ember Spirit. So far, we have been deprived at every turn.
Speak for yourself. I don't know. Ember Spirit's okay. He's better than Void Spirit. Honestly, I actually don't mind seeing Ember Spirit, but
yeah, I mean, Void Spirit kind of got like jack of all traded a lot. I think like everyone's kind of sick of Storm at this stage. Like not as shoe-in of a choice at the moment, but had been for the longest of times. Someone that has slowly been creeping back in, of course, is the Chen. Love to see this coming out from Nouns. I expect this to be a Husky hero, although traditionally I have seen Z-Freak play this in the past, but I just feel like Husky's the go-to creep controller type guy. Then again, we did just see Ench on Z-Freak, so I like the fact that this may be open as a 5-4, but usually most teams lean towards the 5 roll instead of the 4.
I would definitely say 5, yeah, if I really had to guess. But it also is pretty good in the lane against Enigma, right? Taking over the Zidolons, I think, is a key ability there. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him in that safe lane protecting the position 1. As we mentioned, we were talking about earlier. And again, Chen's a hero that we saw a ton of in the qualifiers, but so far in this LCQ has actually been only seen 4 times. Does have a 3-1 record, so pretty good.
And that one loss is courtesy of an unorthodox post 2, Ench, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait, no, Chen.
Oh, sorry, Chen. Sorry, Chen. Sorry. Okay, yeah. In that case, no post 2 Chen. I did ask for it from Thompson the other day.
I was like,
you're like, what is he doing now? You know what would worried you the most is that I would have said that, and Thompson, and T1 had just won today. You're like, did they really? No, I haven't checked what they played in those games, but probably something spicy and different. And speaking of spicy and different things, I heard rumors that there was a possible Ember somewhere in the group stage here, and it wouldn't surprise me if it was on an SA team.
Nouns turn to ban.
Okay, I mean,
they've done it in the past.
How true that is. Really? Interesting. I mean, on paper, it kind of makes it like he's got the OK crowd control with the shackles, the mitigation. I don't know. It would feel a little weird to me. It doesn't seem like a hero that you want to run a support though. It doesn't seem like the skill set there. If you want a spirit to run a support, pick up the Euro Spirit, man.
You never tried to Storm Spirit support? Okay, I'm gonna stop. So the interesting part about Ember Spirit is I don't think you necessarily set out with that goal immediately to start the draft, but it has been a pivot point, and I believe it's been done in previous TIs by SA teams. It actually feels like an SA speciality. For a while, some other regions were catching on with a sleight of fist Blightstone opening, but then most of them shifted away and said maybe this is more meme than dream. And speaking of nightmares, oh lordy, he's back.
Yes, that's a Shadow Fiend. Now, mid Shadow Fiend, likely, I suppose, would say, but again, safe lane Shadow Fiend, we have been seeing glimpses of here and there, but they probably like it into that Ember matchup potentially. I assume we're going to see a physical Shadow. I don't know. Again, we'll see where he ends up being, though. I don't want to insight too much into that, but does bring more push presence, especially with the aura if he gets that on the towers, and good for Roshan killing, of course. Speaking of helping in Roshan killing, Vengeful Spirit actually on the other side is really good for that, and brings the swap into play now. Yeah, Tempest are more like anti-Roche right now. The Venge is kind of a bait in that, like, oh, they can do Roche. Yeah, only if they get something else that really adds a lot. And Dusit doesn't do that very early on. So right now, Tempest aren't going to be those kind of Roche tempo takers. Nouns still have the opportunity, though. Primal Beast is great for tanking there. Shadow Fiend adds a lot. Chen's army just stacks up the damage. We'd love to see like another element of minus armor maybe in this draft coming out from Nouns. Not necessarily a hero that has it built in, but definitely one that could build into those type of items. I guess the one to turn from... Well, I was going to say the one to turn from maybe going to safe lane Shadow Fiend, if anything, is he doesn't really have a stun support right now than the Chen. No. I potentially, I guess it's center, but you're kind of RNG playing there, and so, yeah, probably not going to be the case. Probably going to be mid. Yeah, it's so they have final pick, so in a way they can kind of flex it. It can either be the SF or the Primal Beast, so it could be that we get to the final pick and they look and go, actually, the gunner's like, I like this lane's great, and then all of a sudden it's just going to be a support pick or an offlaner. And there's your support pick, so it's going to be offlaner again. I think this is the way they're leaning. Like, if something comes out that counters the SF, or they don't like the lane, But for me, I think Nouns have been doing this a lot. They definitely done it in the previous game against Vici Gaming. I think they've done a final pick for Mu. No, it was final pick support, sorry. And then they switched the Tusk to offlane. But they seem to prioritize Mu's lane quite a lot, which I like. I don't know how much factual this is, but it feels like this is definitely a Z-Freak specialty with the Dark Willow as well. Definitely. One that he is very comfortable with and one that he plays often. So... also great against Enigma, of course, and just bring some nice burst damage too, potentially, with that invis there, or I guess going in the shadow form. But I do like that they still have the flexibility with the Shadow Fiend and Primal Beast, though, because I think Primal Beast is decent on lane against the Ember Spirit. So you mentioned that SF is a carry. Like, sure, he won't have a stun in his lane, but it's not about the stun. It's just about the ability to farm. And right now, it's really good against Enigma, because what you can do with Eidolons, walk up to an SF with Wave Clear? Nope. That's just more farm and less pressure coming out from the Enigma. And again, they already have some decent ways to deal with the Black Hole, specifically that Dark Willow with the Terrorize, so it's, we've said it before, not gonna be the friendliest game for the Enigma. But again, this is also why this hero's picked up in the early phase, because it's almost a bait. It's almost a trap sometimes. We've seen a couple where you overthink the idea of the Enigma. You're doing things like the Silencer, for example, and other heroes. We really want to make sure we lock it down. I think there was that one drop with the Silencer and a Rubik and even something else, but it didn't matter. Yes, he didn't necessarily get the best Black Holes, but he still got his farm and managed to take over the game. So it's about finding an efficient way to address issues, because if you get too sucked into what your opponent's doing, you ruin your own draft, right? It's that classic issue where we've seen teams in the past, they counter everything they see on the screen, and they were so busy looking at the enemy side of the screen, they didn't bother to look at their own and say, we actually don't have a draft now. I think maybe the Enigma's just addressed the first pick, though. I haven't tested it. I'm pretty sure Primal Beast can pick up the Enigma when he's black holing. And even if you get cancelled by the black hole, it at least interrupts the Enigma, and it is a BKB piercer. The Primal Beast, the ultimate? Yeah. Pulverize? Is it a BKB piercer? Wait, am I being an idiot? I think it was. Maybe I'm being an idiot? I'm willing to accept that I'm an idiot. Well, yeah, I think I'm being an idiot. Yeah, I'm an idiot. It's okay. Well, it's going to clarify that, because that was one thing I was going to bring up, that, right now they don't necessarily have that, stopper into a BKB. So there is still kind of that play around. But earlier on, like, I think that the point stands that because I think the way it works is, like, even if you're in the black hole, like, you grab him technically and then you get interrupted by the black hole. So as long as you come from the outside, you should still pick him up, and then both should get stopped. Which is a very good trade. Ideal, but Yeah.
I mean, it's like you say, it's not, but it's a very good trade, right? Because like Pulverize is, I think it was a 36-second cooldown. 32 seconds, sorry, max. Yeah, it's absurd.
All right, final picks going to be happening. You know, one here I was thinking about was actually that Pango for the side of Nouns, not only with Gunnar, but against Medusa. Could have been pretty good, but sure enough, they banned it out. There's the Leshrac. We get the Disco Pony, KP, your favorite.
Oh, baby. Yeah, and it hasn't really got the saves we've seen in the past. There's no healing support. There's no clutch support necessarily. I'd say there's no clutch. They've got vents. They've got swaps, right? But that's a lot harder to pull off in the middle of fights than, say, Soul Rip or maybe an Omni Knight with some heals as well as Guardian Angel. You have to have very good positioning with Avenge, and positioning's hard in this game, man. Like, if you're Avenge, like, this is scary. You know, literally, you've got fear from Shadow Fiend, you've got fear from Dark Willow, you've got a Primal Beast that is going to invoke fear in your body and soul as he charges through the entire enemy team and somehow doesn't die. I think, like, Tempest, like, whoever's on this Venge is going to have their work cut out. I'm expecting it to just be a POS 5 Venge. I don't think you try to get spicy with this at all. And then Lesh mid, Medusa, safe lane, Ember support still possible.
Is Slark good here? I don't know, but man, I guess Enigma and Lesh maybe not. Wait.
No. It's like, so wait, so that's a mid Wyvern, right? No, yeah.
Is it a safe lane Shadow Fiend then? Or is it a safe lane Primal B? Yeah, what's happening?
It is.
Here?
It's mid Wyvern. Yeah, it's mid Wyvern. This is cool.
Okay.
It's because of the Lesh pick. Like, it kind of threw a wrench in the works. Because actually, looking at the picks overall, I believe this is going to be, yeah, the POS for Ember. So it makes a lot of sense. Like, once the Lesh comes out, Shadow Fiend's lane, like, it's not dumpster tier. It's not dumpstering anymore, right? You want the Ember matchup, but you understood this was a possibility that Tempest were flexing for a support role. I actually like this pivot coming out of Nouns.
Position for Ember Spirit. I gotta give
told
you props,
man.
KP. What is happening? I mean, it's one of those, like, I'm sitting here like, okay, yeah, you called it, but am I really impressed, or am I just like face palming right now because of the fact they're actually running position for Ember Spirit? I don't know, but all right, this is the game plan. There's a lot of funky stuff happening, and I don't get me wrong, I'm always a fan. Certainly got that here, but yeah, cost ability, he does end up playing the safe lane Shadow Fiend, so we are likely going to see that right click, and I think that makes a lot of sense for them certainly. So this will definitely shape up to be a very, very interesting game number one for many reasons.
Oh yeah. And so the interesting thing is, I believe, are they running this as, so it's going to be, yeah, so it's POS 3 Enigma, POS 4 Ember Spirit. I like that. The Enigma's going to have some flexibility, not just a black hole, right? We talked about this before, why it's a good idea. But yeah, the Ember, man, I told you, SA love this. I think that the only region I've seen do it, and I've seen them do it in multiple phases of TIs, whether it's qualifiers, I think that they've even done it like in the group stage of a TI before. It is a decent pick because of the poke. Like, you've got an Enigma and you've got the Sleight of Fist, but I am very worried that this is the freest SF safe lane you could imagine. He's just going to Shadow Raise them down and you're going to be left with a bunch of dead babies.
No, yeah, again, back to the point earlier I was talking about, he doesn't necessarily have the greatest support with him in the Chen, in my opinion. It's that regen that he's provided, that he would provide with the Divine Favor. It's not like that melee hero, like a Juggernaut or whatever, that you would have with the Chen, that, you know, he's giving him all that regen to work with, but it's still the fact he has that farm potential against the Eidolons of Enigma is going to make that difficult for him. I do think it'll still potentially work out pretty well. One other thing, I want to go back to the Wyvern though real quickly on the mid Wyvern. Now, the last time I want to say I saw this was Sumail playing it, if I'm not mistaken, for Enigma. And qualifiers. For some reason, I'm having a flashback to that, and it was impressive to watch. I mean, the idea that, you know, the farm that he got and how he's just able to make use of that Arctic Burn as a actually really good damage ability, that with a Splinter Blast as well. So I assume he's going to go more of that aggressive play style, not necessarily level up the Cold Embrace until later on. We'll see, but yeah. So obviously excited to see Gunnar and what kind of plays he's able to make on this Wyvern.
It's interesting as well because the hero got nerfed, right? It got some tweaks. The most notable one is around Arctic Burn specifically. Like, at the start, it doesn't last 10 seconds anymore, but it does scale back up still, right? So it makes sense why it still works as a mid. Any weakness is offset. The bigger weakness is the fact that, like, the cast range got fumbled around for Cold Embrace. And what the heck?
he landed all 3 raises. And the Bramble Maze, I mean, the Bramble Maze positioning was perfect too, because, I mean, you look at where it is still now, it really forced Ember Spirit to move awkwardly. He ended up getting hit one initially, and all 3 raises were landed by Constability. So that's a first blood.
I'm facepalming right now, because if you look at Slane's items, you'll notice he did go for boots to open up with. So kills like that should never be happening, because you're meant to always evade. Like, he specifically went boots over Blightstone to open up this lane. 1, because you got an Enigma, so early pressure doesn't really happen against the SF. And 2, because it's an SF and you can't just go in and melee him, right? Same with the Chen. He's willing to trade out with a headdress start. So really, if you look at his items, and you look what Ember's gone for with the Seer and Chains, he's not going to offer up much if you start getting brutalized like this. That's a very, very comfortable start for Costabile.
Yeah, and having the last thing about the Wyvern that will have been being pointed out and worth bringing up too is the piercing of the BKB. You know, we talked about that. They didn't necessarily have that yet, but now they even have that tool to take advantage of against the Enigma Black Hole. So makes even more sense. You know, again, it kind of goes back to just the more logic adding up as to why the mid Wyvern is coming out here for the side of Nouns. But yeah, already with a 1-0 start, you look at the positioning. I mean, Costabile is able to run at the Enigma and just start raising him up. So yeah, hey, I'm intrigued. Again, I think we'll go back to with this Ember Spirit position 4. I continue to sit here and think, like, in theory, craft, what makes it work? The shackles, I suppose. Is he going to go slide a fist or flame guard though? I can see both ways, but
so if you go for flame guard, like, you can easily get shadow raised twice in the entry and you just lose it. I think that's always been the issue with this kind of matchup. Because remember, the base damage and shadow raise kills similarly. Venge going down bot though, a little bit surprising there, positioning off the mark slightly. And Z-Freak, we talked about how he was the standout in the last game, and already he's making an argument for it the first game of Tempest.
And you see this bottom lane, Primal V 7-0, Medusa 4-0, so certainly favoring Nouns early on, especially with the kill on top of that. And behind, Z-Freak's hunting that courier, almost got to it, but unable to take it out. He'll just come back to the lane though. Primal Beast, not necessarily in a worry. He doesn't have Onslaught yet, but it doesn't matter.
But just to round out, like, your question, because it was an interruption to fully answer it, like, the Flame Guard build doesn't work as a support very well because you're behind on levels. So the SF should have an edge, and if he's prioritizing the Shadow Rays, he'll usually hit you twice, which means Flame Guard's instantly gone. It gets you in, but then you have no DPS.
I'm like sitting here and thinking like, well, I'm not going to
It's mind-boggling, right?
Well, I'll bring it, maybe later on we can kind of revisit that as we have more evidence to work with in terms of how this has actually worked out, or not, for the side of Tempest. But.
To me, the issue is, like, the counter to Ember was the SF pick. Like, that matchup can sometimes go either way, but it's very difficult for Ember. Like, if Ember gets an edge, if there's like an early kill and he gets XP advantage, I think Embers can win. But otherwise, like, it's just a default loss, and it almost feels like they thought they'd baited Nouns when they picked this SF. But this is at least good. This is actually a really good kill if they get it. It's gonna be tight. Oh, he's got the slight fist. There we go.
There you go. It's worth it. Position 4 Ember. Let's go.
Woohoo! It works. Pick it in all your pub games. Pick it against me, please. I shouldn't be doing this. I actually play POS for Ember. So, so I kind of understand the inside outs of this, like, this hero in this role. Like, one of the big counterpoints to why Ember Spirit is not a great pick is simply, if you're playing him in a POS 4 or POS 5 role, you're just not getting as much XP, and this is a very much XP-driven hero. A lot of his potential in the early mid-game is locked behind the scalability of his skills. And if you're playing 4 or a 5, you're just not getting much XP. It's why it's always been a desirable as a POS 2. In fact, for the longest period of time, it's really only been a POS 2. I think there was a time when we used to see POS 1 Ember, especially back in the Battle Fury spam days, but those are long in our past.
Apparently a team speak issue for the side of Tempest, but
Oops.
get that sorted out, and communication is important after all.
No, you don't need to. Like, it's Dota 2. You just use pings.
You have been denied. Well, the ping system is pretty solid, but
it's so good, man. Like, it's so good how much you can understand from pings. I mean, some people get confused, but most of us get it.
Especially when they spam ping the same thing over and over
Exactly.
and over again. I mean,
And
so
they can even
much
ping your
insight
items and stuff, right? It's like, oh, I get it. He thinks my items suck. He thinks I suck. That's great.
Yeah, no, I love it when I get pinged after I die, and you know they're just informing me how much time I have left on my resurrection, and over and over and over again.
And also they're letting you know that when you're back up, you still have your ultimate to use. It's great.
Yes, yeah, I'm glad that that's a part of the game. Top lane, there's just more harassment on the Enigma. He'll be fine, but you see even the Satyr Banisher picked up from Husky, so one of these creeps that is just damn annoying to deal with, and that purge is something that's going to be effective in this lane too. So yeah, you just see every time they come up close. I mean, again, when Chen wasn't here, that was their opening, but as long as Chen's nearby, there's no way they can take out this Devil Queen.
Bingo. And another thing to kind of think about is what Draken's been forced to do. He went for the urn, and I think he does want a Spirit Vessel this game, but it doesn't feel good to be rushing this. Like, you get the regen, and that's great. But don't get me wrong, but you're not going to get charges early on. This is the strong point. This lane maybe turns around for you at level 6, but until then, like, once this hit level 3 for the SF, he's in control here.
How's this mid matchup doing, by the way? You got Wyvern at 23 and 2. It's Leshrac at 20 to 9, so it is favoring the Leshrac slightly.
Yeah, but it should in the early levels because Wyvern's base damage starts off really low. And if you remember in the first wave, like, Leshrac was already 5 last hits ahead. But this shows you just how quickly this evens up. Between the spam of the Splinter Blast and the amount of int you get per level in the Wyvern, you very quickly are able to compete.
So bottom lane right there, a bit of harassment, almost intimidation. For the Primal Beast, that's what he does. He tramples in your face and you start running away. So unable to catch, though, as far as the kill is concerned. They avoided the Bramble Maze for the most part and make it out of there. But bottom lane, you have Primal Beast at 23-0, whereas Medusa's at 26-5. So Kataro has managed to have a decent time on this Medusa. Vengeful, not afraid to go up against the Dark Willow.
I'm just kind of watching Sladen in this game, just wondering like what the move is going to be. I think he has really been hard counted out. I'm not going to focus on it too much more until later. We said we'd assess it later, but make no mistake about it. Unless he can set up kills for other lanes, this Ember pick is going to feel pretty worthless in the early laning stage.
Speaking of kills, Moo, he's feeling some damage. You know, pop his uproar though, and that's the immediate turnaround. Yeah, he's fine.
Fun hero to play, not so much to play against. It's actually really infuriating. Never ever really want to be picking a melee hero into him unless you're like Monkey King. That's why the ranged heroes can be pretty desirable, especially double ranged. I'm just waiting to see what Z-Freak does next, other than snipe couriers, because every time he bramble mazes, it feels like someone's going to die in this game.
Advantage of landing it. Yeah, Z-Freak.
Sebas is top. That was interesting. Did he have a... So he didn't even get a rune. That's a pretty funky rotation to make, and it's actually going to cost him a life elsewhere. Barely alive.
Well, and I think that's kind of the play they're going for. They want levels on this Ember Spirit. That's the only thing that I can think of at this point, but it almost cost him his life, as you're pointing out, and that would have been absolutely tragic. At least he survives, and Sabas is like, okay, I got to come back in here. He's going to clean up the creep wave and gets ulted in his face. Meanwhile, the rotation over from Dark Willow, however, it's not going to save her, going under as she still gets stunned despite the Shadow Realm.
Got greedy. They were hunting for Sladen. They couldn't find him in the end, so ends up turning into a little bit of a feed there. And I think you're right about the XP element to what they were doing there. The problem is like what that means. Is that kind of classic, you know, when your carry has a bad lane and then the other two lanes are good, and then you basically try to fix his lane and feed the game? That's usually what happens, because what's happening here is Sebas goes top, he's no longer getting that much XP or gold, right? He's now in a lane with another core. So you're just kind of sacrificing Lishrac's scalability.
I mean, we just saw right there. I'm very curious of the decision of Drake and here on this Enigma to middle lane. Yeah.
Sebas is buying. He's buying hard as well. Oh, he couldn't get the Light Storm out quick enough. He actually has to show a lot of respect over here, especially with Splinter Blast. Nice sidestep will keep him alive. Dude, what is this mid lane turning into? Everyone is here.
Mid Wars, baby.
Well, I need more of this. Sebas, no way you get out of this one this time. Or maybe very far. Turn around. He gets the kill on Wyvern. Now the hunt will continue. Sladen hasn't got the Sleight of Fist for 8 seconds, so Z-Freak will survive. But that was not how Nouns intended things to go down.
And I can't blame them. I mean, it felt like that was going to be a kill on Leshrac, and nothing was going to happen in return. But well played by the Leshrac to make the turn kill happen. It's going to be a death, though, in Ember Spirit eventually. Just took a long time. In fact, it's going to be a kill for Shadow Fiend. So that's honestly a pretty big deal. But Shadow Fiend's able to come over. It's going to kill bottom lane. So we're going to kills on a carry, Kataro. He's taking some smashes in the face, but Moo, he's dead.
Yeah, that's a little bit ambitious there. I mean, it's tempting when you see a Medusa on her own, but your Diamond Tower, the regen comes in. If Gunnar had been a little bit sooner, no, Gunnar, he's not even going to get the kill. He has to throw out the winner's curse. He's going to die for it. Mistakes most definitely made.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the kill, but he died first. So absolutely a crucial mistake. That is tunnel vision 101 right there. If I've ever seen it from the side of Nouns. They were so intent on getting that kill of Medusa. It's one thing for Moo to do what he did, but yeah, the Wyvern coming in and trying to dive for that kill. And you could tell, as soon as he realized that it wasn't enough damage, he turned back and he's like, oh crap, I really got to get this, but it's not going to happen. I mean, I guess it did, but dying for that is certainly not the trade you're hoping to have. So, hey, we got plenty of brawl in though, as we expect. We already have 10 hero kills coming up to the 10-minute mark. Shadow Fiend in the jungle though.
What happened is basically Nouns panicked. I think the communication that came out is Moose said, Medusa's having a really good lane, we need to do something about it. And all you've done is accelerated the problem. Meanwhile, mid lane, accelerating Leshrac, another support offers up a kill.
Yeah. Not good news there.
On
And
top
gonna
there.
talk about it. Oh, yeah, top lane. They are going in on Cosplay, but nope, it's not going to be enough. Draken ends up falling. Did he use a black hole? No, he still has his black hole. Dying though.
Yeah, there wasn't really a black hole opportunity there. Like you can see they were a little bit split. Also, he doesn't have a single point Midnight Pulse. You're underneath a tier 1 tower. It's just the greed of Enigma. Like you want to use the Eidolons early, you want to take towers. That's one of your big justifications, but it does usually come at a price.
A flash of inspiration.
So I was noticing though, yeah, speaking of Medusa, is having a good time, and the net worth reflects that. The Dragon Lance, the Yasha coming, so pretty typical stuff there as far as his build. On the other side, Shadow Fiend going the Mask of Madness. This is that right-click style of build, and he just completed it right there. Immediately queues up the Dragon Lance after the fact, but need him to certainly start coming online because this Medusa is going to be an issue, but really maybe more so the Leshrac than anything. Who's also having a very good time, but here's a player smoke from the Nouns. And they're heading to the bottom lane. They want to kill this Medusa.
And Sladen just shoot mid, so that's one less TP that can come in at a key point as well, where the Ember could offer up a lot of lockdown and mobility. This is going to be a big one. Not only would it be a kill, it would be a tower, but they sniff it out and immediately TP away.
I think they made it way too obvious there. They literally, no one was showing on the map but Shadow Fiend bottom lane. And it's just, it's one of those, like, there's not worth the risk for Medusa to keep pushing out that bottom lane and farming it. Of course he's going to TP away. So I understand the mentality of what they were on Nouns, but good heads up from Tempest. They completely read the situation. And she goes over to her ancient stacks now and just starts farming there instead.
Agreed. It's a basic logic situation. The POS 1 just TP'd to this lane. Why is he TPing here? So they clearly want to take the tower. Well, I'm a Medusa. The only way they get the tower is if they're rotating additional heroes. Just a simple, basic read. Gets Tempest out of a jam before it can begin. And in the meantime, they were trying to probe for mid, but credit to him, a complete back off by Husky doesn't offer anything up, and in the end, no damage actually done to the Dire tier 1, so still an objective that Leshrac needs to target at some point. Usually when you pick Lesh, you're looking to close the map off very quickly from your opponents.
Whoa, Leshrac has a Bloodstone queued up. We never see it now.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I went whoa because I thought you were about to say he has Bloodstone already. I was like, what? That would be the impressive detail.
Yes. No, he's making a little bit of a joke there because, again, like the one hero it's just really good on, especially that's relevant. So,
yeah, can we get some like diversification? Like, if you're a Leshrac and you really want lifesteal, build a Mask of Madness. Come on, impress me.
No, don't do that. Never do that.
I mean, think about it. Like the movement speed, you're already so fast. It's
flawless logic, KP. There's no way to.
Because more of the same thing is good, you know? Yes. Like, remember what we said earlier? Don't jack of all trades, play to your advantage. All right, I'm going to stop now. So, Wish Blade is online for the Wyvern. Boost Travel coming soon. And that's when you're going to see these lanes start to really pivot in favor of Nouns. especially considering they've still got a Medusa that needs a lot of farm. Like, if you actually look at Tempest draft, it's meant to peak a lot later than Nouns. Nouns, around the 20-minute mark, want to blitz the map, taking out most of the out towers, and be looking towards Roche. Roche that is feasible because they picked this +1 SF.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely something that they can do pretty quickly. If they get the opportunity for a mid lane, you can tell, again, they want to kill this Leshrac as Shadowfin will show up. They got the Wyvern TP into the trees, but once again, somewhat sniffed out, and Hasterin on Leshrac certainly helps keep his distance. A lot of avoiding going on, and feels like maybe to the benefit of Tempest as Medusa continues to farm away, but Shadowfiend is certainly respectable in his own right. In fact, going to take a stun by the Vengeful there, and not much more going to come of it, but you can feel it. Nouns wants to fight. They're grouping up as 5, and now they're going hunting.
Oh, look at Sladin. He's about to get baited. Moves waiting, but instead they actually commit the Winner's Curse, so they don't want to waste any time messing around. With 5 heroes here, they want a quick kill into a tower. They might even get it.
If they get the tower kill, I think that curse is worth it for sure. But that's a position for Ember. I want to really remind people that's not your mid Ember that we're used to seeing. So I don't. They use a lot right there. The curse being the big one. We'll see what comes of this now. I think that's going to really determine whether or not it's worth it. And Leshrac kill would absolutely be big. Onslaught in, the stop.
Bloodstone though.
Throwing him down. That Bloodstone. It is ridiculous. He's staying alive for the time being, and it's hard to fight into it, but they're keeping his distance, and he eventually will fall. So the answer is yes, it was worth it.
Yeah, it works out in the end. It's just so hard to actually lifesteal off these creeps. You notice they moved the heroes away. That's what would have kept him alive. Really big kill. Now follow-ups as well. Draken chased on 2. Roll through Moo, able to just chase him down with the onslaught, and a follow-up kill coming his way as Katyu stuck on the spot. One final tap needed. They can't find it, or maybe they can, and the Terrorize ensures that Medusa gets nothing in return.
Yeah, there you go. Now it's really accelerating now, as they're certainly feeling out the situation, understandably, with that Medusa farming away on the other side, and Hostability is also in a much more comfortable place to fight, right? The Mask of Madness, but the Dragonlance to go with it. That kind of was that moment of clarity in the sense of, all right, let's get these plays going now, get some kills middle lane.
This is too much confidence out of Sebas. Moo's going to back away. Winner's Curse going to come out to protect Moo, and the damage from Z-Freak gives his life over. In exchange, Witchblade isn't going to be good enough to finish it off. He is going to live. Gunnar has to retreat away, and even Sladin will find his way out to the north side.
That is crazy. He escaped right there. I mean, the fact that they got one of those on both of them, pretty absurd. Oh, the onslaught! Enigma just falls over, and now they're going to fight Legend. Well, maybe the Bloodstone. The Bloodstone keeping him alive. He's so much. He's going to heal up. However, now he's in trouble. The Pulverize smackdown. The swap out from Vengeful. It's not going to save him. Finally, they kill the raid boss.
Ice Frog, we need to have a very prolonged conversation about Bloodstone. The only Bloodstone that seems to be brimful of blood, I know it doesn't get charged anymore, is Leshrac's. I mean, that was absurd to think how long he was lasting there. No other hero would last that long. Not an int hero anyway, but just shows you what you were talking about earlier. Like, surprise, surprise, the Bloodstone pickup. The impressive part, the biggest surprise though, is despite that Bloodstone being online, the way that Moo is constantly just diving in and tanking it to Pulverize, and the damage that is coming in return.
But you always got to keep an eye on, right? Medusa, she hasn't been in these fights. It's more of Tempest is doing this 4-1 strategy of we'll fight around the Medusa. They may be losing those fights as a result, but they're continuing to buy more and more time for Kataro to just enhance that farm. And it is being enhanced quite a bit. He's now up to over that 10,000 net worth mark. The Eye of Scotty has been queued up, already making his way to that with the Manta and Dragonlance online. So it still feels like that now certainly isn't a very capable spot right now. It need to keep fighting, though, is the name of the game. BKB on Shadowfiend, it's coming up. Maybe when they fix that up, then another smoke play coming.
Yeah, but in the meantime, they're going to forfeit their tier 1 mid, which is going to open up a lot of this map. However, Sebas getting incredibly aggressive here. Sladin trying to follow up, but look who's coming in from the side. Moo charges around. He's found an Ember Spirit, and that's going to be a freebie. Pulverize, such a low cooldown, he'll commit it for anything.
I just love that animation of that ability.
It's so fun.
Hilarious.
Smash, smash, smash. And speaking of smash, Sebas, he goes in deep. May have been a mistake, though. The damage coming in return. Swap out to save, but the Requiem pushing him away. Stuck on the spot. Follow-up is a beaut. Medusa does not save the day. 3 now dead on the side of Tempest, and the rest in full retreat.
That synergy of the Dark Willow, Bramble Maze, and the Requiem from Costability was great. I mean, it didn't do a lot of damage because of the distance, but it feared them into the Bramble Maze to stun to set up another kill. And there's again the Pulverize, that short cooldown as we talked about. Enigma going to be run down. The urn is up. Draken managing to be alive for the time being. In the backlines, Medusa, she's standing her ground. She's going to kill her teammate though, thanks to the curse. And now Katara out of mana. He is certainly dead. They're tipping him. The double tip. And now it's Roshan time.
I tip him too. He's had 18 minutes of free farm. He even got fed some kills, and yet still Medusa can do nothing. And good God, the way that they are just plummeting forward. The power Primal Beast compels you, folks. That's all I'm going to say. Onslaught, Pulverize, low cooldown abilities. And notice that Enigma has not been able to cast a Black Hole. He's not been able to play the game, right? And that can work, by the way. The idea of holding Black Hole isn't the worst. It's an insurance policy. The problem with that concept is it's only an insurance policy if it stops them from diving you, which so far it has failed to do.
It absolutely has. So now it is not afraid, and well, Primal Beast, definitely a big reason for that, who actually has a BKB and 200 gold. He's going to get it here. Just think about already annoying and intimidating he's being in those back lines, getting into the target pulverizing, the BKB thrown up. Suddenly Leshrac isn't nearly as scary as well. That's the only target that it feels like is, okay, you know, we got to make sure to kill him quickly, especially with that Bloodstone, which is easier said than done. But now with the BKB, he can really stand in there and force Leshrac to back off, if anything, unlike he's been doing, where he can play a bit more aggressive currently.
And meanwhile, your solution to all this is like what? The Enigma? Okay, so to stop people huffing the copium, I respect some SA love, but we gotta have a little bit of chill time to really process this. This Enigma cannot do anything this game. Even if he gets a BKB, sure, he stops Pulverize. There's still Winter's Curse. Also, he then needs Initiation, so he needs a Blink Dagger on top of that, but there's still Winter's Curse, right? Unless they can find Gunnar, they cannot actually fight at all. And Gunnar has done a great job, especially the way he's utilized his build, of just staying on the edge. He's never really revealing himself until his team fully commits. And I think what makes this draft work so well is the move factor again. It's just a hero that can go in, discover everyone, and all of a sudden you're too busy reacting to him, you can't even go looking for the Wyvern.
Yeah. That or the Shadow Fiend. I mean, those two cores are just able to sit back comfortably. And I also go back to, again, we're used to seeing the Terrorize combo with the Bramble Maze from a Dark Willow. But yeah, you throw the Requiem on top of that, bringing its own fear effect, and we saw the synergy of it last fight as well. That's something else that they're having to deal with. That's another kill, by the way, on his Slayton, as gets picked up in the bottom lane thanks to Winter Wyvern. And meanwhile, Smoke Play heading top for now. There's going to be Illusions. The onslaught of the backline though. We've said this before. Moog gets in there. It's a dead vengeful. It's just going to go the other way. Says, yes, chase me, not my cores, because I'm just as important.
So Gunnar from south to north, he's always involved. One side of the map, then another, and ends up with a double kill. This guy is everywhere, like I was talking about. And now they found a bigger one, potentially. Medusa in trouble. Moog coming through. Perfect time at the end of the Stone Gaze. Pulverize the locker on the spot. Requiem follow-up as well. Pretty damn tanky, but they need an assistance. Draken comes in with a black hole, but instantly gets cancelled out. Z-Freak, a thorn in his side permanently. Kataro always running away, and although he may live, his team will die for it.
I was a little concerned there. Shadow Fiend was trying to attack uphill constantly, was missing a lot of attacks, but it just didn't matter. Yeah, the stopping of the black hole immediately, that's a feels bad man for the Enigma, and now Slayton he's just dead too. I don't want to harp on it too much, but this Ember Spirit is just not...
Yeah, Ember Spirit's dead. Look at it. Look at he died. He's gone. It's so tragic when you lose your Ember this... Oh, wait. No, don't worry. It's a Pulse 6 Ember.
Yeah, that's... I just don't see the game plan here for Tempest as far as what he's unfortunately providing. But again, that's neither here or there. There's nothing they can change about that. You're having to work with what you got type of deal, right? And what they got is still a farmed Medusa, so there is that, who has an Eye of Scotty now, at least when he's able to buy that point booster. But is he really the most intimidating in this game without the supporting cast really to help around the Medusa? It doesn't feel like he's necessarily that scary.
Yeah, so it's that case if you tanked up, you don't necessarily have the raw damage yet. You're also against a team that sustains really well. Like, you've got these tanky frontliners, you've got double heal elements with the Cold Embrace as well as the Hand of God. Like, there's just so many things for you to overcome. If Medusa ever gets 6-slot, yeah, sure. Like, I don't know, yeah, 6-slot Medusa. I mean, we vibe him, we party. but like, how many slots are filled for Nouns by the time you get there, and on how many heroes is my issue.
And does Nouns even let it remotely get close to that point? That's, I think, the other thing. And just the way they're continuing to posture for Nouns, I mean, hell, you see right now, they've just taken over the Radiant jungle. Is every outer tower destroyed? I guess the top tier 2 is still up, but I guess top and middle one as well. So they'll eventually make their way in those areas. Again, they're taking over the Radiant jungle at the bottom currently, but naturally, they're going to start moving towards the middle of the map as well. So it just continues to be restricted on the other side. As I say that, there's a top push from that Ember Spirit. Meanwhile, swap play on the move. He's got BKB, but he's taking some good damage. Cold Embrace though.
Cold Embrace.
He's gonna
and I'm out.
Oh, Shadow
What a hero. SF? Aegis is gone. He needs to fight. Requiem coming out just in time and the TP away.
No way.
He makes it out.
What? That shouldn't happen.
And he goes back to base to pick up a Shadow Blade. So it's like, all right, boys, I'm on my way back out. Won't take too long. What a reaction in that moment. The imminent panic. Aegis had only just expired, but he instantly realizes Diabolic Edict is a mere tickling. I can just leave.
Yep. Yeah, the BKB allowed him to TP out in the end. I can't believe he actually got out there. Wow. That was the opening for Tempest. If they kill the Shadow Fiend there after the Aegis was reclaimed, who knows how they accelerate from there, right? But they were able to do so. And now Nouns can kind of reset, take their time. Not too much time I go back to, but it's still fairly early on. We're only 25 minutes into this one, but a smoke play from Tempest. Got Vengeful up at the front.
Are they intentionally dangling this Ember? I mean, it does seem tempting. Like, if I'm Nouns right now, I'm like, that might be the freest kill I've ever seen on an Ember. But they are going to refuse. It's only a mid pos 6 Ember. Don't want to commit too hard. It almost feels like they've sniffed this out. They do scout out the Medusa who's involved in the smoke. It looks like, actually, instead of Tempest, this is a farming smoke.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it turned into. Is Medusa just starts farming up in the jungle. He's buying. That's an Ember. I thought that was a Medusa still hanging around.
Kraken.
Yeah.
They found him. Okay, this is going to be a slow and painful death. Or maybe not. Courtesy of Primal Beast. Tips the hat.
Ember Spirit attempted to take out the outpost in the meantime up here, but Shadow Fiend scares him off, so gets away before death for him. But yeah, taking out the Enigma, and back to farm we go. The Blink BKB combo, though, on Primal Beast. Such a good combo to have for him. The Yules on Dark Willow, he's queuing up that Blink as well, so that could potentially be coming in. How about the Wyvern? I don't think we've mentioned this yet, but the Arctic Burn now it has a toggle, thanks to that Ags effect.
Forever and ever. Try and nerf this hero, but you forgot pretty much everything that matters, especially for a mid-Wyvern, is exactly the same. It's actually kind of funny the way that they just thought the issue was going to be the early levels, but we're seeing this is still a vulgar pick when utilized correctly in the mid-game, and he's definitely doing a good job of that. I love the fact that he's always omnipresent. It means that no hero is really safe farming out. In fact, the only one who can kind of go anywhere right now is Guitaro, and that's simply because Nouns don't want to fight it. It just takes too long. It's not an efficient play to try and get through this Medusa. Oh.
Yeah, not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, you killed the Ember, but I'm just checking the time. Oh, wait, no, Pulverize comes off cooldown before he respawns.
I'm looking at the Shadow Fiend, though. Level 20 is a big mark to keep in mind for him, too, getting those +3 damage per soul, so... I mean, he's already hitting pretty hard. That just really enhances it. So I think that might be a mark that Nouns is going to try to get as soon as possible for him. Of course, Roshan is an objective, but it's a long Roshan.
Oh, I just saw the replay of what actually happened. So Ember was farming the creep camp, and the creeps didn't like the idea of dying. They threw a net on him. Which is why Mu was able to so easily kill what should be an elusive hero. An elusive hero that I'm still just not seeing the relevance of. I mean, he's gone for a 4-star. That's kind of nice, right? Like, but the issue is you want to feel like to a certain extent you can still go in and do stuff. You can't right now. Mu, is he going to be able to set up a kill here though? Primal Beast in a little bit too deep. BKB gets activated and he'll make his way out barely. He survives to the high ground. Did force a decent commitment there actually, because it did reveal, I think that was a smoke movement, and actually Stone Gaze wasn't used at least, so no big ultimates committed, and that means that Nouns won't have control of the Roach Pit. The bad news for Tempest is it's not up for almost 2 more minutes.
Yeah, it's a long Roshan, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, the fact that they weren't able to kill him despite locking him down before the BKB use as well as they did, that's, again, just a sign of a little bit behind here. But it's good that Nouns, at least for their side, that they're able to save the Primal Beast alive and now resetting as a team, coming back together and moving on out themselves. They're in smoked up. I will say it used the Hand of God from Chen, so that's a decent ability, and that's down for 80 more seconds.
And a big cooldown. Yeah, but you see the issue they have with the healing factor of Nouns, and this Urn never got upgraded because he needs so many items. There's no Spirit Vessel, and there is a Death on Venge though. Oh, good lord.
You know, I saw something about is Nouns going to be able to have damage? I don't have damage. I kind of chuckled at that because Shadow Fiend has damage. I go back to not only right now he's already dealing pretty good damage, but level 20, just wait. He can
and Moo holds them in place so long. You notice he's got this Ag Shard, so he has got the Rock Throw, which is pretty spooky. It stuns for almost 2 seconds, so no joke there. Also has a Blink, so he can very quickly just get in and insta-pulverize a primary target. See if he wants to target the mid lane though. Fight coming in. Z-Freak able to back away. Winner's Curse is committed on the Medusa, and she's stuck on the spot. A lot of damage being done through the Mana Shield. Requiem follow up the pulverize as well. Medusa is in a bind, and nobody can get her out. She's out of mana and out of life, and with the Medusa dead, Tempest have no way of fighting.
I mean, the crowd control is the biggest part of why they're able to make that kill happen, but yes, they do have enough damage is the absolute answer, and that's evident right there if it wasn't before. Vengeful Spirit dying as well. And Nouns, again, Roshan actually did just come up, so they are going to fall back. And heading towards top, no, Sladen's coming back as well, but this will be a free Roshan. Medusa out for 45 seconds, so nothing to worry about here if you're Nouns. Get that Aegis, also pick up that Shard, we'll see who they give it to. Another 2,000 gold already saved up for the Shadow Fiend, and that's a dead end. Said that before.
Yep. Yeah, I have to keep reminding myself he's a Pulse 6 Ember. I was like, oh, they've got the Ember again. I was like, that's right, doesn't matter. But yeah, you're right on the damage thing, and you highlight that damage per soul coming out at level 20. This is before that. Costa Bile is close to that margin. He also just got his hands on an Ag Shard, which is incredibly effective. Gives you the crit, and also is another element of CC against this Medusa. Unless Venge is in perfect location, I don't see how you ever even get Stone Gaze off. And if you remember in the draft, after we saw both sides, I said, I don't see how Catchu gets good position in these fights. There's way too much stuff to dodge. So where are you safe? Okay, well that might... Okay, as soon as I say that, Costa Bile refuses to die, though, gets to the high ground, courtesy of the assistance of Chen.
Okay, I mean, that was definitely a fearful moment for Nouns, but yeah, they played it appropriately. The supporting cast is there in time, and again, they do save him, as you mentioned, Chen specifically, helping keep him alive. But Eventual with that reach of the swap, another 15 seconds before it's off cooldown. They can find the right target. Sladen's just going in. He's going to get the Jackal off on it. Jen is the follow with the Magic Missile. Cold Embrace though, and now the Vengeful Spirit going to be hit by the curse. Arctic Burn. Burn, baby, burn. Vengeful Spirit feeling it. The Requiem on the distance. Medusa feared back as a result, and Vengeful easy kill onto him. Down
Moo's coming.
A little bit. Moo is coming in, and he's got the BKB active. There's a smackdown on Enigma. 3 are dead. Medusa's like, team, where's my team?
Stun.
Save me, the stun. With the rock throw, the fear as well, and now the auto attack from Costa Bile. He's gonna have to BKB. He'll live, but at what cost?
I don't know if he lives. I actually think they can just kill him still. They're going.
Oh?
They're hunting in. Like, she has no mana. She's used BKB. Stone Gaze is finally popped. It will bait in Z-Freak close enough that he gets killed, but now you're gonna die. They can just go in, rock throw through, follow up as a Butte, and Tempest is just gone.
That rock throw, I know you talked about it earlier. That's actually, that is a good ability, man.
It's nasty.
From the Primal Beast.
It's the impact radius is pretty absurd, right? Like, you saw it there on the initial throw-in that clipped. It's just such a big AoE splash. It almost feels impossible to miss, unless you got true Stormtrooper aim. They do at least get through the life of the Aegis. However, it might come at a price. 4 stuff does get them out. But even after that, like, now what's your follow-up? Medusa's still dead for 50 seconds. Tier 2 in the mid is gone. Costa Bile instantly looking to hunt.
And that's not a big deal. I mean, he was low on mana anyways, frankly. It's kind of just gave him the reset that he was looking for. So now he's full life and full mana. He has that extra inventory slot, which, oh, by the way, turns into now a butterfly that he just completed. So, yeah, I don't think that death is of any concern if you're now as to what just happened right there. You talked about Medusa is staying daddy yet still longer, another 25 more seconds. did pick up the Chrysalis prior to that fight. Going to try to go for the Daedalus. So if she's able to stand there, then, you know, dish out those multi-shots, then certainly damage is of high potential. But very much so a case of much easier said than done. And like I said, it goes back to you need to have some sort of supporting caster on the Medusa. They just simply continue to not have that.
Poor little Ember. He's like, maybe I can help by getting an outpost. Not even that seems feasible in this game. It's just the problem they have is they are more and more falling behind this Medusa as their saving grace, and that wasn't the plan. At this stage, the Leshrac was meant to be the dictator, right? That was meant to be the person drawing attention, but also getting things done. And I don't know about you, but I don't remember the last time I saw Leshrac being able to stand in a fight at all.
No, I'm with you there. It was that one earlier on, you know, he popped the Bloodstone, like, holy crap, it's the Bloodstone Leshrac. We've seen this before. He just heals up. It's crazy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he almost died right there. Yeah, that was close.
Yeah. Yeah, luckily, little Wyvern here doesn't get the best division even on the high ground. Otherwise, that would have easily been a dead Leshrac. But I agree, like, the one absurd fight, but no scalability afterwards. And that's usually why we see saves for this pick. And once again, that Venge, I mean, I actually feel really bad for Kachi in this game. The work is cut out. You need to save the Medusa, you need to save the Leshrac, you need to try and set someone up for the Enigma. Just so much to do. And you can't do anything if you're dead.
No, if he had an Acceptor, maybe, but no, that ain't happening. So he is staying dead.
Oh,
There's a smack down the Requiem once again off in the back lines.
Wait, what's Medusa doing? Okay, this this actually could just be game.
I think it just might be.
Katara can't leave. He can't leave. There's no way out. Yep, so BKB doesn't get you out. He TP'd here. There's no TP for 20 seconds, so he's just going to walk and be crushed. And I wouldn't be surprised if they just call GG, unless he can somehow miraculously turn this around. Shen, at least get stone gazed up, but the heal comes through, and Kataro is being toyed with.
And that's when you know it's just that concede button looking a little more tasty now, I'm sure, because that's that's a feels bad man certainly for Tempest, but Nowlan's continuing to play it smart. Again, pick off the supporting caster around, give Medusa no chance at having that lockdown support to allow her to do the damage that she certainly can do with her farm. And that really was just perfect execution, that is. They kited her enough, they got them spread out on the other side, they picked them off one by one, and then eventually went for the target on Medusa.
Can I just say I love that interaction as well, Pulverizing and Cold Embrace. Like, you interrupt the Pulverizers, but it technically doesn't stop the spell, so they're just stunned on the spot. It's kind of an interesting pseudo kind of like damage reduction effect, right? Like, you can't physically kill the Primal Beast now. But not that they ever would in that stage. I mean, they just don't have the physical DPS outside the Medusa. And now, stuck on the high ground without her for 30 seconds, no buyback, not even close. And I'm sure Nouns realize it as well. But they're playing with their food. 22k net worth ahead. An abysmal kill score comparison, 9-39. Nouns are just willing to take their time.
Yeah, well, they're in no rush. I know that's a Medusa, so I guess there is a, you know, we don't want this to go 60+ minutes rush, but there's still a lot of time until that. We're only at 36.5, so they don't need to force this. They could wait for a third Roshan. I would not be surprised if they do, and make that happen quickly, and then really try to secure the game off of that. So probably going to be the play. If in the meantime they're just going to see if anyone overextends and pick them off. And might have a chance here in the mid lane. You see Ghost Ability is popping the Silver Edge and the overextension. There we go.
Oh my god!
He dead.
Where did he go? He went back to his spirit, right? Oh, he is a spirit. Got it. Yeah, that's not pretty. What was that? Two-thirds of his health from the Necromastery crit from Silver Edge.
Yeah. So about that lack of
respectable
damage.
health pool as well, right? Like he's 1600 HP. It's not that bad. It looks bad against that though. And something to kind of highlight here is if you look at the way that Tempests have built their heroes, it's simply now turned into how do I get the Medusa in or out? How do we keep her alive? How do we prolong a fight? That's what like the 4-stuff Neb is meant to do, right? Because he can go in, 4-stuff her away, and then just Remnant out. The problem is just all this CC saturation. Like, how are you meant to stand around this Medusa and support her when you have to dodge Terrorizers, you have to dodge Requiems, you have to dodge Witness Curses, right? Not to mention this insane psychopath that is Primal Beast charging through the entire team.
Yep. They don't have a way to effectively get in the back. And that Again, I hate to say it, but we haven't necessarily talked about this perspective where that's where the Ember Spirit just feels utterly useless. He's not that hero that can, like the Tuskar, for example, that we've seen multiple times even throughout the day, where that can get back there, you know, start with a punch and be that chaos creator to really put the issue on the back lines to not let them just sit back and really auto attack like the Shadow Fiend has been doing. So Ember Spirit's not that. They don't have a hero that can do that. Ideally, I mean, yes, Enigma, the blank black hole, but we've seen how difficult that is to realistically get that off. It's just not happening either. So,
and not to beat this Ember to death. I mean, I think it's actually difficult to beat him to death more than what he's been in this game. But the idea behind the Ember and why I liked it as possible, and the way I do it in my pub games, obviously a different kind of measurement, but it's a bait pick. It's meant to force your opponents to counter you on the lane, and then it's like, oh, he's actually not a mid laner. But they had a great interchangeable lineup with the Shadow Fiend going in the safe lane. It just meant that instantly the Ember couldn't do anything in this game.
Right there, thought Ember Spirit was certainly going to be in trouble again, but he does manage to get out before any jump happens. You can see they're pushing out.
And like, if the Ember's here, there's probably someone else here, because they realize that Sladine can't push a lane on his own after what happened last time he tried. So they must be playing around him, and you just see them move in. They're going to get some deep wards, and the problem that you now have with your Tempest is, like, usually the argument is, oh, we get down wards, they get down wards. Yeah, but you don't want to be here, right? You need to address Nouns, because Nouns are going to be on your side of the map. So Nouns now moving deeper and getting more vision is more beneficial than what Tempest is setting up for, unless they can just turn this into a Roche engagement. And it is a long spawn in Roche.
Yeah, it's. I think that's what Tempest was really hoping for, that maybe Roche was like about to spawn right now or like a couple seconds before here, and that they could have caught Nouns going in and trying to think they had a free Roche on. Like, I think that was the ultimate mindset. But the fact it's another minute and a half, a very long respawn.
Oh, no!
Yeah, that happened.
Is he coming or is he got? He just forced off. It turned him around because of his clicks, and then he Ogre Seal Totem back towards Gunner.
Well, he has buyback, so there's that at least. But they're gonna.
Yeah, but if you have buyback, you could Ogre Seal Club again, right? Gunner. Oh, that's a good kill if they can find it. Winner's Curse comes out in time though. Lishrak slowly killed off by the Medusa, and the Requiem Bomb set up. Medusa still standing their ground, but the supporting cast is cleaned up. She's gone. And they still don't call it.
Yeah, not yet, at least. I mean, again, we said this about Nouns in the game one against Secret. It could be one of those. They're really trying to figure this out as far as the draft for game two, whatever it is. But yeah, this game is definitely over. Nouns is just going to push here. You have Medusa down for another minute. It's just the Ember Spirit. Leshrac can buy back, but that ain't going to be much. So they're just going to push. I wouldn't be surprised if they go right for tier 4, honestly, rather than Mega Creep. But no, they are going to go for the Mega Creeps to secure it that way.
Yeah. Like, I'm kind of surprised that wasn't the moment, because that was everything, right? You had every opportunity to kill the Wyvern possible, but the healing alone, like, you just couldn't get through it. And if your Medusa can't kill there, where you have an ideal opening, like, when is she going to kill in this game? I mean, I feel like a Nelly, but I think they just drafted themselves into a corner here. And it was partially their own design and partially Nouns countering them really well.
Oh, there's the Megas. Leshrac did buy back eventually. Medusa's up in 20. So
now, you do have a Medusa, so you can handle Megas, guys. It's okay. Like, just play Nouns. Can you leave our base for 40 minutes?
That's likely not going to happen. I would hope not. Nouns, don't let that happen.
Okay, they renegotiate. 2 minutes? Sure. That seems reasonable, right? 2 minutes? Actually, no. Let's be real. There's a DD outside the Roche pit, as is all too true in TI form. So maybe like 30 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, again, there's been some insane comebacks in Dota's history, much bigger net worth than this even. So, and for a team, again, from their perspective, really trying to, keep it at least somewhat positive here, that they understand that they were the underdogs overall in an event like this coming into it. They're just going to give it their all until the end, until the game's actually over. I can respect that, but
it's looking like it might be over now, though.
Well,
yeah, Avenge is gone. Ember doesn't know if he's coming or going at any stage. At this stage, just discard the Ogre Seal Totem. Has killed you more than has helped. Follow-up should be there. Katyu at least trying to get his Venge highlight moments in, but everyone is going to be gone. They'll save the Medusa meal for last. On the backside, she can do nothing but TP away, and GG is finally called. 39,000 net worth lead, 43 minutes in the game. Now we'll close out just game one.
And now, I know we've used this word a lot, but it still stands true. Momentum, it continues to carry. And for them as well, it's like, hey, they were certainly having fun padding their stats throughout that game. A little more practice, a little more fine-tuning with how these fights would play out. But they get the victory. That's what matters, and a very decisive one. And so they're gonna go into game 2 now, and on a 4-game win streak. A team that was 0-5 yesterday is now 4-0 since. Thus the 4-5 record. They have a chance to break even and finish 5-5 here in the group stages after an 0-5. I mean, that's crazy. That's definitely not going to be expected, but they're on the verge of doing so.
It sounds underwhelming without context. Like, oh, they're going to break even? Yeah, they were looking like they were just never going to win. And then all of a sudden, this has turned up. And I'm happy to see it, man. I wanted the Last Chance Qualifiers to be close all around, a nail-biter, and they're definitely giving that type of performance. Looking at this game, I think this reminds me of one of my early days Dota philosophies that I love to talk about a lot. Is the chaos theory. And the chaos theory is simply the more crap going on, doesn't matter how good you are at the game, it's almost impossible to address it all, let alone track it all. That's what's happening here. If you look at these 2 drafts, Tempest, in theory, has chaos to the draft if they're really far ahead with like the Leshrac going in, the Stone Gaze, Black Hole Threat, whatever. But you have to be ahead. Even on an even game, Nouns is designed to be chaos indefinitely. You've got Requiem, you've got the Windless Curse, you've got this charging Primal Beast always in and out. Z-Freak has so much saturation in terms of control. And then on top of that, you've got double heal factor. Like there's way too many things for Tempest to address in this draft. And I think they put themselves behind when they didn't seem to have maybe a fallback plan for the Ember. I know the fallback plan was to make it a support, but it never seemed like they convinced Nouns that this was ever going to be a core, that it was ever going to be anything but a POS 4. And as a result, they ended up drafting themselves into a corner.
Yeah, and that's a fair way to put it as well. I know, again, the easy out here as far as the analysis goes is like, what the hell are they doing picking up position for Ember Spirit? But I do want to focus a little bit more on Nouns' draft as well, specifically that final pick, Winter Wyvern, because, again, we've seen some safe lane Shadow Fiend. I was even talking about it when it came out initially in that draft, but the mid Shadow Fiend is what you usually would expect, and it seems like with that Leshrac pick especially, they were like, okay, we got our matchup of Leshrac versus Shadow Fiend. Hold your horses, though. That wasn't the case. All of a sudden, the Wyvern comes out. It's like, wait a moment, that's not maybe what we expected. And it seems like that kind of, went beyond what they were thinking is I think, a fair statement to make. And hey, it happens. There's a lot of heroes in the game and a lot of draft possibilities. And that's when you have a team like Nouns in this case and that flexibility. Hey, Gunnar is like, give me Wyvern. You can play Winter Wyvern in the mid lane. And we have seen it before. It is very rare, but proved to be a very viable pickup in this one. So certainly I go back to props to Nouns for adapting to the draft themselves, despite some questionable picks up on the side of Tempest. But yeah, good victory. They're up 1-0 and game 2. You obviously it starts with the draft. Very curious to see how that game 2 draft looks, KP.
Exactly. And I think, they're not going to harp specifically on the Ember too much. It's more the lane and how that went. Like, I think Husky done a phenomenal job. The SF switch up made a lot of sense. Not only did it ruin Ember's ability to play this early game in a way that a possible Ember can be impactful, but it then, as a knock-on effect, destroyed Enigma's game. And if Enigma doesn't have a game here, like, you don't have anything to play around. Like, you haven't really drafted a lineup that fully enables Leshrac without the Enigma. It was just a very surgical approach to this game from Nouns. And just want to shout out that amazing score for Huskies. I think it was 1-1-39. Is getting that many assists
wow.
on a Chen with only 1 death is impressive. But man, Nouns are doing it. It's looking like they could finish with a very healthy score here. But to find that out, we have to hit a short break. And when we return, we are going to have the final game for Nouns. Let's see if Tempest can draw it back. Let's see if SA can have something to be hyped up about. Because in a few minutes, we're going to kick off game number 2.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back to the America Showdown. We're returning for Nouns versus Tempest, game number 2. On one side, Nouns looking to break even after an abysmal start to the group stage. On the other, Tempest now fighting for their honor break here. I don't think they can get out of that lower bracket.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much a guarantee with what the math says, that no matter how they play out here, they are likely going to be going to the lower bracket. But you know, it's one of those cases. As much of a fan I am as Nouns, there's no secret there again. But it would be nice to see a victory for Tempest. I hate to see a team go win this ultimately in something like a group stages like this. They do have another series after this, worth reiterating as well, against Polaris. Matchup that will be later on today. But there is a part of me, again, that's, if anything, hoping for a good game 2. I will say that. I'm sure majority out there agrees the same.
5
but
seconds remaining.
they're going against a Marcy. Yikes.
Yeah, the Marcy, I'm pretty sure it got banned in all the previous games we've seen. We talked about this already, that this is the only hero with 100% contesting in terms of picked or banned in the Last Chance Qualifiers. It looks like we continue to keep that process going here. Very strong opener, very flexible hero, and the follow-up is just clean and easy. We've already seen what Costabile can do on this hero, and there's a reason why a lot of teams go into Morphling. Very comfortable and very difficult to counter out at the moment.
Yeah, I was clarifying. I know that there's that stat if it's either banned or picked in every single game. The fewer times that she's been picked, she is still 15th overall. She's 8 games, 7-1 record though, so only has that one loss to show for in terms of being played. And check see which.
Why are you doing these stats to me, Breaky? Oh, come on, we gotta bring it back for Tempest. How's the win rate on the Shaker? You know, let's shake, big winner.
Shaker. Let's see. Well, Enigma,
I've got a feeling it's...
Enigma was a 7-1 as well. That was actually a surprising one to me to see right there too. But Earthshaker's 4-8. So
okay, but wait, by that logic, they just had the Enigma, but they lost the Enigma, and you said he was 7-1. So you just picked a hero that's negative win rate. Boom. Well, not negative win rate. You know, like under 50%. So by that logic, pick the worst heroes.
There you go. Just throw some techies in here and see what happens. An Arc Warden. Yeah.
Hey man. Hey, I think we're gonna be surprised by techies. I'm just saying. Okay, no. I'm not gonna stand by the hot take. I stand by my Leshrac hot take and my Tusk one, but I'm not gonna jump on the techie ship. A piece of crap can die. Anyway, focusing on the draft, opening though, like we just mentioned the Shake a little bit, the Viper as well. Like Viper on lane against a Morphling, you should be able to get a reasonable amount of farm, usually. I feel like Marcy's just that type of hero that can interrupt you though, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be a POS 5 Marcy. The beautiful thing, and why it's such a good pick at the moment though, is you can flex it to almost any role in the game at this point.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. If I had to guess, I would lean towards even Z-Free playing it here. For the side of Nouns, but yeah, as I said, that's a guess for a reason, because it certainly could end up in many different directions. Morphling, though, to go with it, a hero that we have seen plenty of as well, coming out for Nouns. One of those confident core picks in the earlier phases. It seems like that teams aren't afraid to pick up, knowing that there's still a lot of potential other heroes to come. So, okay, you know, I'm never going to complain about an Invoker pick, that's for sure. I always love to see the Invoker, and Tempest going to give it their best shot with the Invoker this game.
Yeah, it's actually a nice hero with Viper in the late game, because he can become your alacrity target, right? If Viper has a good start and he starts to scale with a few items, he can just be juiced up in the late game to actually compete with heroes like Morphling. So it definitely gives them a later timing if need be. I just love to see Tempest play for a little bit more power on the lanes, a little bit more brawl, or an immediate conversion point after laning phase. I think that's where they're going to be weakest here. We saw that Nouns were able to really turn the screws on them in the laning phase and immediately afterwards. And I think, especially with the Marcy already on the table, they're going to do that again. In fact, we've seen Nouns, what they tend to do is they usually make their free a lot less greedy to enable this more greedy POS 1. And that's why I'm expecting to see something attuned to the Tusk type picks coming out for Mu again.
Yeah. Third pick to come. They're spending a fair amount of time talking it over, as you can see on screen right there. Z-Freak giving his input as well. He's played a lot of games. As again, we found out recently the 1,500 pro games. I'm curious who else is on that list. I gotta think Mu might be up there too, at least. Right?
I think so.
Certainly, he's played a lot. So.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Mu hasn't played more than Z-Freak, to be honest. I can't think of a time where Mu wasn't really on a team. I mean, this guy has always been desirable. He's been in, out, and all about, it feels like, played the POS 1, played the free. Always, it feels like the top of a lot of people's shopping lists.
Well, finding a home here with Nouns, and a team that's certainly showing good capabilities and good chances too. And dare I say, if they stick together, who knows what can happen eventually later on as well. But there's this event to focus on. There's still plenty to come. This one as well. But yeah, they're going to go down to the wire. I mean, 30 seconds now remaining. This is really a lot of thought in the sort of pick. That Invoker maybe throwing them off a little bit, figuring out who they want to have matched up against him, perhaps. But
they're figuring out the timing. Yeah, they're figuring out the timing because now that they see this Invoker, they realize the scalability of Tempest is probably leaning towards. So it will be the Zeus, decent on the lane against the Invoker, and you have more global presence than the Invoker offers. Also, a hero, because of that global presence, it's pseudo, right? You don't have to necessarily be there, and you're picking against a hero like Viper that's static. And there is that Tusk coming through I was talking about. Now it works, because otherwise, Morphling Zeus is quite greedy, right? You have two heroes that essentially want a lot of farm early on. So Nouns, once again, go to what's like that POS-free Tusk to cover that greed, because they'll have 3 heroes active on the map.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I certainly, I guess that their option would be moving Marcy instead to the position 5 with Z-Freak with a Husky and having Z-Freak play that Tusk and still going another offlane option. But hey, we saw him play it earlier, and it certainly makes sense as far as that capability. They're going up against a Beastmaster now, though.
Interesting.
Tempest.
So 2 possibilities, Viper 1 or Viper support. And considering Tempest and what they put in POS 4 in game 1, I wouldn't rule out anything at this stage.
Or Invoker support.
Yes, that's what I was about to hit into next. I think you just usually you like Invoker in the mid too much. He doesn't have the worst matchup against Zeus, to be honest. It's just like you're not necessarily going to stop the Zeus unless you get good rotations from the Shaker.
And there's good setup for Sunstrike nukes, so I do like the mid Invoker still, certainly. But
yeah, it's that whole idea you kind of match the global presence, right? Like if you go for an Invoker support, you can be places, but the cool thing about just being mid Invoker is you can just park yourself, farm, still boost, and the outer lanes can kind of get things done. I mean, there is actually always the possibility this is like a beast support. I know people are going to really look at me with questionable looks, but there's been times where it works. Like, you used to have like the Uv build, you get the boars, you also get a lot of vision. Like, this is a very good hero to just control map vision. I do think it's going to be beast free, but from what we've seen in game 1 of Tempest, anything could be anything.
That is
that covers all the bases, right?
I was gonna say that really protects your argument right there, if anything, because they were coming off that interesting stuff from game 1. So yeah, who knows? We do know we're not going to see a Dawmbreaker as well as a Bloodseeker, as those bans have followed up. But again, it goes back to Nouns. They used a lot of reserve time earlier on in the draft, so they're having to do these fairly quickly. As this final ban going to come out soon. They go with the Chaos Knight, one that we really haven't seen a lot of in this event, at least in our perspective. In fact, I'm going to check it now. But yeah, no, he hasn't really been picked up only 3 times. So
it makes sense, though, because if you look at the heroes, a lot of them don't like it. They get stunned, they get dragged in, they'll die straight away. Tusk doesn't get a chance to react. Zeus would be eviscerated. And the Zeus right now, he's not that well answered unless Beastmaster's in good position. Because even the Shaker can't help that much, right? Like, if you try to rotate mid and you drop a fissure, this is not the Zeus of old. It's not the old man who can't get out. Just Mario jumps his way to safety.
Yeah, and he's also a great anti-Earthshaker in the first place, especially if Thunder God's Wrath first with that Blink Dagger on Earthshaker. All of a sudden, that's canceled. So, yeah, not the initiation that you're going to be 100% relying on if you're Tempest over here with that. So, diving into their own reserve time before their final ban comes out. Nouns, I don't know. I guess they still need their. Again, if it's going to be a mood tie, is it a position 5 final pick here? That is the curious thing. It's not often we get to a support, main support as a final pick. But
we've seen a decent amount of Nouns, either the 4 or the 5. I think I like their approach as well. That they're not weakening their drafts. They're making it strongest in their their 3rd and 4th pick, which is the right way to go. You want to have like a completed draft by then, and now you can kind of fill in the gaps. So looking at what they're kind of missing, like the Marcy could be 4, could be 5. Maybe something just to kind of address the Viper on the lane so your Morphling gets a more comfortable start. Realistically, something with a stun that can rotate makes a lot of sense. Because you just want to have this brawl party of Marcy, Tusk, +1. Yep, there's your stun. Actually really good against the Viper as well. I love this against the Viper. You've got the break now, so the Zeus can make kills happen. And because he's a globally present hero, once he has Nimbus, let's say Hoodwink sets up a stun into a max damage ultimate sharpshooter, the Viper could just die to the Zeus, which is not something that happens often.
Yeah, no, that's a very solid pick there in that final spot. And now Tempest, knowing that the Hoodwink's on the board, the whole 5 heroes are there, you know, what do you do? What do you position 1 at this point? Honestly, like a Juggernaut is coming to mind as a possibility. No, maybe not.
It's a bit... It feels a bit slow, right? And I don't know if you like that much against the Morph. Okay, that is out of left field. We've seen it from T1 a lot. I like to see that Tempest are picking up as well. The +1 Podge, you now have a safe for the Invoker. You also have a hero that wants to get active fast. I think that's the correct approach. Given where Tempest were in the draft, I think they went the right way with this. They've now got a hero in the +1 that's going to be active in this game.
Okay, so I'm really kind of analyzing or looking through more so. It's I guess it all ended up being maybe as we expected, outside of perhaps the Marcy in the hands of Husky, and it will be Z-Freak on the Hoodwink. So support's working out that way, but interesting. Okay, yeah, trying to think about the. I'm honestly a little caught up on this. I know people at home couldn't see this, but the Invoker cosmetic here, they'll see it in game once we jump in. I don't know if I've seen this.
He's fabulous. Okay, he's fabulous.
There's a lot going on in this cosmetic. I'll say that. So yeah, looking forward to jumping into this one for multiple reasons. But go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of just want, like, we'll get to it in a sec, because I think it's a very interesting cosmetic. But, like, just to round out the thoughts on this draft, like, Z-Freak, he does go +4 Hoodwink. Husky's going to be playing the 5 Marcy. I think the interesting part to me that kind of, like, set me back is considering how Tempest approached their draft last game, this looks a bit more logical, right? That's not to say there isn't ways that the previous draft could have worked. There are realms of existence in which they can win with that. But this covers more boxes. This ticks more boxes. This covers more angles. And I like the fact that they've essentially got this really good timing around 20 minutes where they can ball up and go. And I hope they do that behind their Viper. I think that, well, it's a support Viper, right? So he's going to be there anyway. But I think the key thing for them is that they can't let this game go too late. Nouns definitely have scalability over Tempest.
And I feel like every time we're seeing Morphling or nearly every game, it's against the Earthshaker. I mean, that has to be, of course, one of the reasons why they were so confident to pick up the Morphling after the Earthshaker and the Viper opening came out on either side. So another game where that's the case, and there's good reason for that. When he gets the Ags, not only does he get that strength benefit as well, but the leaping around with the Enchant Totem is so important. The added mobility, the fissure setup as well is huge. So that's certainly a concern as well that Tempest is going to have to figure out and address. But they're relying on the Evoker with all that said too, as far as their big damage dealer, right? Usually you have that maybe right click around the Invoker who's in the mid lane. It's not this time around. They went the Pudge, so it's going to be on Invoker to be that right click presence.
Maybe we can see a Quaswex build, but let's get in the way. Like, even if he goes Quaswex, which, you know, most people want to exalt these days, it's still a better draft than what I think they had last time. I think we are in for a fun one here. Now, remember, Tempest, as it stands, unlikely to get their asses out of that lower bracket. I think it's actually statistically impossible now, but they can at least finish up in this series with some confidence on their side before they go into their final one.
I have to think Invoker's going XR here. Not only because of that, which we're talking about the right-click presence, but just the Sunstrike setups are pretty good. Between the Earthshaker, between the Beastmaster, hell, even Pudge to an extent can certainly be great for that. So he hasn't leveled anything yet, but I would be surprised if he goes Crosswicks in this game.
Kataro. This is death. This is pure death. Yeah. Tag team gets activated, and he is gone. Great opening for them. They even get the gold on Z3. Very, very good, actually, in this type of game. The Hoodwink getting a little bit extra cheddar in the pocket is going to allow him to up the aggro on this lane. And I just want to quickly have a look at that Invoker set you said was very interesting. Oh, wait. No, it's changed. Oh. Okay, I don't care now. The only way I can describe to everyone the set that he was wearing, it kind of looked like the Burger King man robbed a Pope. It was something else. It was very intriguing.
He does go Quas, though. Interesting.
Yeah. It comes back to the idea that you just want to play the map as a team. Exhort seems good in theory, and like, you know, yeah, you have that scalability, but to put it back to what I always like to go on is like, do you want to play for your win condition or a backup plan? If you can empower your win condition but strip away the backup plan, like, it gives you the best odds of succeeding, right? Yeah. You can't doubt your plan. And if you go for an Exhort here, you're essentially just saying that our plan around 20 minutes sucks.
All right. We'll see how that plays out for the mid lane matchup, of course, as well, but that's going to make it a little more difficult, too, in terms of trying to secure those last hits. Granted, a comfortable Quas X build. You're able to use those tornadoes, etc., cold snaps we've already seen to help secure those last hits. But enough about the mid matchup.
Morphling?
Actually, top lane, yeah, he gets low, but it's Morphling now. We've seen cases where that's been an unfortunate circumstance that he does fall, but this time, not the case. He's able to do that.
Yeah, that was incredibly spooky, though. You remember, this is a level 1 attribute shift. You can very quickly just get tapped down. But I think one of the downsides of having a Shaker, other than him potentially feeding if he's not careful, is that this is a hero that will stun, but he'll stun off to the side. He's not going to stun and get in like a Marcy would, so you don't even have 2 heroes hitting this level 1 Morphling. Oh!
There you go.
That hurts.
Yeah, nice fissure. That was maximum range to secure that one, and turns that tip the other way. So Nouns had plenty of their aggressive nature tips last game. So some response from Tempest. Good job by Cuxley, though, taking on 4, by the way. Committing for that with the waveform.
Yeah, nice confidence. And here's an interesting one for you, right? We've seen a decent amount of Viper in the offlane role, and it's looked really good. Now we get to see the Viper 5. And it's weird because looking at this lane, if you just thought about these heroes, immediately you say, oh, they have the advantage, right? They've got a Viper and they've got a Pudge. You can't escape them, you die. You're up against Hoodwink and Tusk. And you'll get hooks like this, but they'll never necessarily lead to kills because they always have ways of resetting, whether it's with Shard, Snowball, or the Bushwhack.
Yeah, so Z-Freak able to run back. You got Tora, they're hunting. You want to find this Tusk in the trees, but manages to get out. He's going to pull the creep wave, and that's not the most ideal situation, but he's just simply trying to survive, and will do just that.
South got cancelled, though, so a little bit unfortunate. He got half value. Maybe there could have been a Bushwhack sooner for Z-Freak, but it's a long cooldown at that point, 14 seconds. He's still waiting on it. And he is actually wasting a lot of mana from this Pudge. I mean, you just saw that whiffed hook. So if he can continue that, then all of a sudden you lose this ability to even threaten the Tusk. Also, mid lane is starting to even up a little bit, despite that Quas start for the Invoker. I feel like it's a lot easier to get away with Quas these days than it used to be.
Yeah, again, it's just in general, it's the idea you have to use those abilities a little bit more to guarantee those last hits, of course, but you're seeing that guy on the Tornado use and the Cold Snaps. I'm sure he's very comfortable with it, so yeah, not the most surprising thing to see it at least close, but Zeus does have that slight edge at that mid matchup again, close to really getting a little lower, but that's just what we say about Morphling all the time. He is fine, working on that Falcon Blade. Bottom lane, they're going shards up, tag team activated by Moo. They want to make this kill happen, Pudge. Is it going to be enough? Bushwhack, it's ready. And
you need to be careful the hook.
There it is.
No, you bait yourself. It's only level 1 Bushwhack. They're getting a little bit ambitious here, and the hook might be able to connect. Nice side step, though. So, I love the fact that they're targeting the Pudge. We already mentioned why it's good to go after the core instead of the support, because they have to buy their own salve now. But if you think of it from like an armor value perspective, before the chainmail came out, it was much easier to kill him. And also there was a corrosive skin. But now they've got the extra armor on the Pudge, they've decided to switch over to the Viper again.
The easier target in this case.
Yeah. It's interesting to think about the dynamics, though. Until the extra armor came out, it made more sense to go off the Pudge because the corrosive skin got leveled on Viper. But now they're strong enough with level 3 that they don't actually care about corrosive skin.
Oh, that's Fissure used up here, but now actually Slayton's the one that's in trouble. Gets pulled back in thanks to Husky. And there's that Mars G presence. The 1-1-1 build, but the dispose brings him right back. And they're able to make that kill happen fairly easily. So 3-1 start now for Nouns. And Morphling is also having a very good time on that top lane, 20-5 CS.
Bot lane though. Katu. Oh, he's really overestimating what he is. I mean, it's that feeling that you're a Viper and you should be able to do whatever you want. But this is a tag team build Tusk. Love that switch up as well. It's kind of interesting to think that last time we saw Moo on the Tusk, it was against the Viper core, and he chose to prioritize his magic build. He's on a different lane to start with, but with the Hoodwing, you just do so much physical damage here. Just look at this. Look at the damage. Oh my.
And that's exactly as you're saying this time with the Pudge, though. He's thinking, okay, Tusk is low. I'm going to just go in and secure this kill. But the tag team level 2 comes out, and then the snowball at the last second from Moo to secure him staying alive and securing the kill. That was just beautiful play, but yeah, that's got to be frustrating for Tempest.
So right now, if you're a Tempest fan, you're like, tell me, Caster, where is the upside? There's got to be an upside. We can't lose everything, right? Correct. You're doing okay in the mid. The mid is going to be the important lane to watch. Like, Tempest are taking a beating on the outer lanes. They are not winning there at all. But because Sebas has gone for a Quas-Wex build, he has the urn, this is where he gets active. His job is to enable everything on the map.
How's that going for a mid lane matchup? Again, yeah, he is keeping it very close on that Invoker versus the Zeus. So, but now you mentioned the urn. I assume that is going to turn into the, maybe not the immediate Spirit Vessel. I wonder if we're still going to see the Hand of Midas. Like I said, that's more of the Exort usually, but with this game and what the expectation is of him, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for the Hand of Midas.
Oh my god, this is just, this lane is chalked. You can't even do anything here anymore. They at least find Marcy top lane, so good fight there, and Costabile looking like he's going to go down as well. Yeah. The Pudge dead, Z-Freak now with the double kill. Even if you get this Morphling, I am more worried about what's happening with this Tusk in the bot lane.
No way, no way.
Costabile, no. But he's still alive. Wait, the spit. Always the spit. That's good. Yeah, but that was actually really good there. So Beast now gets 6 first. Morphling might struggle to come back to this lane. There is an option where Nouns could choose to like rotate and bring the Tusk up there instead, but then your Tusk doesn't have a game. So instead, now they're just going to punish the Pudge even more, which at this stage, the Viper can't do anything to stop.
That was a good combo there in the mid lane, by the way, as Zeus got very low, not able to get the kill from Tempest, but we saw the EMP tornado combo, of course, but then the Fissure hitting just prior to the EMP explosion. So yeah, Zeus got very low, but unable to make the kill happen in the end. Zeus is level 6, so Thunder God's Wrath online, doesn't have the mana currently for it. Is heading back to base though. Gonna regen, but that's something else you gotta start looking out for now. If you are Tempest. The next boss is coming out bottom jungle though. Yeah, they find him once again. Kataro, he's just dead. You got Katyu's like, what do you want me to do? I mean, I can spit on them and throw out these acid attacks, but he's just gonna die himself. Invoker's coming in though, so he's baiting this now. Snowball, reaction, the EMP explosion, waits for it. They get up, come out, that is. And now Viper falling too, a double kill, another manning up against the Invoker. They kind of have to. Moo doing as much damage as possible, but he finally will fall.
Man, that's unfortunate, actually. If they'd hit the Bushwhack, Sharpshooter may have been able to kill with the urn. So Sebas maybe closer to death than is originally apparent there. But overall, good rotation. Absolutely needed to happen. I mean, this bot lane is a bloodbath, and it's been one way. And Sebas needs to utilize that to his advantage. It's urn central. He can get so many charges here and so many kills.
I love this Marcy just... Okay. It's gonna kill the rune. Uh-oh, but now Sebas is in trouble. Because he went to deny the rune, they absolutely got him. The snowball in the sharpshooter. Boom, baby. Headshot.
Just cock the gun. Z-Freak feeling pretty good there. Just getting a little bit of extra gold in the bank. And this type of game, like, he has gone the urn. I'm trying to think if he wants Spirit Vessel. Like, he's up against the Pudge. There's a Beastmaster as well. This could be a really good Spirit Vessel game for the Hoodwink.
Yeah, no, I think for him, absolutely. There was a little bit of pressure at the top lane. And speaking of that, yeah, rotation coming in. Moo and Husky coming out. KP,
Draken.
Here we go.
He hasn't got Primal Rule. He can't even protect himself. He's just dead. Or not.
Tornado with a fissure turnaround. They kill off Costabile.
That was unexpected.
That damage. Crosswex Invoker, folks. Tornado stings, and now they're going to hunt for more. Moo under the tower. No one here to save him. He was meant to be the one saving Costabile. They will be able to not only just convert this into kills, but maybe the tower take as well. However, reinforcements have arrived. Z-Freak now charging up the sharpshooter. Gunner ready to reveal. Prime the shot. Z-Freak turns around for a different kill. Keeps the Shaker out of the equation, but the Primal Roar now level. Dragon will be able to turn around. Gunner overextends, and it is going to be punished for it.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I can't believe he sharpshooted a different target rather than the Evoker. Gunner is alive. The Thunder goes right in the last second, though, but before finally going down, and the fight continues. The jump in once again from Marcy. Sebas is still alive throughout all of this. As I say that, he finally falls. Z-Freak does secure the kill. Now he needs to be careful to stay alive himself as Seder Tormentor continuing to do work. The Ice Shard block on a support Viper does catch, and that should be the end of his life as there you go. So, I mean, that fight, though, that was just lasting a minute plus, I want to say. It just kept on going. I mean, the way that started was ridiculous, though, by the way. Tempest, the timing of that fissure into the combo from Invoker was beautiful. But with how it ended, not too shabby for now in the end.
And it's important the fissure comes out first, because otherwise you can snowball save. There was just enough damage to ensure the Morphling kill. Really great plays there. Craziest part to me is through all of that absolute bloodbath in the top lane. If you looked at all the heroes at the top, what is the hero you'd expect to turn up to a fight the most at this stage? The one hero that didn't. The Pudge. He was busy taking the bot tower. Carry Pudge, ladies and gentlemen. Not what you expect.
Well, the Acorn shot initially. They're chasing this Pudge. Speaking of him, the Shard, yes, it does connect. Now the TP's coming in. It's Viper next to him, but the explosion is way too much.
Yeah, he almost survived that courtesy of the Hood of Defiance, but too much physical damage coming out in the end. He was trying to buy time for a Dismember into a turnaround, and now that he's dead, Sebas shows respect. He instantly backs away because he can't do this alone.
Yeah, that was Thunder God's Wrath once again coming off cooldown, just barely used by Zeus to secure that kill. Yeah, the shot hits, and there's Marcy doing Marcy things. Jumps on in and says, get over here.
So some people, they have their questions about Marcy. They're like, why is this hero the way it is? Is it reasonable? Guys, hear me out. Hear me out. All right, maybe Dota 2 anime numbers were down as to what they would expect it to be. And they thought if people thought Marcy was really cool and they knew she originated from the anime, they'd want to watch the anime more. That's all I've got right now. I can't explain this hero still. I can't, like, this hero is bonkers. Just so amazing the impact you can have as a boss 5. Sure, 3 deaths, 7 assists doesn't look that impressive on paper, but we've seen how many important kills this hero has already been able to set up against a draft that's meant to be the killers.
No, and I got
Speaking
look at this. This is insane. The rebound dispose. You thought you had good distance. You did not. It's Marcy over here on the other side. There's a free kill on Invoker. Kataro's fine.
Ah, we found the limitation. Mana. That's the... Because Husky, he would have happily just kept chasing that Pudge. And this Pudge, I mean, it's kind of a sad-looking game for him. He built the Hood of Defiance, because he has to in this game. He's kind of lacking the mana, so even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to spam and go long-term brawl. One thing that I'm a bit spooked of for Tempest is, like, overall, Zeus isn't really crippled in this game. Like, despite the fact there's a lot of brawling, despite the fact he had a death, he's pretty content. In fact, he's ahead of the Invoker.
Yeah, and he's got a Kaya coming out very soon, so that's going to be some nice enhanced damage from him. Speaking of Invoker, doesn't committing for the full Spirit Vessel, so again, I get it, but it's seeming like, honestly, it's a pretty late Spirit Vessel. These couple now 3 deaths in total have certainly put him behind. He does queue up the Hand of Midas after the fact, but this kind of goes back to my point earlier that, I don't know, maybe it wasn't a gamble to go the Qualifiers necessarily, but the idea that they need to have him turn it up soon. They need to start getting the kills with this Invoker, the QW build, or else it does seem like Nouns could start getting out of control themselves. Now, one other thing to point out, though, too, by the way, is Beastmaster, we haven't really addressed too much, and neither has Nouns, because he's second in farm, actually close to the Morphling at this point.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. They just need to find a way of converting that into new objectives. It's very difficult for them to take fights if the Pudge still doesn't want to show up, and it just feels like Katara has no interest. You know, if you think about how this game started, he didn't really get to hit creeps, and if a carry, like, he doesn't get to hit creeps, he needs to fix it later on. But nice little pick top. I mean, it just feels like, despite the fact this is a Crossworks Invoker,
Nouns are the ones hunting, and I think the impressive part is actually their draft is designed to allow the Zeus to fight with them. Usually one of the big issues with Zeus drafts is that they don't want to be anywhere near the fight, they just want to farm up for Nimbus.
Well, he's not afraid to be involved. I like the Ethereal play to queue up, by the way, onto the on a Gunner playing that Zeus. So he's gonna go even for more just upfront burst potential with that build. There's a shard queue up as well. Yeah, he expects probably the shard's gonna come out first. That is an important item to have on him.
Yeah, if they get good levels in Hoodwink, they're just a duet that kill really easily. You've got Bushwhack into a lot of burst damage coming out. The E-Blade sets up for the easy sharpshooter off the stun ends. And looking at the side of Tempest, not many heroes actually survive that. I mean, even a Pudge with Hood of Defiance is on the edge of death at that stage.
How about Z-Freak, though, by the way, too? Look at his farm, man. Has an Aether Lens now to go with it, and I know we talked about the Spear Vessel idea, but Aether Lens makes a lot of sense, too, right? He absolutely loves that range. He's even queued up the Shard, but the point is, he's actually tied, essentially, with Invoker in terms of net worth at this point. So, one of those situations, you look at a stat like that, and you're like, oh, yeah, that kind of explains where we're at, but, oh, here we go, Cat.
Cat you. We'll force out the snowball. Exactly the biggest come in. Sladine trying to wait for it. Goes to the stun out onto the Zeus. They're going to try to pursue it. Sebas comes in with a cold snap. Hook through. An Echo Slam set up. Beautiful. Zeus now gone, but the turnaround on his way. Reinforcements soon to arrive. The Bushwhack looking good. Moo in the trees trying to buy time. Is going to be cleaned up, though. Good takes by Tempest, but can they turn this into an objective?
Well, Marcy and Morphling getting there a little bit later on, unfortunately. So couldn't assist for the side of Nouns early on in that fight. But yeah, the question is exactly, can Tempest capitalize off these couple of kills now, specifically the Zeus being dead? Being that mid lane hero, they're going to go for the mid tower. But the Unleash is activated. They catch Pudge, and Pudge, EMP though, response. He's got plenty of supporting cast around him, and apparently enough to stay alive and get the turn kill on Marcy, and the hook back in on Morphling, and Costumele, he will go down as well, and absolutely Tempest has taken advantage of him.
Yeah, now they can take the objective. I mean, it was kind of question marky before, but when the Morphling just allows himself to go down like that, when he thinks that he can take out a Pudge that easily, I think Nouns aren't showing the appropriate respect to this Pudge. He has had a hard game. It has been a rough time, but he is still a ridiculously tanky hero. Now, Zach will at least make it not too bad, catches the Earthshaker on the tree, but you have lost your tier 1, and this is a Beastmaster lineup that is designed to come fight you. And I think what they're now waiting on is that Ags. Once Pudge has the Ags, the tempo is going to ramp up in favor of Tempest.
Sure, that's naturally the big item that Pudge is kind of searching for. I know you talked about the Hood of Defiance that he went for earlier on as well to help bulk up. Love the magic damage earlier, but especially against Zeus, really. It's one of those heroes where you're just like, yeah, I need the Hood of Defiance, but yeah, the Ags coming. Going to be a big pickup there once he's able to finish that one. Costumele, though, he's going the Manta style. That death's obviously delaying him a bit, but he does jump back up as far as the top net worth in the game, just over the Beastmaster once again. But yeah, BM, I keep looking back at him. He's got his Helm of the Overlord now. He currently has an Ancient Thunderhide, and look where he's going, right into Roshan.
Yeah, not your typical Roche lineup, you'd think, right? With a Pudge 1, a Quas Wex Invoker. We would think you'd have the damage, but this is the power Beastmaster, maxed out on the Aura, and a big fat Ancient Thunderhide is good enough to get through this, but not quickly. Might offer up an opportunity for Nouns to go in if they sniff this out, but considering how close the Morphling is to that Manta you mentioned, likely that they don't contest.
And Midas just finished by Invoker. He immediately uses it, of course, so he's going to start ramping up as well. But yeah, they're not going to contest this. That will be an Aegis for Kataro. As well, maybe. Okay, they're deciding. Okay, Invoker goes back to pick it up. A little bit indecisiveness there. They're talking it over, but they do give it to Invoker.
Yeah, they could have potentially given it to Beast, but I think Beast understands that the attack speed aura isn't that important. Once he uses Primal Roar, if his creep's still alive, thumbs up, he can die. Whereas the Invoker in prolonged fights is going to actually offer up a lot more, right? Yeah. There's a lot of spells you can cast here, and some of them are a reasonable cooldown, even at that.
Yeah, it's having a nice, fresh, full mana pool sounds good as well. So yeah, I think that actually makes a lot of sense. The right call in the end. Talking it over for Tempest, they give the Aegis to the Invoker. He's been hunting around right now with this Ghost Walk. Full alacrity, got that move speed, but unable to find anyone with it.
The smoke though.
Ready. Oh yeah, smoke.
They're moving top. This wouldn't be expected. Draken wants to get rid of the tower, but they're wrapping around. They check for reinforcements first. They will see Sladine. but nice blink away. The Thunder God's Revath reveals the location of everyone, but the stun interruption. Moo cannot connect on this. Echo Slam as well, so they need to slow it down as much as possible. Snowball will pursue through. Maybe you don't want to go here, though. Chop a little bit delayed. Moo able to blink away, so a lot committed, but not much gained. Only the Shaker dead.
Yeah, good blink out from Tusk. Manages to go digging as well with that trusty shovel. Finds a health potion, and he's like, yep, that's what I needed. Pops the health bot, so gonna be.
So that's how it works.
Back. Yeah, it's like, yeah, let's say, just call out an item and you'll get it. Games like this, I suppose. No, but this Ancient Thunderhide is being pretty annoying in the back lines, but speaking of the back lines, the front lines, yeah, there's a jumper with a proper roar, the hook as well. Sick here, sick kill on that position 3. Tusk, now Marcy also gonna fall. They were able to kill Viper, but again, it's support over here. You got the Sunstrike going out for possibility, but he's going in. Wait for him forward. Guitaro, low, but not low enough. Morphlane did morph into the punch, but is he tanky enough? He's doing this shift. The strength, he morphs it. Oh, he avoids the hook. That was close. That tickled the butt a little bit, but he gets out.
But you see the issue for Costabile here, where this really goes wrong. Like, Spirit Vessel's always been good against this hero, but one of the nice turnarounds is Morphlings used to always go for E-Blades, so they would shotgun people. So they didn't worry about the disarm. What really made that fight so manageable for Tempest in the end is after they force the Manta out and he waveforms in comes the Chop. His disarm. Morphling can't kill anyone, so this hero is just completely neutered at that stage in the fight. It's exactly why you'll now see Costabile going towards a BKB next.
See that. Speaking of the Ethereal Blade, Zeus having one of his own for the opportunity. It's just kind of farming out the mid lane currently. The posturing, though, of Tempest is pretty aggressive still. In fact, Hook, it's going to connect. It hits the Tusk. Immediate snowball comes out. How do you play off this move? Trying to get away. Throws up the Walrus Punch. The Sunstrike. Nope, not going to connect, though. That was the Sharpshooter hitting Earthshaker. So,
yeah,
no full engagement.
But they know everyone's here, and Morphling's bot farming, so it's not too bad for Nouns. Like, their Morph is getting a little bit bigger. They do need him to carry this game, because it feels like what the 4 can do alone is starting to pitter off a little bit. And this Zeus hasn't really gone for that kind of, you know, split push, farm, and go super late game build. Like you mentioned, that E-Blade, it means that he wants to be present, and he wants to try and get maximum impact in the mid.
This smoke play, though, I actually like it quite a bit from Tempest, all the way from the top side of the map. Now they're smoking bottom, trying to catch Noun.
Yeah, Moo's trying to break the smoke. A nice blink away. He knew they were coming.
I mean, damn, that was quick. That make it look so easy. In my age, I can't do that anymore. When I was younger, I could, of course.
You just need to pour energy drink onto your eyeballs, consume it, power your PC with it, and I think maybe you can get back to those days. I think that's how that works.
Something I want to point out, though, by the way, is Z-Freak, what is stat line? 13-0-6 on a freaking Hoodwink as a support. That's
I
impressive.
actually didn't realize he had that many kills.
Yeah, these
securing, right?
Yeah.
Damn.
He's worth
and of course,
a lot.
he's enabling the team. Like, he went for the Hunter's Boomerang, which I loved in this game. Stun coming out. 2 Echo Slam. Maybe his first kill on the way. Z-Freak trying to back off. We'll be able to make it out. His teammates might not be so lucky. Hook back on the Tusk. Zeus gone as well. 2 now dead. And Tempest in a position to easily take this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I mean, they save the Z-Freak, keep that streak alive, but they lose the Zeus and the Tusk, so that's a rough one. Great initiation, though, from the Earthshaker. Oh, and they also found Marcy, apparently, over here, yep. So Marcy now dead, so make it 3 in total. The Earthshaker lit in the way, though. He's got that blink. The Echo Slam was beautiful, and of course there is the Invoker follow-up with what he provides of the EMP tornado combo and everything else. So a couple of very crucial kills. They get the tower kill on top of that, and Tempest, so we kept on mentioning, especially with the Quas Wex build and everything, they really needed to kind of find their groove in this, excuse me, in the early to mid stage. We're in that point, and frankly, they're doing exactly what they needed to do, right? They've got a lot more active now. The blink on Earthshaker, I think, is certainly the biggest factor of that. But we're seeing now what Invoker and, frankly, everyone else on this team could do and what this composition can do.
Absolutely. And this is a strong point. They should be turning the screws at the stage. Aegis did just expire after that as well, so they got value out of it in that regard. They were able to force a fight. But now you're going to see Nouns move out. They are just waiting an extra minute before they're ready to go, because something key is coming up. Costabile almost has the BKB. That's when he can comfortably fight against this draft. So while Tempest are hitting their timings, the Morphling is still a risk here. especially when you consider that the Beastmaster can't be the solution forever.
Yeah, you see here that you mentioned that BKB. It is very close. Just needs a 14.
Although if you find him here with a hasted punch, nice intercept. Stops him just in time and is going to turn around on mistakes may have been made here. The toss back, Husky turned around on Promerol, comes out the Tusk as well. So 2 on the side of Nouns going to go down, maybe 3 if they're not careful. Once again, Tempest just keep turning the screws.
That was like a freaking fullback right there, and I don't know, from the American football terms.
Oh, we're Americanizing this now.
I mean, NA Dota, let's go. No, but that's what it reminded me of, honestly. A fullback basically there to protect the Morphling. That's essentially what Marcy was. Is of course she's the one that gets picked off, but in the end, kind of doing her job right there. However,
that kill streak.
It's not going to hit though. Zephyr's alive now.
No, he's gone.
Finally taken a look at that bounty. As a result, 1,000+ gold. Thank you very much. Even with the death, I think they're very satisfied about that.
Yeah, and Katara will get away. A lot of gold going into their pocket. Yeah, we mentioned it earlier. It had to happen eventually. The Hoodwink was going to go down. It's not a hero that's easy to survive the entire game on. You're elusive, but the price is you're incredibly squishy. Oh
no.
No, I was about to say, you don't want that one. You definitely do not want that one. So, yeah, to your kind of idea of like your football analogies, you know what the better one would be? Like, and it's still American. It's get down, Mr. President. You know, bodyguard in.
Sure, yeah.
I like that Mu does that really well, though. I love the way he utilized this task.
Oh,
although this time, it's get down, Mr. President the other way. Husky gets him away just quick enough.
Yeah. They do kill the Ancient as well, that Beastmaster had, so some added value there for Nouns coming out of that situation. So Drakey will have to go searching for another.
I do like the way that Nouns not only drafted, but itemized to cover each other until Morphling's ready. Like, you saw the E-Blade come into the picture there to save Mu. It just feels like these 4 heroes are bros who have each other's backs, and Costabile is just kind of that bench-pressing maniac that's eventually just going to come in and deck everyone in the clubhouse. An easy opener, poor little Sedin, revealed by the Thundergod's Wrath. But timing a little bit off the mark for Nouns. They were hoping maybe Roche was on the table, but still a minute out.
Yeah, that really does feel bad for the Earthshaker. He was actually in a pretty good spot hidden, but he was deciding to press R and Thundergod's Wrath. Yeah, no chance once that happened, but that's, of course, that part of that ability that kind of transitioned into more of that as we pick up the game, right? Where in the early game stage, coming in the laning phase, you're looking to have him press R to secure a kill, with the ganks or whatever. But as we pick up mid to especially the late game, it's more of a scouting tool than anything. So, in a lot of ways.
Especially in this type of game. Like, this game is hanging in the balance. Like, whoever jumps first should more or less always come out ahead. So you want to make sure you're not holding on to Thundergod's Wrath too frugally. If you feel scared, you probably should be scared. And this is looking scary. Morphling, nice save comes out. Mu able to save the day with a snowball. Chase through on a Sladine. Nice chop through, though. And Sladine looks like he will not stay alive. Costabile still gets the kill.
Doesn't have an axe yet. A Morphling doesn't matter. He's still very good at take over the Earthshaker. And yeah, using the Fissure against himself to secure it. So they close that net worth a little bit more. Point is, Tempest still is in the lead of about 4,000. But I go back to the Yags on Morphling. That is the item of the one that ideally will start shifting the sand. Oh, he avoids the hook by Cohen in with a waveform. Tusk jumped in as well. Kataro having to dismember immediately stopped him. He's up on the Sunstrike hits! And Morphling will fall. And now it's push time for Tempest. They need more, they want more, they're gonna get more. Tusk is dead as well in the back lines. Husky making sure to rebound away. Helping Gunner as well, so that will be all they get. But I say that, lightly, because they got quite a bit, especially on the Morphling.
Yeah, that's okay. It's going to be a balanced exchange. 250 got now. It's definitely still a favorable one for Tempest to find. They have to keep hunting this Morphling. We already mentioned the scalability issue. They've kind of offset it to certain extents, and the funny part is they take that fight before the next strong timing comes on the side of Tempest, which is the BKB for Pudge. With Alex plus BKB, this Morphling's game becomes incredibly hard to play. Even if he activates BKB, he can just be locked on the spot with Dismember, Primal follow-up, and he can still die. So Nouns are still an item or two away from the Morphling being able to just do what he wants in this game. And I like that Tempest chooses to strike now and then also follows it up with the second Roche.
Using that ancient granite golem, provide the health and tank up. He's going to throw an Alacrity on him. But yeah, again, not the quickest killing Roshan. It's going to happen, though, with the positioning. You have Earthshaker making sure not to get smoked on and positioning himself, getting some extra vision. But there is the official Roshan kill, so the Aegis this time will go to Pudge. And who are they giving it? It's going to be all right, the Birds. Those dive bombs coming out now, baby.
All right, so Birds are going to be there. They're just trying to hunt Costabile, hoping they could catch him before he'd hit attribute shift. Spooky, spooky game for Costabile. Like I was mentioning a bit earlier, it's just a kind of like who jumps who first type game. Especially, it always feels like when you have more things as well, right? Like, if you get caught without shift going, you're dead anyway. But at the same time, when you look at Tempest's side, their heroes don't retreat that well outside of the Invoker. So they definitely have to keep plowing forward and initiating first.
Yeah. He's got the shard, so not having to be concerned about that at least. Can do it through stun, but still does not want to get locked down throughout. This tower being pushed in, the Granite Golem. I'm going to use the Walrus Punch to kill it before it kills the tower, because it was doing so. And so, let me see, good use right there. Bottom lane being pushed out, but now with TP's coming in, it's like it's time to get away for Gunnar.
Oh, if Sladin had realized he was actually in range for the fissure, he wasn't quite sure where he was, so Zeus a lot closer to death than maybe was first apparent. Actually,
this Beastmaster continue to be impressed by his farm. I mean, the fact that he's keeping up with the Morphling so well.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I was about to highlight that. Like Draken has really been the standout for me. Like, Seba's done a lot of space making in the mid game, but just from start up until now, Draken has had a fantastic game. I remember the early kills. I think he got a double kill, if I recall correctly, on the lane against both Morphling and Marcy, which doesn't happen often. Not when you've got the Shaker backup. I just think, like, when you think back to that lane, there should be a lot more brawl potential for Nouns, but Tempest were on point with their positioning, as they have been through this game.
Yeah. Speaking of positioning, you got in front with that Ghost Walk from Invoker. They're charging in. Here we go. The drum's going off, I believe. Goes to the lid. There's that proper war lockdown. He's shifting, but is it enough to be saved initially with the disposement? No, he goes down, and so does Marcy. The chase continues. They also catch Z-Freak. The EMP explosion goes off, and Sabas
they're not done.
Secure that kill. Gunnar,
they know where Gunnar is.
Not done, absolutely.
They see him. Nice little bird there to assist. So it's ending up being 4 kills for the side of Tempest. Nouns only having one of the savers left in Moon. What a play, man. What a utilization of this Pudge. I love the fact that as soon as that BKB is online, Pudge is everywhere. And you just see how crippling this Ags can be against Morphling. He was not shifting into health whatsoever.
That's the free tower kill. It's going to be the Rax. I mean, still 25 seconds for Morphling and Zeus. I mean, that's a key factor as well. That should be. Oh, backer protection. Okay.
Nah, next wave's coming in. Like, they can take 2 lanes 100%. They've still got Aegis on the Pudge. Even when you're up, like, you haven't got Thunder's God's Wrath. You haven't really got the burst damage to kill any of these heroes, to be honest. I mean, they might show some respect after the glyph, but realistically, if they want, they could take another lane. But as is typical, discipline matters here, and you always got to remember, once you do take a lane after a fight, you've got a lot of extra gold in your pockets.
Yeah, so not going to get the 2 sets in the end, but they will gladly accept the fact that they're in further ahead now. What's up?
Dismember's just such a reasonable spell, isn't it? I just watched him fully heal after dismembering a creep, and it's almost off cooldown already. He's in. So I got an Aegis for a minute and a half. I want to use Echo Slam. Comes in big and wipes them out. Nouns losing the Morphling again. Full up on the Zeus, and this game might be over.
Alright, Tempest on the verge of taking their first game here at the group stage of the LCQ. If they can close it out officially, and yeah, they're certainly on the verge as they go in to put in Pudge. Minute 10 on the Aegis, so he's low on life, but he's at the point where he probably would just be fine dying. Yeah, he's just going to run at them almost. It's like, yeah, please kill me. I want to heal up. So he's going to get aggressive. He's going to take some shots, and I think he is going to die. Yeah. So he's going to come back up, though, on purpose. They're taking out the Rax, but Nouns not throwing in the towel yet, but now tier 4. This definitely could be it.
Yeah, there was no neutral here from Dismember back to full health this time, but what a play. What a turnaround, actually. Slovene, compared to game 1, his impact has truly been felt here. If you give him that type of hero, he proves that he can deliver. And although they won't end the game here, it feels almost over for Nouns. It's now a 23,000 net worth lead for Tempest. And, well, Nouns, they scaled themselves around this idea that 4 could protect 1. That 1 once again died, and they can't protect themselves either. So what's left at that point?
Not much. not much is left, and goes back to the lineup. And again, I know there was that question mark to the Quad Sweat build from the beginning as far as the Invoker goes, but you know, I'll gladly say that I was absolutely wrong. Sabas knows what he's doing for sure, and gonna make it work with the team, or at least that's a thought. Now just gonna get the jump in though. They do kill the Earthshaker immediately. He buys back though, rebounding from Husky in the backline. Kataro getting low on life. His BKB's allowing him to run away for the time being. Goes to delay. Sitting there with a right-click turret, but in the backline, Sabas able to take out Zeus back there, but the BKB's now worn off. Alacrity goes walk. He's attempting to get away. The fissure block. Oh, but here comes Efreak in the hunt, and Moo will secure the kill on Invoker. So a big kill there for Nouns at least.
Sladine has Echo Slam in 12 seconds. He's looking to reinitiate. They want to go in again. Katara is also moving forward once again. Sladine has the stun control, can set up for the hook, but nice sidestep. Katara just a little bit too slow here. Whoa, my oh my. A fight that Nouns needed to work there. That was their kind of breakout moment to slow this game down, to maybe get a soft reset point, but in the end, only able to claim the head of 2. Means that Tempest can once again go on the aggression.
21,000 net worth lead, but almost irrelevant. It's just the control of the map, especially for Tempest, is what really matters. And there's that Dismember once again being used to heal on up for Katara. So on the side, he'll do so. He's got a Shivas coming. Him and I believe Invoker. Okay, I saw Invoker earlier also going to Shivas, but no, he's changing up down to his side.
I mean,
he's gonna go for it, so it makes sense.
That Dismember with Paladin Sword especially, like, he can just stand in a fight and heal to full. If Moo isn't there with a Walrus Punch, like, this guy is not only gonna almost guarantee a kill going the way of his team, he's also not going to die afterwards. So definitely someone that still needs to be addressed by Nouns. I'm just looking at like what the next recovery point is. They are so far behind in this game. BKB could be good for Moo, but there's still a big question mark around their damage.
Very interesting here. There's actually not something we see often, but double boots of bearing on the side of Tempest. Both Beastmaster and Viper even has one, so.
I think that's like a comparative of what Viper can only really build, and then Beastmaster having too good of a game, right? It's like they always plan this on Katium, but Dragon just looks like, I don't know, what do I build now? I guess we're just going to build Boots of Bearing. Screw 'em.
Why not? Well, they got it. The Ancient Ice Shaman, that intimidating Ancient we've talked about, is marching towards the base of Nouns currently. The hook is not going to connect, but get some idea of who's where.
It can be so consistent with the juiced up moon speed and attack speed with the Boots of Bearing as well. I mean, to quote my good friend Lacoste, bang your drums, bang your mum. There's going to be a lot of mums banged by this. Jump in for Moo. Celine found the tree line. Or is he? It's a turnaround on the Moo. Down to half HP. Hasn't used the BKB yet. Follow up as well to stun him on the spot. And they've already lost Husky. They have to stand and fight though. Costa Bile with the BKB able to push back against Katara for the time being. But he's protected by the Glimmer. Nice waveform through, but a little bit too deep. Costa Bile, a bridge too far here. Moo will at least get the turnaround kill, but at what cost?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, unfortunately, it was for his life right there. And, you know, I could just see he was so focused on wanting to really kill that Pudge was the Morphling, but it just wasn't able to happen in time. Sure, he died on the Pudge, but Morphling going down, not the ideal situation. So it's going to be a Hoodwink and a Zeus to hold off the longest they can. They're trying to go for the blow up on Viper, but it's good for now, the Sharpshooter. Never mind, but
I mean, this I'm pretty sure you just got a boss fight Viper deleting Hiraxis at this stage. Actually, it's kind of deceitful. It's the big creep, right? The Granite Golem's the one doing the most damage, 200 per strike. But that is mega creeps, and that is Nouns now probably at like a 1% chance to turn this around.
Well, you're gonna say that. We got to check the graphs, right? Yeah, it is 1%. All right. 99 to 1 officially.
Wow.
So we're not at the 100 mark. We've seen that before, where it says 100%. You're just like, well, that's just rude.
Is there like a TI variable in there if TI never say 100%, right? Because you never know what can happen at TI.
Very true. So yeah, maybe there is, but it's only 99%. So you're saying there's a chance, is what Nouns is responding with right here. But this is it's tough. I mean, Morphling, again, I thought maybe with the Axe pickup that was going to be the key to giving hope, but it really hasn't been. Still able to be locked down effectively. and eventually killed off. So, and even with this hell of a farm and start on Hoodwink, hasn't unfortunately managed into too much. He does get the axe, by the way. We didn't even talk about that yet, but the decoy now active for a Z-Freak. But that just feels like one of those abilities that sound like, oh, nice to have, I suppose, but it's not really a game changer necessarily.
No, it's just not enough. You can't rely on Hoodwink to solve your problems now. It has to come from the Morphling or nowhere. This is always a worrying detail in a Morphling gameplay strategy, is when they have to go for 3 defensive items. Manta, BKB, and the Lincolns. You usually do this when someone else can carry the damage load on your team. Usually you could argue Zeus could do that, but as we've seen, Tempest just beeline for him. If he's seen anywhere near the fight, they're going to jump on top of him.
And the Ancient Granite Golem is up once again. Around the team as Tempest was thinking about it, but now they fall back. I think it's because they realize Roshan's up. That's the case. They're going to go into the Roshan pit. The Ag's blessing on Roshan. See who they throw that on. Definitely some options here. Does anyone have an Ag gift? I guess other than Pudge? No, so curious where they go with this.
Like, actually, I kind of like the idea of Ags on like Katsu. So I think, yeah, it's too good on Invoker to not give, right?
Yeah, he gets it. Yep, Sun Strikes. So we're going Cataclysm, baby.
They got some good setup. And if we get a Pog Echo Slam coming up from Sladine, it'll easily connect. And well, even BKBs won't protect you from that follow-up.
Yeah, just the life pool, especially with the Granite Golem. I mean, just click it there. Everyone's like 3,000 plus, it feels like.
So insane.
Yeah.
And its damage on itself as well, being 200. Stun. Follow up. They've got him. Morphling gets the shift off. Nice boot out to safety. Courtesy of Husky, but Husky has to sacrifice himself. Move still brawling in the back here, but not good enough. Has to retreat away. Z-Freak goes down. Buyback there. But the stun's locking them out of their fountain. Gunner pleading for help, but the only assistance he's going to get is from the other side.
Tempest takes it. 1-to-1 split. Congratulations to them. Really, I mean, that honestly is a feels good moment in the sense that, again, I hate to see a team ultimately go winless throughout, and they still even have 2 more matches to come. So, but that has to be a great feeling, just like it was for Nouns yesterday, again with their first victory that they had in the late one against Secret, as we talked about several times. So, but Tempest definitely deserving. Very, very good play by them. And the draft, certainly had some question marks going into it, with a little bit of concerns here and there, but they hit those timings. It went back to the idea of, well, if you're going to go this, like I said, the Cossacks build, etc., then you got to really make sure to get aggressive at the appropriate time, and they absolutely did. So well played by Tempest, and one that they can be proud of.
Yeah, I think that this had me very excited because Tempest, like after game 1, man, it looked demoralizing. It reminded me of that moment for Nouns at the end of day 1, right? It was like, whoa, how did they come back from this? And they came back in style. Unfortunately for SA fans, their version of Nouns' journey maybe comes a bit too late. Even if they go on to 2-0 the final series, they're still going to find themselves in that lower bracket. But at least a little morale booster, proving that you can take a game. There's nothing worse than finishing a group stage with 0 points secured. It just sets you up for this doubt fiesta when you head into that knockout stage, right? So this way they can at least say, we are here for a reason. We can duke it out with some of the best teams on offer, and they take a well-earned victory over Nouns with a much more solid draft. And I think what we saw here is the redemption arc, for me, from Sladine especially. Seb's done a fantastic job out in the mid lane. Draken farmed really well. But for me, game 1 to game 2, when Sladine is given a hero that can actually make things happen, he proves exactly why he is the boss for on Team Tempest.
Yeah. You know what's kind of interesting? I'm kind of looking through the standings right here. So Nouns, obviously, again, they're done. They, as far as the group stages are concerned here for the LCQ, they got to kind of sit back and now let others determine their fate, if you want to put it that way. And we talked about how Tempest versus Polaris is going to be the final series for those 2 teams coming up next on, I believe it's another stream. But Tempest, if they 2-0 Polaris, that would put Nouns in a tie with them, actually. Wow. And potentially tiebreakers could come as a result of that. So, and that could determine a lower bracket, upper bracket. So now it's potential to still play because of tiebreakers to come. But they're going to be Tempest fanboys, I think, in the next series. Is
Absolutely
very possible.
Yeah, that's pretty hype to think about. And then the other kind of cool thing is it's a very desired series. People definitely want to see it. I believe up next, we're going to have Na'Vi versus Team Secret. And the cool thing about this one, by the way, and the reason why you want to hang around is that when we look forward to that one, the top spot hasn't been decided. If Secret are able to beat Na'Vi, they'll take that top spot in the group away. So far as well, actually, interesting one is Na'Vi is the only team locked in with an upper bracket placement out of that group. But maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Like, we should get the random thoughts out here. Nouns, didn't get the clean sweep, rounding it out, but I still am impressed with the way they've been playing. I think in this game, Tempest just had a very clear win condition, and they hit it magnificently. But I still see cool signs in this game outside of that. I think Z-Freak especially had a poppin' performance on this Hoodwink, despite the outcome. But I think that's kind of the bait of Hoodwink sometimes. You get all these kills, but it doesn't really mean much in the grand scheme of things. And you survive so long because you can, but it doesn't necessarily mean much. But any other round of thoughts out from you, Breaky? I mean, you NA boys, participating, not going home with a 0 scoreline.
I mean, well, sure. I mean, that's, of course, a positive. But again, overall, honestly, I've just been super pumped that, one, the opportunity to be here, but two, just how much parity we have in this competition. We expected that coming in, and we certainly have been getting it. The parity in the sense that a lot can happen. There isn't the obvious teams that are going to be moving on to the next stage of all this TI event. So many things can happen when it comes down to it, not only through the group stages, but especially the playoffs into the LCQ. And we are seeing plenty of that. So that's what I'm happy to see, and I'm looking forward to even more to come.
Yeah, journey just beginning, still plenty to go. Still plenty to go on this day alone. We're only halfway through. That's before we even talking about the possibility for tiebreakers. In for the tiebreakers, I'm not going to go that far. We'll have to see more of the scores. But that is going to be it from us. What's going to happen now? This stream is going to go to a short break, but you don't want to go anywhere or not too far. Maybe check out the other PGL streams, because when we return here on Stream C, you're going to be joined by a new set of casters for Team Secret versus Na'Vi.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Series we have in store for us as well. Na'Vi taking on Team Secret, two teams who already guaranteed the upper bracket berth, currently sitting at first and second place. So this is going to be an exciting matchup here between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. It means so much. You know, some of the teams that are scraping into potential upper bracket bursts, they are looking a little bit shakier, at least in terms of their consistency. But these two, they're really up there. You know, in terms of their mid to late game decision making, it always seems to be on point. The real times that they've stumbled is when they just get out of that laning stage a little bit too far behind. So it'll be interesting to see how they face up against each other, and if that means we're going to see one of these great, long, epic games that I'm sure everyone wants to see.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we'll take a look at how the Na'Vi roster is looking. And we also had the opportunity to even cast them previously as well. We just did their last series, which was exciting to see how they're able to shape up. That ended in a 1-1 tie between the lads on Vici Gaming.
Yeah, it did indeed. And a big part of that was on the back of Solo that you just saw there. The man with the grey hair, tons of experience to be able to bring through to his team, but another couple of great performances coming through from Vichun as well. I'm keen to see how the mid matchup goes as well, because in terms of pure mechanics, it's got to be Nisha coming up against No One that a lot of people are really tuning in for.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, two of the best probably mid laners out there at the moment. No One, for quite some time through the Eastern European region, where was known as the best mid laner. It took a little bit of time, of course. He wasn't there at TI10, so it's been you missed 2020, you missed 2021 as well, and potential if he misses this year, that's going to be 3 years in a row. But with how Na'Vi are looking, that might not be the case here. Definitely, a lot of people were putting Extreme Gaming and the other Eastern European team at the high contenders being Virtus Pro, because we did see Na'Vi in the Arlington Major. They had a very, very rocky performance where they actually 13th, 14th finish for them. I believe they bumped out in the group stages.
Yes, they did. And they looked a little bit more shaky. You're completely right with a lot of the performances that we're putting through. The thing that I've really seen change about Na'Vi is the performances from Sweden Strong. He is looking a lot more comfortable with this team. And it seems like I was actually watching Moneyball the other day. You ever seen that movie?
Yep.
And it was all about just finding players that fulfill a certain role, like role players that are good at doing a certain thing. And for Sweden Strong, his is creating chaos and finding the initiation. For Lies, it's not really the team fight meta anymore. Back in the day, he loved playing his Sand King. He loved the Tide Hunter. He loved the Mars, but it really doesn't feel like that's the sort of meta that we're in right now, where a simple BKB can just completely nullify a lot of what an entire hero does.
Yeah, and the opposition being Team Secret, like we mentioned, is going to be very exciting to see how the mid matchup is going to be with Nisha along with No One. But I think another person that is going to be very exciting to see is Zayat. Earlier on today, with the opportunity to cast Secret as well. I'm trying to remember. That was the series versus Polaris, where they went a 1-1 tie. And again, in that series, Zayat was a pivotal reason of why they're even able to tie this series. Otherwise, Polaris potentially were going to 2-0 them.
Come on, be wearing the hat. Yeah, he's still wearing the hat. You love to see it. Yeah. So I did a bit of research in our downtime, and that's called a Kalpak. I might be pronouncing that wrong, Kalpak. And it's just a traditional Kyrgyzstani piece of cultural wear. So I know for Singapore, a lot of people think like Singapore is just insanely hot and humid a lot of the time, and it is, but they compensate for that by having insane AC as well. So it might be really hot and humid outdoors, but indoors it can get a little bit chilly at times. So maybe it's a good luck charm. Maybe it's just a little bit frigid for the boys. But, you know, they're coming all the way down here from Europe where it's starting to get a little bit chillier. So nice little break in terms of the weather.
Yeah, and I saw he was wearing it throughout the draft in the previous series, and then throughout the game, he took it off his head. So maybe it's just a little, pre-game, just get the
ritual,
get the confidence flowing, pre-game ritual, and then once you get in the game, which we are currently, you can take the hat off and let it loose. But there we see, there we go.
Gotta get me one of those. If you're listening in, Team Secret admin, I want to see some merchandise. I want to be able to purchase that Team Secret themed one if possible, especially if they qualify through the group stage and make a deep run in, because, I mean, that's the thing that everyone's talking about. Puppy, couldn't he miss his first ever TI? It would be a little bit heartbreaking to go away from tradition if he does, but he's got some serious competition there. I mean, what would it be, a TI without Heen there as well? Such a mainstay as both a player and a coach.
As we do see how the draft is shaping up. Again, we just previously casted Na'Vi in their series versus Feature Gaming, and in both those games, Na'Vi went down the route of the Silencer first pick in those games. But this time it's going to be a little bit different. A clockwork for Na'Vi and Secret. They'll respond with a Snapfire Earth Spirit. So also for them, we get some difference.
Yeah, for sure. Something a little bit unorthodox. I do like the Snapfire response to the clockwork. Yes, it makes the ultimate a little bit awkward, but in terms of being able to reposition, you don't need to commit onto things like the Force Staff. Earth Spirit, same sort of deal, right? You just kick the clockwork out of the cogs, and then you can roll on away. So I like these self-sufficient supports, I'm going to call them.
Well, what are your thoughts right now with this, though? Because I feel like Secret, like naturally you see Snapfire Earth Spirit, and
you're thinking who's the
think
four?
Of some flex. I think this Snapfire is a core, and I don't think Puppy's going to play Snapfire, and I don't think anyone else is going to play Earth Spirit.
He does occasionally. He does occasionally play the Snapfire, but I'm in agreement with you. I think this could be a Rezo Snapfire. I think it could be a Nisha Snapfire if it worked out for them. But I think maybe with the Leshrac, they're feeling a little bit less confident with that because a Snapfire is one of those heroes that doesn't have amazing mobility for the mid lane, so you can start to get run down with any kind of rotation that comes through from the side lanes and a Leshrac just dealing an insane amount of damage.
No one in Game 1 versus Feature Gaming had an incredible performance on the Leshrac at a bit more of a rougher lane, but we saw what he was able to do to be able to hit back. And as a hero that's been picked up a decent amount so far through the meta, they're going to look to try and protect it as well with the Invoker. Conquer could be something they also want to consider here from Na'Vi, because Nisha has a very, very good Conquer.
He does indeed. The thing that I'm actually appreciating a lot out of both of these teams, it's something that doesn't get quite the notice that it should a lot of the time, and I'm probably about to be proven wrong. Yeah, there we go. The Batrider goes away. I was just about to say there's 4 really common bans between these two teams, and they're Enigma, Batrider, Beastmaster, and Faceless Void. So I'm thinking that the Enigma makes sense, right? It's just such a strong hero that you could put into a variety of different positions, and maybe now they feel in the second phase that the Batrider is still pretty important because they want to make sure that the no one Leshrac just gets the easiest possible lane. But the other two, I'd be pretty surprised if they look to get rid of either of them, because if the other team isn't going to pick them, then what's the point in banning it, right? If it just isn't in their wheelhouse that they're looking to commonly pick.
I see at the moment on screen as well, Sweden Strong paired with the coach that was hidden for quite some time. The name of him is Guess Who, someone who was a big reason of how Sweden Strong really came to be such a strong player individually. He said in a couple of interviews that it's more of like a personal coach in a way, and he's coached some other people throughout the scene as well. And it's interesting to see that they're sitting together. Obviously, they have a very, very good connection. And from what I'm seeing in the cameras as well, they're both very, very vocal inside the drafts.
Yeah, whether that's just bouncing ideas off of each other or just, putting down strategies, trying to calm the nerves, who knows? That's the area that you really want to be that fly on the wall, to truly understand what sort of conversations are happening there. But whatever it is, it's been working so far for Sweden Strong. He's really been turning up for Na'Vi so far this tournament.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. There's been a lot of people that we've been impressed with so far, and this is what you need out of a player when it gets really to the high stakes games. If you're going to flop on the stage, or if you're going to be able to prove your worth, and that's definitely coming out for multiple people so far. As we close out here with the second phase, see what Secret are looking to try and take care of. They do have the next pick coming out of the banning phase as well with the 15. So wonder what they're going to look to reveal. You were mentioning those 4 kind of key hero bans as well. One of them was the Beastmaster, and there we go. That's taken care of.
They're just wanting to get rid of heroes that can just get straight in on top of you, right? I think, honestly, like an offlane Pangolier is kind of bad, though, if they pair it together with a Clockwork. But I think a Pango is pretty decent here, right? Just to be able to deal with a Snapfire consistently, to be able to just, again, stand on top of the Lina, get the disruption out, allow the Leshrac to be the one doing the main portions of the damage in these team fights. And you don't really need to worry about at least one of the BKB piercing disables in the Beastmaster. So we'll see what sort of avenue that they go down, but Team Secret are seriously protecting this Lina right now with the bans that they've gotten rid of so far. 4 heroes that either have units or they themselves look to just get right in on top of you.
Yeah, it's a hero that should be able to match up very well versus the Leshrac in the mid lane. Someone that we've seen so far as well, Secret. They don't mind giving the win condition over to Nisha. Trying to give a hero for Crystallis that can look to be more of the playmaker in a way, or doesn't need to have as much farm. The Monkey King Razor are definitely the ones that is up there on the priority. But Leshrac matches pretty well up into both of them. So we'll see what it's going to be later on down the draft.
I'm still in two minds as to, excuse me, where exactly this Snapfire is going to be, right? Because the big benefit of playing this Earth Spirit is that you're much faster than a lot of other position 4s at making that rotation towards the power runes, because you're just going to be able to roll over your stone remnants, right? So they're going to switch this up potentially a little bit. Solo in the past has been the one that's been playing this position 5 Zeus, although it could be a pos 4 with Sweden Strong looking to play it. But I'm just trying to think how the teams are going to look to take these team fights.
Looks like a very good lifestealer game if you want to go down that route here from Team Secret. I think if you don't pick something like that up at this pick, then Na'Vi will have the opportunity to ban it out in the second phase, when it's a lot of magic damage at the moment. Hookshot, not really the biggest concern from you. You're able to get out of the arena. Edict's not the biggest concern as well, so I would not be surprised if that's something.
In the Earth Spirit.
Yep. Yeah, and it's someone you can look to itemize a little bit differently and allow Lina to be the person. Again, that is that win condition. So I wonder if that's something that Secret are considering.
I think it's a consideration for sure. They might, just because it's a little bit more comfort for Crystallis, look to go down the route of like a Juggernaut for himself. It's not quite as strong, but I certainly do see the value of it, especially once you lay down all these ultimates, right? The Mortimer's Kisses, the Magnetize, and just drop a healing ward. It suddenly becomes a little bit more difficult to just run up into Team Secret's lineup.
Na'Vi's turn to battle.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean, a Lash is going to run at you, right? So as long as you've got the BKB to be able to respond to it, the only damage that he's going to be doing is through the Diabolic Edict. So I feel like this isn't the worst, but it certainly doesn't make the most out of the laning stage.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because I think the Mars does match up pretty well versus the Razor. In the lane, I should say, in particular, where you can Spear or God's Rebuke him away. Zeus can also jump away as well, because I think this is going to be a Sweden Strong Zeus. As the game goes on, of course, Razor built-in BKB, but you need to get a lot out of it, and the Clockwork Hookshot into Cogs could be a bit of an issue with his pathing. But the main thing is that it's comfort, and I think that's a big thing we've been seeing out of Crystallis and Secret so far throughout the qualifiers. They really want to give Crystallis something he's comfortable on.
Yeah, and in this game, again, I've mentioned it a few times for those not watching on the A stream. The sneaky carry, or like the sneaky or the fancy offlaner, basically, where it's really Resolution that does a lot of the time for this team. He was doing it all the way back at the Riyadh Masters when he was playing the Dawnbreaker and coming out top of the net worth a lot of the time. He did it earlier today with an offlane Enchantress, and if it does indeed turn out to be this Snapfire being played in the offlane, wouldn't surprise me to see them go down a similar sort of route. You know, Razor's just there for the team fight disruption, but we're seeing a Snapfire emphasize levels and then go into, like, you know, your Daedalus, and then you really start to chunk down these heroes with physical damage when they try to run at you.
10 seconds remaining.
Are there any carries that you see left for VTune that they could pick up that doesn't particularly have issues with the static link?
You could just go something with, like, Morphling's gone, but you can go like a PA potentially. It's something else that has a dive. You're able to get away from the static link quite reliably. But then I'd be a little bit worried with Secret going for something along the lines of, I don't know, just a natural MKB builder or something that's able to, for example, rupture him and make his life in the lane a little bit more difficult. You can tell that they're considering it, right? Because look at those off-lane bans, the Viper and the Darkseer. Two heroes that PA doesn't have the greatest time against.
Team Secret's turn to pick. Drow Ranger.
Ooh, okay. They've tried this before, and they did it against... he actually didn't die a single time last time they picked the Drow Ranger, at least from what I've seen. So they just need something that's going to be able to get in onto the backlines on top of the Earth Spirit here. Do they even consider giving the Razor offlane? Probably wouldn't be that great. Although you can just use the Plasma Field to, like, spam things out, right? And then go up position 1, maybe, that's able to converge onto the Drow. Like, is Spectre the worst? It's very greedy. Axe instead. Okay, something else that jumps. Something else that's able to not necessarily stay in the lane for too long, because you know the Drow Ranger's going to get the better end of that. It's a dual melee setup, so they're going to need some really solid cohesion coming through between Rezo and Zayats, and well, if there's anything that they've got, it's that. They are a pair that all the way back in May went public on Twitter and said, hey, we're a pairing that wants to be together on a team, and we're going to give you the results if you have faith in us. And, well, so far for Secret, they've proved them right. They've had some really solid performances at some live events, and throughout these qualifiers, like you said, it's between these two at the moment, and potentially Polaris as well, for that first spot. So I'm keen to see what the result's going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting with how these acts is able to shape up, because I think the only acts I've seen so far in the tournament, Zai played it, I believe, in one of the games, and Liquid won that game. I don't know if anyone else has run it. This is another game where Secret are running a double melee offlane, and Na'Vi are doing the same thing as well. I'm personally not a big fan of the double melee with Mars. You do have some synergy with Cogs into speed. They potentially want the Clockwork in the Snapfire lane as well. Like, that could be a big reason of why Sweet and Strong is going to be the one playing the Clockwork. We'll see if they'll just still swap it up, though, because now you don't have a melee hero with the Drow Ranger. So do you feel like with what we see on screen right now, like Solo playing Zeus and Sweet and Strong playing Clockwork, are they going to be in their natural lane, or would you like to see them rotate?
If it was me, I would switch, personally, but who knows, right? Like, I feel like for Na'Vi in particular, I think Solo should probably be paired together up there, but you don't want to break up the Zayat's Resolution pairing if you can afford to, right? This isn't the time where, like, in the past, Puppy would play the IO and then he would rotate and play the position 4 role, or at least play in the off lane. Like, this is a guys that need to be sticking together if you're going to get the maximum amount of effectiveness out of them.
We'll find out what is in store for us. A very big game between these two teams. Again, they already guaranteed the upper bracket, but I feel like it's a teaser of what we're going to see later down in the playoff stage here between Secret and Na'Vi, with how strong they've been looking so far as Game 1 gets underway. Some tips, some good luck, have funs between the teams, and more importantly, some smokes as well, as they're both going to break inside the river. Nisha is not in the greatest position, but the slows from the Plasma Field along with the kick will give Nisha an opportunity to get out of the Battery Assault.
Scary. Sweet and Strong even just hanging around in the area. Got to get underneath that tower, my man. Just that little bit of extra regen. Might even back up all the way to base, or even just the tier 2. Get that little bit extra. He's going to run all the way back, so I wonder if this will lead to a few more unexpected bounties picked up for Secret here. Puppy, he's kind of trying to be the bait for now. Hasn't consumed the Tango just yet. Ooh.
No one.
Really
Lands the stun, yeah. Just walking up the higher ground into VTune and no one with their positioning, so Drow Ranger's going to be able to get the first blood. I thought we might slip away from our grasp, but not the case. VTune, don't get a bit too greedy here. They have the the ward. So he sees Resolution, sees Zayat, knows exactly where the heroes are positioning. Going to be okay. Solo's used a lot of mana, so we'll see what the Zeus is going to look to do, but here we are.
What's he doing? Is he just walking all the way back to base, getting the free refill? I think that might be the plan. But yeah, first blood over to VTune. Going to be very, very happy with that. Already against the, well, what we were expecting to be potentially, or at least me, the dual melee setup, because you don't want to break up Rezo and Zayat. It looks like they'll be forced to. Melee, ranged, that's always the way that you want to be going about it, and it's really just all on Puppy's positioning for me. Can't be getting caught out by this battery assault, especially too close to the Drow Ranger, until you're level 2 at least.
So do you like this though? Because them bringing Puppy top, I think, gives you more of an incentive for Sweet and Strong to be here. Because again, you want to be like melee with the Drow, and you want to be in Snapfire's lane.
Yeah, true, but I think that changes once it's level 2, and it depends who you're going on exactly. I think if you're... Oh,
yeah, Battle Hunger. Sweet and Strong should go down here.
One more right click.
It's got Fairy Fire to play with, and the tower region with the Tango should be enough.
He's going to back off completely, use the salve, and I believe he's already got another set of Tangos coming out to him now, so won't be the worst. Again, it's all about giving VTune the best game possible, so if they're hitting Sweet and Strong, he's happy. Lane already pushed all the way back in favor of VTune. It's going to start pushing in towards Resolution, but again, you're an Axe, right? You don't have any amazing ways to be able to farm these first couple of creep waves until you get that counter helix available and influence the lanes, just like Resolution's doing.
So do you feel like some of the changes in 7.32 were enough for the Drow Ranger? It wasn't, you know, just... I joke a little bit about the 7.32 C change with the movement speed, and all of a sudden we're seeing him, but it seems like there were a lot of other changes as well to maybe make him more viable.
I feel like it just needs to be the perfect Drow game, and this isn't perfect, but clearly they're confident enough. You know, you can see V2 and he's feeling himself. He's got the hand out for the high five, and actually going to go for this kill onto Puppy, who's not level 2 just yet, so won't be able to get out of that one with the Fire Snap cookie, and they'll even get a little bit of harass through onto Rezo as well.
And another kill to V-Tune. It does seem like, though, with what they have to be able to protect the Dry Ranger, like, it's pretty goddamn solid. You've got two heroes that can provide vision, and also one, I should say, can de-ward as well, so that can really help out with your positioning. Arena to kind of protect you inside some team fights, Clock to go in, Leshrac that wants to be in the middle as well. So, you know, if Na'Vi are at the stage where they're kind of even in net worth and aren't far behind, hold that thought as bottom lane, Solo. Almost going to go down to the plasma field, but not enough damage coming out from Chrysalis. He went for 2 points in the static link, so Solo will be able to limp away. Although Zayat's the roll is back up. So he's going to go for the attempt onto the Zeus.
He's got the jump available. He's probably not in too much danger now, especially if he jumps out of range of the plasma field. Nicely done. Yeah, Rezo finally is able to purchase up that Ring of Health, so he's not constantly having to ferry regen out to the lane. It means that he could stay in the lane a lot more consistently. They've already got the big camp blocked up, so he's forced to just try and take away some of the small. But again, VTune having a fantastic start this game. 18 and 5 on the last hits relative to the 14 and 3, and that might not seem like too much of a difference, but you just have to compare how many of them were actually like small camp creeps for Rezo so far.
And again, they're going to look to get aggressive. The cookie will get resolution out of the cogs. Sweet and Strong's actually going to move on forward, whereas VTune still wants to last here. So Sweet and Strong's going to continue to tank up a little bit of damage. Look at that, even dropping the Iron Branch to get a little bit of extra value out of the stick.
I mean, he copped another right click when he did it, so probably not worth it in the end. But, you know, those small little plays, just trying to get full efficiency out. I appreciate it. Having to use 2 sentry wards as well to be able to get rid of this block of the camp. So this is exactly the sort of start that VTune's been wanting. Haven't really talked about mid lane that much. Both Nisha and No One relatively even. Nisha with a very slight advantage here, using the strengths of the leaner, of course, with how many fake outs do you want to have with the Split Earth, but eventually connects through and No One's going to be able to consistently farm one of those lanes where raindrops for both mid laners, excuse me, is going to be super value, but Nisha just not needing to rely on that might mean that he hits one of his timings just that little bit sooner.
Yeah, both these mid laners also very much bottom lane. Solo has got the jump, so should be okay. Able to make it all the way down to the low ground. Crystal's not going to have enough damage with the plasma field if he looks to go for it. Yeah, both these mid lane is very reliant on the bottle charges and the power runes coming up shortly. Do you feel like there's a side that has an easier time to be able to secure these?
I would say probably Secret, just because you've got Zayats who's wanting to be able to rotate away from this. I mean, at least you can still secure last hits with the Razor, with the Plasma Field. There's not a huge amount of kill potential with a Mars and a Zeus. You compare that to if Sweden Strong leaves top, V2's very vulnerable. You know, even though it's this weird lane that hasn't gone super amazingly for them to begin with, be a little bit careful here. He might try and push him down with the cogs if he wants to, but why would you want to do that if you could just kill him stuck up on the cliff? Channeling his old teammate in Arteezy there was Puppy. That was self-inflicted though.
Did you get the other kill? No, okay, this time it was the Clockwork that got it. Vichune's like, alright, if I must get the assist. Look at the wraparound on no one. Zayat's great position with the roll. Nisha's got the Laguna Blade in the arsenal, but no one. He's happy with the hero being on top of him. Oh, no one drops a voice line as well for good measure. Didn't even need the Clockwork as Sweden Strong was starting to rotate, but a solo kill for the Leshrac.
Well, yeah, Nisha doesn't have any points in Light Strike Array, so any kind of rotations like that, most of the time that Leshrac's just dead. I'm not sure if he really needed the second point in the Fiery Soul just yet.
We'll see what they're able to do with the catapult. Might even turn to Sweden Strong instead. Cogs, get some distance away.
Oh, that's not where you want to be, Puppy.
That's not where you want to be, indeed. As Puppy goes down, Nisha's going to look for the turnaround, but he's off the mark of the Dragon Slave. They'll get a little bit of extra damage at least to be able to combat, but now V-Tune's even going to show up as well. And with the level 6 already in the arsenal for the Drow Ranger, he's easily able to pick off Nisha.
He's going to make his way back up top, but you just see Rezo. He's like, get the farm, get it while I can. I'm the real carry here. And, well, understandable. They want to make sure that they're locking down this Lina. Shown so many times how capable she is of completely taking over games with that machine gun style. And, well, at least they were able to get somewhat of a trade out of it. You know, some damage being pumped into this tower. Rezo's going to cut the wave with the money creep as well. So that you do have to make a little bit of a rotation that isn't ideal for the farming potential. Just quick nice little stack here.
Quickly to mention as well, they got the kill as well into Chrysalis while that fight was happening, and he's having to run back to the lane. He doesn't want to TP because Arena's available, so he feels like they could kill him twice as Sweden Strong. Battery Salt's getting tanked up with multiple heroes, but Resolution's in a really awkward position. Cookie's going to try and help out, but it lands him straight back next to the Cogs as Resolution will not escape. All the cores on Na'Vi off to a flying start in this game one.
Yeah, for sure. Even Lies, you know, last game he had a much more difficult time. He was going up against an Undying and an Ursa, so completely understandable. This time around, against that more ranged style of hero, so he's able to easily use the spear. We were talking about how the Razor might be comfort for Chrysalis, but it is absolutely not a counter to the Mars for the laning stage, which feels like one of the big areas of weakness that used to feel so much stronger.
Again, they're continuing to play with Nisha though. Double damage rune. Gonna lose Fury Soul stacks. That's a big rotation from Lies. He needs to get something out of it.
I saw him. He briefly showed on the lane, and with the creep wave all the way under there, means that his rotation is going to be completely understood. Solo as well, just wanting to get some of these lightning bolts out, just to see if there's any kind of vision in the area. They don't actually scout the one out that's standing behind the tower, giving all information about a lot of these rotations.
Look at this, already preemptively from Na'Vi. They blocked up the Ancients, recognizing that Resolution needs to have some of the stacks to find a way back in. And he has this Vanguard completed, so we'll be able to get a couple of easy kills onto the creeps, but unfortunately they'll soon find out that that stack did not work out.
I should have understood that there was some kind of ward in the mid lane there. They went for the dive in onto Solo and he made it.
Wise, he's going to look to... Oh, the spear's off the mark. No one's not going to have a way to set up for the splitter, but this time he will still land it. The skill shot from Leshrac not going to be missed. Great use of the arena as well, regardless from Lies. It does leave mid lane vulnerable though. Nisha and Zayas in combination together. Vichu might be able to kill off Nisha, but a nice read without anyone being nearby to cancel the TP.
Got the 9 on the tower as well for Vichun, so Means that they get a little bit of that gold as well for the deny. Nice little bit of value there, but yeah, for sure. It's only so far that you can go in terms of comfort, and it feels to me like Crystallis just isn't taking the game by the scruff of the neck right now. Look at these rotations for Vichu. Snagging away the boundary room potentially, looking to try and find Lina.
What? Sweden Strong just tried to solo kill Resolution and you Puppy was nearby. A vicious attempt. Crystallis is going to love being able to get the kill, and now this will open up a lot more of the map. I wonder if they want to... I mean, I don't think you can reave Resolution along with Razor here, because Crystallis now TPing up. So where do you feel like Resolution looks to go next?
You could potentially look to invade the jungle. Like, you want to try and take that away from the Leshrac as much as possible, right? But no one... He realizes his role right now. Drow's not quite ready yet to join the start of a team fight to be able to push into a tower. That really just needs to be the Leshrac's job. Already 3 points in the Diabolic Edict, so he just wants to be around for when the supports start to make that rotation.
The collapse. It's their mid lane. No one not going to... Continuing to pump fake the splitter. Zayats will be fine. So 2,000 net worth lead. Secret though. They cause trying to find that catch-up farm that we're waiting for. Really feels like... Well, probably the blink we're looking for on Secret, or can they even make some plays without it, potentially on the back of some ultimates out of, you know, Puppy and Zayats?
Yeah, I think you just need to have this blink dagger available for Rezo. Similarly, though, Na'Vi, that's the thing that they're waiting for. Lies, they're giving him a lot of the farm priority, letting him sit in the lane, because of course he can't farm quite as quickly as no one who's taken these double stacks at the exact same time. So, I'm keen to see who hits their timing first. At the moment, it's looking like Rezo might be just a little bit ahead. So what can they do with that? Are they going to be looking to play around just the Ogre Axe on the Razor with the Eye of the Storm being popped and run at them?
Oh, mid lane. Lies again. Spear's going to be off the mark inside the arena. Secret are going to start to TP in. It won't be able to protect the Snapfire, though. And I wonder if now Na'Vi can look to convert this kill. Even Hookshot's going to be off the mark as well, so...
It was a good sidestep.
Roll in. Nisha's nearby as well. They need to try and kick him back. A beautiful placement of the Coke going to be able to prevent this, and now they'll turn it back around as Zayats go down, but Resolution finds his first dunk charge of the game. So a 1-for-1, and importantly, Secret, they will be able to continue to defend this tier 1 tower.
Really nice cogs, just immediately pushing him back into the path of the Gust, and... Well, Vichu just showing how formidable of an opponent he is at this stage. One of the few heroes that's able to, just in a pure right-click trade, be able to contend with the Lina. Of course, Linas most of the time aren't going to go into the Dragonlance, but this game might honestly be starting to consider it, just with Vichu there being able to outrange you. It's not an issue that most Linas have to try and deal with.
Is this the blink? Yes, it is. Resolution. Blink completed and smoke up from Zayats. We've spoken time and time again about this combination.
They're going to be tempted to go down bottom to try and pick Nisha. He strategically showed himself in the lane there. They'll be happy enough, I think, to get Sweden strong. Maybe, yeah, they're pinging him out. They're saying, hey, we got a Lina farming here.
Ooh. Oh, he's going to jump in. Alright, Sweden strong. Look at the heroes up on the high ground. Off to the right side. They're going to look to jump Lies instead with the Laguna Blade. A lot of damage getting chucked out of the mode, but at least it gets the arena up before they secure the kill. And the rest of Na'Vi are now showing up to utilize the ultimate from Lies as no one finds the split up. The Cogs once again for good measure, pushing them closer to Vichu. Beautifully done from Na'Vi.
And letting him know about it on Zayats. I mean, he's been really solid all day, but there's a couple of rolls that he's made that have just come a little bit short, and I mean, he's really suffering on the net worth department as well. Doesn't have any semblance of items outside of just the magic wand, and I just want to commend no one in that previous engagement. So many different Leshraks would be so tempted to just want to secure the kill onto the main target in the Lina that they picked off, but he realized he's got no mana. He's got no way to be able to turn around and fight. My AoE damage is fine, so he moves forward, uses the Yule Scepter on Resolution, and you get 2 cores for 1.
Look at the play from Na'Vi, maybe anticipating a move up top, or they actually even see Crystallis at the moment farming. With the ward, they do see Lies starting to move over, so Crystallis just narrowly escaping before no one's able to connect.
Very nice. He went all the way back to base, though, which I'm a little bit more worried about. Maybe just wanting to open up the bottom side of the map for Nisha to farm, considering, again, he is the true carry this game. But yeah, it's going to be a long road ahead for Chrysalis to try and recover this net worth deficit relative to the Drow. 2,500 behind.
Money to burn.
And this is a hero that can really start to ramp up the tempo if you have a good early game. Orange is someone that puts a lot of pressure onto an objectives, can take Roshan as well if you've got a lineup built around it. They definitely have some members that can tank Rosh, which is the important thing, so Secret, you need to be always aware of this, and that's where it starts with the tier 1 tower. As soon as this falls and the map continues to open up for Na'Vi.
They know exactly where Lies is. Yeah, positioning from him, and
he's going to jump.
Able to catch someone out.
Starts the Wannabe Kiss is going to be the follow-up as well, but Lies is in with the arena. That's a beautiful ultimate. Lies once again clipping 2 heroes. They've got the follow-up from the right side. Nisha's going to try and get some revenge, but the Laguna Blade is just not enough damage to kill off Sweden Strong. So Na'Vi, 0 casualties. They also get the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, Nisha went for the deny there. I actually saw from Zayats, there was a time, it was actually a really long time, where the rolling boulder was one of those things that is just, just misses on the spear there on Lies, where it was able to go through the arena. And Zayats tried that, but he just bounced into the wall. So I guess something's changed recently with the, the flying stuff doesn't get you out of arena anymore. Maybe that applies to the rolling boulder as well somehow.
It's always been one of the big issues with the Mars Arena, where there's just so many heroes that still have that potential to get out, but that's a little value of life change. For a hero that I think, fixed flying units sometimes being able to escape from the arena. That was in 7.32. But yeah, I'm not quite sure with the Earth Spirit mechanic. I'm not an Earth Spirit player. You an Earth Spirit player?
Nope.
I can't imagine Denog being in a... Yeah, this is it's a very complex hero. And well, Zayats is level 29 on the Earth Spirit, so he's he likes the complex heroes. The flash.
What are you implying about me?
You don't have the capability to place a hero like Earth Spirit.
I'll take it. There wasn't too much flame in that one. I know you were trying to, but it wasn't there. Well, they might be able to catch out Chrysalis here, though. Look at this 3-man smoke. He's farming inside of his triangle. Sorry, biangle. You have to change that. There's not 3 camps anymore.
Well, they think it's happening down bottom. The scan from Radiant was all the way to the bottom side, so they were not aware of Na'Vi playing aggressively. Let's see what they want to do with this, though. Is it going to be into Roche Radiant? They do have an observer at the mouth of the pit, so they know exactly what Na'Vi are up to.
I've been talking him up all game, but I think Sweden Strong has been the MVP of this round so far. He might not show on the net worth, but he's been part of 13 out of the 18 kills. He's consistently just making these big plays like the cogs in the mid lane, like the hook shot. Look at his position.
There's some resolution.
Well. Just making sure to catch him out on the backline if he can. He wants to catch Nisha.
Lies, he's ready. Arena's out. Great reactions out of Nisha, though. Turns with the BKB. It's going to try and bring down the Mars down to the southern side, though. Secret, they just got to get out. The BKB didn't give them enough through the team fight. It split into half, though. Next to the tier 2 tower, they've been able to push away the axe. I mean, that there's going to be no escape for resolution. So in the end, a 2-for-1 for the Ages was still claimed for Na'Vi.
And they're just wanting to make them play scared constantly. Even just little things like that, throwing out the rocket flare onto a hard camp that you might think that you're freely able to farm, causes all of Secret to back up, means that they don't get that next couple of waves of farm that's hitting into their tower. Nisha's eventually going to TP in, but I think it's just falling further and further behind. And the absolute Giga Chad in Sweden Strong. He's going the straight Aghanim Scepter. I love to see it.
Very interesting Aghanim Scepter this one is now.
Oh, yeah.
Isha? Oh, the hook shot. Sweden Strong. No one's going to be nearby. Lies as well if they need the extra stun lock, but the BKB is on cooldown, so it will not matter. The Chad, like you said, Sweden Strong doing it all for Na'Vi in this game 1.
Oh, yeah. And again, it's just the intimidation factor. A lot of times you use the rocket flare to push out waves. A lot of times you do it for vision to assist, but he's using it to make them scared. He's like, crap, they could see me. I'm afraid of dying. They've got a Blink Dagger. They've got the Spear of Mars available. Might even be able to
They
do
might
it
just
onto
go for
Poppy.
Poppy as well. Yeah, what's stopping the Matitu Towers? No deterrent. And look at Sweden Strong. He's trying to see if anyone's out behind, and he gets the information onto Resolution TPing in. You gotta stop making these plays, man. I can't continue to sing the praises. All the words I'm losing them with how incredible performance we're seeing out of him. Just a recognition that Poppy's dead. I don't need to do anything about him. Let me see if there's anyone else TPing in, or let me see if there's anyone else playing behind Poppy.
Oh yeah, for sure. Another deathless game as well for V-Tune, 10-0-4.
Well, Swedish Strong might be baiting. It's going to end up going down, but Lies and V-Tune will instantly move on over. V-Tune's going to be cautious. Amanda started to be able to reposition. Chrysalis is trying to move on forward. Doesn't find an angle to be able to enter the fight, however, as Na'Vi do a really good job to respect Secret with Clockwork dead.
You know, even the greats slip up every now and then, and, you know, maybe in front of the Tier 3 tower with only a Mars to assist is just that little bit too deep, you know?
Yeah, sometimes you sometimes just gotta pay some respect.
You know what it is? He didn't buy the Ogre Axe. He bought the Staff of Wizardry instead. Probably just through the quick buy. I mean, he's been so active on the map that he can't spare the mouse movement to specifically buy the Ogre Axe, right? He just quick buy, send it on the courier, get it into me.
Secret?
Oh, this
They're
would be big.
underneath an observer ward. V-Tune, nice sidestep as soon as the LSA comes out to the northern side. The Resolution's been caught out. Once again, we just haven't seen the involvement of the Axe, and V-Tune's even just jumping on forward for more. There's no cares in the world here for the Drow Ranger. Still has the Aegis in the backpack, recognizing with all the boys behind him, Secret cannot commit onto the squishy Drow. Oof, great reaction from Nisha, all right.
He's been just playing exceptionally again this game, but it feels like he's just a hill too much for him to be able to contend with. You can tell that Sweden's strong. He wants it. He's hungry for another dive into the base. He just popped the Blink Dagger. No BKB there on Nisha, so he still does have that ability to be able to respond to a lot more of these engagements being made onto him. But they're going to back off with Puppy being back and available, with the Fire Snap Cookie to get people back to safety. They're going to know. And, well, there we go.
Nice.
Pops the... Well, not pops the smoke, but thankfully Crystallize was not next to the Kobold this time from Puppy.
Well, what did you... I must have them all.
See if Na'Vi what they want to look to do now, if they're going to back up all the way in group as a team. Because Secret is still on the prowl.
No, they know. They're just camping around this high ground, right? At the top of any sort of stairs, next to towers. They don't really need to go all that aggressive. And they can wait a little bit. Like, yeah, their chance to siege high ground is probably over for now, just because of the Aegis running out. But you're nearly level 18 on the Drow. You've nearly got a Shadow Blade for V-Tune. You've nearly got the Ags for Sweden Strong. So I feel like there's plenty that they could do that's just a little bit more passive, even if it's only for a couple of minutes. The BKB so close to the Mars as well. So many big timings about to come for Na'Vi.
I think the nice thing with Secret with that smoke is just the fact that they at least do get some observe wards out on the map. So we'll see if Na'Vi are going to be able to read where these are placed, because this does now give them an opportunity to be able to take a fight kind of around the mid lane.
I mean, that one on their cliff inside of their buy angle is still there. But, of course, the ones around the mid lane, at this stage, probably not where you're going to be dewarding. So, unlikely to be scouted out by Na'Vi. So, those are the sort of things. They might not be perfect, but it gives you as much information as is available, right?
Lies bottom lane, rolls off the mark, and well, Lies, he was already able to jump away regardless, so... And they're really making them work for every single kill attempt.
Mm-hmm. This is the thing, and they're just throwing a... It's a pretty value hero, right? Because against Alina, sure, you might be able to BKB and get yourself to safety, but if the Mars drops his arena, you're not doing any damage on both the Razor and the Lina. They're just going to bounce into those walls. So I feel like just putting himself out there, realizing that I've got the stuff to be able to make that blink away, it just puts them in a really solid spot. And now, this is the timing. You've got the Aghanim Scepter. He's level 12 as well on Sweden Strong, so that overclock... There we go. Just look at those rockets on the map. Heat-seeking missiles and bang, bang, bang. They all land around Chrysalis. You talked about the fear factor previously. Well, it's even more now. You've also got the BKB finished on Lies. You've got the Boots of Travel, I believe, on no one. Or he might have shifted off into the Shivas. Don't hate that either. Drow Ranger, Shadow Blade available. This is their time. Smoke coming through.
Let's see where they're going to part their way. Coming towards a triangle where they can connect with no one. And that observer ward previously placed from Secret does see no one pushing out of the map, but he's going to be able to get the jump onto Zayat. Poppy's playing behind him, along with Chrysalis as well, but look at all the AoE damage. Na'Vi just way too far ahead. Chrysalis, he can hope the BKB is going to allow him to escape, but Vitrun's got all the right-click damage required, and Poppy will be sent to the grave for once again. And now Resolution, he'll jump in. Nisha's nearby as well. They'll at least be able to kill off Solo, but that'll be all they get, a position 5, and in fact, Na'Vi, they'll take every single member and send him backing inside the grave as Lies speed connecting into the barracks. 5 down, and honestly, that might be all she wrote for this game 1. Na'Vi looked way too goddamn good.
Yeah, couple of diebacks, lane completely exposed. Vitrun was a little bit cautious there. He was getting right-clicked by the tier 3 tower. He might go for one more attempt here just because of how low Vitrun is. Force them to play it out, but man, this one is all Na'Vi.
Look at all the high fives. Na'Vi are feeling themselves.
I have a question.
Okay.
Is Na'Vi back?
No, Na'Vi's not back. When Na'Vi...
Oh, okay.
Na'Vi's not back. We still got a playoffs that we are yet to see with a lot of incredible teams and another group as well that Na'Vi need to battle against.
You see all these rockets, by the way? He just fired off 4 different salvos of rockets during that overclocking. It just does an insane amount of damage and an insane amount of work at pushing out lanes, information, everything.
So do you feel like that's one of the big reasons why you go for this overclocking, or why you go for the Scepter, because of all the vision that it can provide?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not just that, right? You're basically giving vision of a very set area. I suppose it's a larger area than previously. For me, it's just your damage spikes on Clockwork. And one of the big issues for him previously was that if you get to the late game, if there's not this big BKB piercing ability that you require the hookshot for, you do fall off a little bit in effectiveness. But now, you can actually consistently do damage onto the backlines. Like, this is a 200 damage nuke, 3 of them on a 3-second cooldown that you're able to use every 50 seconds. It's kind of nuts.
Look at the missiles. Not only do they have his scepter, but Solo's even got a scepter as well for good measure, even with the Nether Shawl. So they're so far ahead that they can even give this neutral item to the Zeus. And this could be the last...
All right, they weren't baited by the Leshrac illusion.
Oh, Nisha.
Jumped on though. They know.
They got the one of the high ground. Resolution's gonna look to jump. It's not an easy kill, but Laguna Blade damage is going to be able to bring him down. But it means they haven't gotten to the top of the Drow Ranger. So Vitrun once again can look to send the arrows flying into the members in Secret. They know exactly where Niche is positioned as well.
He's got the blink.
He can blink out surely, but
no, he can't.
Flare, it's always hunting. It stops the blink.
One
and
more.
Vitrun can get the damage. And meanwhile, underneath the tier 1 tower, no one trying to catch up to Zayat, but a kick away into the roll. He will at least escape, but this goddamn Clockwork Aghanim Scepter.
The heat-seeking missiles just find you. No matter where you are on the map, it just finds a way. And do you now understand? Do you see why I've wanted to see this Clockwork Ags in a competitive game? I wanted it on a position 3 or something. But if you're able to get it as your first item, like Sweden Strong did, absolute Giga Chad, go for it. And he has made complete good use out of it. He's even just holding onto the Lance of Pursuit, saying, you know what? I'm not going to be right-clicking anyone. I just need the extra 200 mana.
Jesus Christ.
What can you do?
Oh, you see, they have so much information.
It stops blink daggers, it pops raindrops, it pushes lanes, it gives vision. Everything about it is good. Makes Battery Assault AoE, by the way. Like, full AoE, multiple units being hit. So it's even a bit of a counter to, like, illusions.
I guess the one issue is rushing it on a supporter 4200 item. If you're ahead, we see how much value you get out of it. Looks incredible.
All right, don't be a downer. I want more Clockwork Ags.
Looks pretty strong. Does he go for it?
We would love to pick up Rezo, but Puppy's positioning has been pretty good so far with those cookies to get his teammates out of a lot of these sticky situations.
I think for Secret, really the one, if they're ever going to take a, no, well, Sweden Strong just leads in with a hook shot. Why not at Decisive? Oh my lord. What an arena. On to 3, the follow-ups there. Niche is just hitting into the walls. The damage is not a possibility. They're hoping that they maybe can kick someone back inside the base, but they clean off the Earth Spirit before that opportunity is there. No one will go down. It will not matter in the end. 3 heroes without a buyback. Na'Vi's going to push on forward and now deal with the barracks.
I mean, there's just a lot, yeah, well worth the tip there coming through from his teammate. The big thing for mine is they're just creating so much chaos, right? With this, with the Zeus being as farmed as he is, with spells coming in here, there, and everywhere, with people blinking in, hookshotting in on top of the entire team, that you just forget about things. And like Crystallis there, he was right-clicking into the arena trying to trade with the Drow Ranger. It's just not going to happen.
Oh.
That's a get off my lawn kind of Mortimer's kisses coming through there.
It truly is, isn't it? The old man just saying, get the hell away from my base.
Bro, Snapfire's a lady, okay? It's none of that. Or you're referring to puppy. You call him old? Wow. Wow, toxic.
The old wise. I mean, the two old wise men in this game. Solo.
And me.
The Silver Fox. Well, yeah, I guess you're technically in the game. Technically, in some aspect. Hey, Nisha's 2 bounties for him. Get the other friend. Or is he going to wait for all the bottle sips? I feel like that... Yeah, there we go. Alright, so... Is there... What's the problem? Oh, 0%. It's been 0% for quite some time.
Yeah.
So I
it's
do
been 1%
just...
since 19 minutes. It's been 1%.
If Secret are, I feel like, ever going to have any opportunity of a fight, it's going to be, I think, roll in from Zayats, kick back on one target, Rezo jumps, and then Nisha with MKB.
Oh, easy.
And I think, look, I'm saying like a 1%, like how a team fight. Yeah.
You got to burst Lies. You have to burst. Lies is the #1 priority for your team, in my opinion, just because you don't do any right-click damage if he just gets Arena off. Other lanes are passively going to be pushing in because you've already taken the creep waves. There's a jetpack coming through as well. He's just flying around, doing whatever he wants. He's like a drone.
Lies, there we go. You mentioned they had to bring him down. Well, he gets the jump, and somehow it's always onto multiple heroes inside the arena, and even onto the left side as well. Crystallis sent packing, Nisha as well. They'll make it back inside the base, but they're forced to tap out. Na'Vi, what a convincing Game 1 victory. We were expecting this series and this game to be close, but Na'Vi, they prove that's not the case at all. 11-41 kill count. They're not back just yet, Dano, but if they keep playing like this, Na'Vi might be back.
Oh, man. And Solo's kill score as well is 3, 2, and 22. You love to see it. Vichu, though, he didn't die a single time. 19, 0, and 9. Another great performance from the Drow. He is deathless on the Drow so far, and those are the sorts of games that you want to be picking it up. I mentioned that Secret really don't want to be giving up the pairing of Resolution and Zayats, but if you're going to go this Earth Spirit pairing, it felt like they just invested so much into the clockwork counters for the supports that and it didn't even matter. Sweden Strong had an exceptional game, so I know he's probably not going to get the MVP, but he really should, man. He did an incredible amount this game.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree. It did do an incredible job, and it felt like everyone else from Na'Vi as well. It's hard to go past when your carry goes 19, 0, and 9, when your position 2 is 11, 1, and 18, and lies in a lot of the... you started off a little bit slow with some of the spears off the mark, but some of the arenas were really a team fight turning for Na'Vi, and this is, I wonder what Secret look to do now, because this was definitely a different opener than what we've seen Secret. I think this is our 3rd series casting them, and we have not seen the Earth Spirit Snapfire opening from them. So I wonder if they're going to go back to what has had some success so far from them through the Last Chance Qualifiers.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it kind of, the word I like to use is like it pigeonholes your draft, right? You get if you're picking up 2 supports, unless you're running the Snapfire as like we were expecting, maybe it's going to be the offlane, just because most of the time in the first phase, offlane duo is a really solid way to go about things, right? Because a lot of those heroes can be flexed to other lanes. A lot of those heroes can play a slightly different role or can itemize a little bit differently, whereas, you know, your position 5s, there's basically only one way to itemize them a lot of the time. Puppey this time, he still was able to get the Wraith Pact, but it just didn't have the effect that they were wanting it to, and all the lanes went pretty horrendously.
Yeah, I think a big thing was that, like, we saw the lane in particular, the top lane, where it was V-Tune along with Solo on the Clockwork. Like, we mentioned that. I don't know if you want to play Snapfire in that lane. Like, I don't know if you want to play Snapfire in that lane because one, Clockwork, you want to follow the Snapfire. Clockwork is a very, very good laner versus Snap. And you also want the Clockwork to be playing with the Drow Ranger. So yeah. I can understand them kind of wanting like they wanted the ranged and melee pairing with the axe as well, but that's something that they have not done a lot so far, and it's been something I'm actually really surprised about because coming into the qualifiers, we see a lot of ranged offlaners and melee 4s, and so far Secret, they've been going for like double melee offlane pairings, which I've been intrigued about. But in this game,
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I feel like it was important for Puppey to be there just because it is the save against the Clockwork as well. The issue was his positioning just when he was level 1 was a little bit off the mark, that he gave away that second kill as well in the laning stage. Vitun already had picked up the first blood based off of the invasion into the enemy side of the map. We didn't even mention that, right? It really felt like it set up Vitun to just do way too much damage in the laning phase. You died another time before you hit level 2. Rather than force them to like have to run through the creep wave to get to you. It's just little things like that can explode to look much worse than they really were. So I didn't hate Team Secret's draft, but some of the small decisions that they made, Na'Vi completely capitalized on.
Yeah, well, this is the first place versus the second placed affair here. For now, well, with that was looking at least at the start of the series, and well, for Na'Vi, they're going to be able to come out on top in Game 1, but can they replicate this in Game 2? We'll find out after the break.
our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
And we are back with the last chance qualifiers here. Game 2, Na'Vi up against Team Secret. And it was all Na'Vi in game 1. As the oracle, as the wisdom man, we always turn to you in dangerous and scary times. What does Secret need to do? If they're turning to you, what do they need to do in this second game?
Just win.
Just, okay, easy. Just win a Mega Lord, just do better.
Just do better. No, I like... Honestly, yeah, just do better. Some of the just small things that I feel like they might be under a bit of pressure right now. You know, they didn't play like the Secret that we know they can be. You know, a lot of the time, you and I, we're Seacasters. I refer to Execration as the biggest gap between like their best and their worst. And Secret are honestly starting to get up there for me, for the European region, because when they look on, they look unstoppable. But there are small little mistakes that they made, like in the draft, in their lane positioning, in just where they're making movements with how the lanes are positioning, that really doesn't feel like the Team Secret that everyone knows can be a Tier 1 TI, the real TI, attending team. So we'll see if they're able to switch things up, but it's very hard to do that in the middle of a series.
Yeah, that it is, to be able to flip a switch, but maybe that's where, you know, some of the experience comes through. Like we said, you know, Poppy and Heen, incredibly experienced. A lot of the other players as well, with Resolution being at multiple TIs to be able to help out. So, you know, we'll see what the case is going to be. We do have a draft coming underway very shortly here. I think a big thing for them is that we'll see if they're going to look to go back for some of the comfort. Been big fans of like the Nyx Assassin for Zayats. We've seen the Tusk Enigma work out very often for them, not only in the qualifiers, but also so far in the last chance qualifiers as well. So, you know, we'll see what Secret are going to look to do. They are on Dire's side and they do have first pick as well.
The big thing for mine, you gotta try and make it look like Solo's feeding, basically, if you're on Team Secret. He's picking up all these spellcasters, and he's just getting away with it, right? Disruptor, Zeus, I'm missing something. Come on, he's played it today. Silencer, there we go. Just these heroes that either have pretty poor escape or no escape and are incredibly squishy. I think you need to be looking to lean into that even further and try and get these heroes that are able to punish that playstyle very heavily. Ones that dive onto the backlines. Like, I know Nisha, you might feel like he needs to be the true carry for a lot of these games, but put him onto these heroes that invade. I much prefer to see him on that. And if you don't have the faith in Crystallis for whatever reason, make Rezo the true carry. Give him something like... I haven't seen any Night Stalker. I wouldn't hate to seeing a Night Stalker against a lot of these drafts, especially Na'Vis, that can be disrupted if you just find an easy way to get A, vision, and B, go on the backlines.
We'll see so far, at least Na'Vi going to make sure that the Enigma is not a possibility for Resolution. And for Secret, a little bit of respect as well. Out of Sweden, Strong Clockwork was... You were asking for the MVP, singing his praises, and no doubt he was a really, really big reason why that was banned out. But do you feel like it's warranted for a first phase ban, though?
Maybe against Na'Vi, just because it's something that they do play very commonly across both Solo and Sweden Strong. But what I just mentioned before was that Solo on these spellcasters looks like a completely different Solo from the one that we've seen, you know, back at the Arlington Major. You remember back then, he picked Disruptor every now and then, but he was kind of stuck on these, like, Clockwork and the Tusk and these style of, like, frontlining heroes, and it really doesn't feel like that's his strength. This was an
instant response from Na'Vi.
Instant response, yeah.
Nevertheless, oh, they go Tiny. Okay.
I mean, against do you think this is the lane pairing? Io plus Tiny? Could be mid-Tiny.
I think it's more than there's a lot of flex. You can it can be the lane pairing like you're saying. No one can play it. You can even just go position 4 Tiny and look to, or just put it as a support and look to go for some other heroes. So the opener from Na'Vi is very, very flexible.
Give me all that team fight, though. I mean, that's the thing. People just saw True Sight, right? And it's something that we've been harping on for a while. If you see an IO, don't go single target. Go for full-on team fight because you're not able to deal with it. And Shinkyu was saying during that LGD Spirit series, it feels like they just can't contribute anything if you go further down that route. So Team Secret, it's a strong lane for sure, the Undying, but you contribute to the team fights very heavily too with the vision from the Tombstone, from the effects of the Tombstone, of course, forcing enemies to kind of clump into a small area, and that's exactly what a Primal Beast wants.
Yep, and it gives you a pretty good lane matchup with a double melee IO Tiny. If it is going to be in the side lane or wherever the IO is, at least you will be into 1 strength hero. So very, very happy there for the Undying to be able to play into.
To me, it feels like they want a Leshrac again on Na'Vi. They've banned out the Bloodseeker. They've got an IO to be able to pair together with it. Seems like the most common pairing to me.
Yeah, and that's what that's why I said Leshrac in the first phase, because I kind of expected them to pick it up, and now with the Bloodseeker ban, like you said, is there anything else that you maybe if they're going to kind of pick the Lesh in the next phase, what they need to ban now?
What Secret need to ban? Or what Na'Vi need to ban, sorry.
Like Na'Vi need to ban. If they want to go down this Leshrac route, because you said the Bloodseeker is a hero that does fare very well versed in with the Rupture, do you want to continue maybe setting up for the Lesh, or would you be kind of showing your cards and Secret could just ban it out?
People are going to call me too Wyvern focused, but ban the Wyvern against an IO, very important. It means that you're able to just disrupt any kind of BKB run-in timings as well that the Leshrac might want to have. Sure, you might not kill the IO, but you just waste that timing, and then suddenly Primal Beast, who relies very heavily on magical damage, is actually able to do something in team fights. We're making a lot of assumptions here that it is a Lesh, but I think it is something that you need to be looking to consider.
Lesh is banned out, so Secret on the page where get rid of the Lesh. I don't even wait to see what Na'Vi are looking to go for as well.
Haven't seen as much Mirana as I was expecting. Not to say that Na'Vi are going to do it this game, but I really feel like a lot of players had been spamming it out in their pubs, and we just have barely seen a single time where it's been picked up. Against the Undying Tombstone, it would be nice, but not for how the heroes, that they've picked so far.
It definitely does feel like Na'Vi going to need some person to lane into the Undying. So you could even consider like a Snapfire as well, because it provides you a little bit of team fight. Some AoE damage is always nice because the IO
It'd be 3 strength heroes though, and a Primal just runs onto you. So I'm not as big of a fan of the Snapfire this game. What else could you look to do? You just got to disrupt the Primal Beast somehow. Early on, it's good enough to have some stuns, but I need some BKB piercing stuns, and that's why I'm a little bit more keen on these things. Like, Bloodseeker kind of does Primal Beast a bit of a favor with that one being banned out. It's clear that they wanted the Leshrac, but now what do they reposition into? What else is there that's going to go through that? Beastmaster feels kind of okay, but it's more single target, and it doesn't really feel like an IO unless it's a position 1 Tiny, which we haven't seen in a long time, is going to provide that benefit. Are they just doing this? Are they going like all in onto just making this Tiny enormous?
Yeah, if it's a Tiny or whatever carry it's going to be, they're looking to just make him have as much damage as possible and buff him up. So this is where Secret now need to consider about going for like the anti-carries. Razor is always one of them. Brewmaster's another one, but I don't think Brew in general is not very good at the moment, and also you're probably going to reveal that the Primal Beast is not a 3, so...
I'd consider the Terrorblade here. I think they might be setting up to Luna as well, which I think would be pretty significant, and if you could just discourage that, then it goes a long way towards, winning the game, slowing down the timings a little bit. I think that'd be a pretty significant one. And again, if you're just made huge, Shadow Fiend's not bad either. You can use the Requiem as a lot of that repositioning as well. Solid team fight too, not all into the one area. If your timing is on point, which again, Nisha's been playing fantastically all throughout these qualifiers, then you can interrupt the relocate too. More team fight, like it. Can be seen as a bit slow though. and not able to deal with push incredibly well.
Ten seconds remaining.
Can they... Is there anything stopping them from even going a drow again? Because you can probably level like a early pointing Gus, right? Would you?
Yeah. I don't think Drow's that hero that you really want with an Ogre and an IO, right? Like, of course it's going to be strong, but I just don't think it's quite at that stage. You want something that's, I don't know, a bit more of a menace early on. What else could you look to do? I'm just thinking, like, they've got a lot of heroes that are going to build up to be very tanky, but I don't think you can get away with a Phoenix on top of everything that you've already got for Na'Vi. Like, again, it would just allow this one unit to be incredibly strong, and they would have no one to essentially hit the Supernova. But I just think it's going a little bit too far down that one strategy.
Definitely feels like Na'Vi do need some hero to be able to help out with their team fighting. I mean, you could just go down the route where you completely avoid it on Io and just look to ball up. Like we said, putting a lot into the carry.
Hey!
There's some Mirana, like you mentioned. So, what's going on here? Yeah, well, are we going to get a core Mirana, which is something that is seen a little bit before TI? Nothing crazy, but people have been attempting it.
People have been playing Mirana across basically every role except 5, and we've even seen a couple of 5s when it's been into like a Beastmaster or units like that. I was honestly thinking that Na'Vi, might be considering the Nature's Prophet just for a little bit more of that fast-paced, global, decent in the laning stage. They don't have great ways to deal with the treants pushing. Sure, the Aghanim's Shard isn't as strong as it used to be, but I still feel like it would have been pretty decent, even just for ganking the Shadow Fiend too.
Na'Vi's turn to ban.
See what's the potential here for, because we're looking for the Chrysalis here with the loss, and you need, again, definitely Shadow Fiend comes under the kind of the border that win condition, so you don't particularly want that for Chrysalis. Monkey King's already gone. Again, Razor's there if they want comfort. Is there anything else you could consider here for Chrysalis?
10 seconds remaining.
What do you need to deal with? I think you've got enough team fight now, so you can look to avoid that. I kind of want to see the Night Stalker, man. I really feel like it's going to provide them a lot. You're going to be able to get on top of the Mirana, make her a lot squishier, find the IO, which is exactly what the Primal Beast needs to be a lot more effective in these fights. Are they considering a Pudge as well? Like with this Slardar ban and with the Sniper just able to peek him down from afar? I mean, with the Huskar being banned by Na'Vi, I'm considering is this Ogre being played as a position 3? Just something that needs to be able to use his strong right click to be able to lane effectively.
I think also just a little bit
10 seconds remaining.
about the Ogre being a core.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, definitely would be interesting. I mean, a point target stun for the Mirana position 4, if that was going to be the case.
Turn to pick.
So around Secret, they go down the Conquer. So we did see earlier today, it was Polaris that actually picked up the Conquer and the Shadow Fiend in combination together. Of course, that was strong. It did look strong. It was a carry Conquer, so a safe lane Conquer. So we don't know at the moment. It can be swapped around here for Secret.
Specifically to respond to the Enigma, I think it was picked up for as well. So there's no real big reason for this other than just, again, anchoring team fights around a small area. Allow Shadow Fiend to just stand and fight. Allow them, if they get caught in a bad area, to be forced to fight next to a Tombstone. And right now, the only hero that's hitting a Tombstone is Mirana. So Secret's draft isn't bad. I'm still trying to figure out what Na'Vi's trying to do with this one.
Hopefully the 24th pick is able to pull it all together. They've got a lot of flex, but will there be the Ember Spirit for Na'Vi? So is the Tiny going to be a 1? It's a carry IO.
All right.
Interesting. Was not expecting that.
Carry IO at TI. I'll believe it. You know, it's happened before. We'll see if they're able to accomplish it again. It's also going to be an off-lane Mirana, by the way.
Also a new hero for VTune.
Also a new hero for VTune. He's doubled up once. I'm very disappointed. Twice. He played the Drow previously as well.
All right, well, let's go. We got some new things here. Run off, and like you said, carry Io. Secret, they're going to be running this safe lane. Shadow Fiend and Nisha's going to be picking up the Conquer. So I'm going to enjoy the ride on this one. I was having a bit of a difficult time with how the draft was setting up with the craziness coming out from Na'Vi, and I'm ready to see how this game is going to fare. Na'Vi looked incredible in game 1, so we'll see if this kind of secret strategy from them is enough to edge out the series victory.
Secret strategy against secret. That's where you want to bust it out. I don't know, man. I'm similar to you. I'm just going... Typically, the potential last series that we cast of the day, I want it to be chill. I want it to be, a nice little way to ease down into it. But of course, we potentially got those tiebreakers as well. But I'm going to need to use my brain for this one because I have no idea what V-Tune's going to be doing. I have no idea what Laze is going to be doing specifically against this Kunkka as well. That's the big issue for mine. Mirana into a Kunkka. You're going to have a rough time. Like, you are going to die a lot if your positioning is not perfect. And they've got good setup for it as well. Earthshaker, Primal Beast, Kunkka, plenty of ways for a core Mirana to be dying this game.
Yeah, without a doubt. So we'll see. It's a very good Conquer pick and something that we were asking in another game for Nisha because of how good he looks on the hero. And it is going to be able to make a lot of space here for Crystallis on the Shadow Fiend. A little bit of a kind of a different playstyle for Crystallis as well in that regard. So we'll see how he's able to shape up. It should be a very good lane. An Undying with the Shadow Fiend, something that as long as they can have this strong laning support, be able to give Crystallis the time to be able to find his farm. You see the good luck specifically to V-Tune as well. Resolution's asking if OG is back. Or maybe it's Na'Vi. Oh, there we go. He swaps around. He's like, correct him. No, actually, Na'Vi might be back.
Maybe. We'll see what happens this draft. If they can win with this draft, I think they're back. Because every cell in my body is saying, what the hell is going on here? But well, if they can make it work, then they're going to be a genuine contender.
Yeah, if they make this draft work, then this gives them a lot of wiggle room in drafts to come in the playoff bracket here for the Last Chance Qualifiers and potentially later on as well. So if they can make this work, this is going to be incredibly scary. And, I think a lot of other people are going to be watching how this IO even pays off as well, because this is something that we've seen. China at the moment are one of the few regions that are still putting a lot of priority on the IO.
Support
and maybe now
IO. Support
yes,
IO.
That's
not the Ana
thing.
IO build. He's already got it in the quick buy, man.
The battle begins.
Helmdom into the Scepter. So we'll see what's going to continue to be here. It's a very good fissure block off. Uh-oh. Look at the Mirana. Oh, no. Crystallis. Couple of razors into the right clicks. What a fissure from Zayat.
He took those tips personally in game number 1. He wants to make sure that, hey, if you're going to try and throw some of that my way, you're going to need to cop it going back the other. And, well, he's already positioning himself up here alongside Crystallis. The pairing of Resolution and Puppey going to be put down towards this bottom side. Of course, you want the Undying against any kind of strength hero just to reduce the effectiveness of the IO in the lane. Even just the overcharge is going to be quite nice with Solo, of course. The Ogre dealing a huge amount of damage early on, forcing a very early use of the Uproar down here by Resolution.
Look at the damage they're pumping out into Resolution. Only got one set of tangos for the lane. I mean, Puppey's got 6 mango, so he's on spamming duties in this lane.
I mean, he's, kind of, well, I was about to say matched up a little bit by Solo, but yeah, completely understandable. You don't need tangos if you've just got all that passive regen coming through from the mango.
I think another nice thing is you just mentioned into the melee matchup. Sorry, I keep saying melee. The strength matchup in the IO, but he also avoids the Mirana matchup, which we see often is a very good way to deal with the Undying, even though it is kind of a position 3 instead of the position 4s that we tend to see.
Mm-hmm. Don't want to see Puppey trading too much with Solo, though, even though he might play like that kind of hero. Ogre is an int hero, so I suppose it's good enough just to make sure that you're able to get a lot of these early last hits and allow Resolution to, again, be that true carry for this game. Of course, Shadow Fiend, super capable of doing it, but it means that they've been able to get a fair few denies this wave, and now it's going to be pushing back towards the Secret Tower. So, job well done by Puppey from the very beginning. was not flaming, but questioning some of the laning mechanics that he had in game number 1, or rather the laning position that he was putting himself into. Not this time around. He's playing it very well.
Now, you were mentioning that leading into the qualifiers, we're kind of starting to see the Mirana played in a little bit of different roles. What has been kind of the position 3 build, and what are we to expect out of Lays in this game?
I think it's just something that's super capable of right-click. You know, you can go into the Maelstrom, you can go an ATOS style of build if you want to go full-on pick-off, and honestly, that's the way that Na'Vi want to be playing, right? They've got an IO draft, they've got that relocate potential, they've got Sweden Strong for the burst, so they just want to be able to enable a lot of that as much as possible and avoid this team fight that Secret are going to be looking to push for.
So that is definitely one of the big strengths that Secret have at the moment, the team fight, whereas you take a look at Na'Vi, they don't particularly have that. Like, this is going to be a lineup that really has to snowball this game, right?
Oh, for sure. Like, this is... that's why I was so confused and worried about Na'Vi's draft, because it does feel like they're all in on this one specific type of strategy. You think of carries that scale into the late game, Mirana's not one of them. IO isn't one of them anymore, with all of the nerfs to the carry IO that they did. So.
No one... Oh my lord, Nisha is just bodying mid. A beautiful solo kill. The use of the glyph as well, and well-deserved hit resolution. Recognizing how well Nisha is off to a good start here.
Sure, even getting the, I believe that's the money creep that went underneath the tower as well, so it's going to make this lane look even worse for no one. As Nisha, is he going to have the freedom to walk all the way back to base just to refill? No, never mind, going for the body block, making sure the creep wave is just in a rough spot for no one regardless. Wonder when they're going to look to try and make some more of these aggressive moves. Early point in the spirits, of course, leveled up on the bottom side, and Solo's taken a lot of damage, but shows the importance of that.
Solo being able to blow him up, and meanwhile top lane as well as Sweden Strong just surviving with a quick TP out. They'd already used, so it looks like Zayats, he wasn't able to cancel that, so very nicely done. But the Tiny's not going to be the lane. Doesn't look like it matters too much with the position of the creep wave from Lays, so we'll be okay solo at the moment.
Flies is getting a good amount out of this lane. I mean, against the Shadow Fiend Earthshaker, it's not the hardest lane by any means. You know, you're always going to be able to jump over the Fisher.
Solo again. You just TP'd back, my friend. Okay. That's a lot of damage that's coming out between these two now.
And that's not a lot of regen that they've got for the lane as well. Of course, IO has the Helm of Iron Will, so if you were looking to just pair that one together, but Solo going to be able to build up any stacks in his time, or is it just securing this bounty route, making sure that... I'm not sure who exactly would want to take that one anyway. Maybe they just want to get to this early timing as quickly as possible and can't afford for no one on his Ember Spirit to go back into the jungle to claim it. Otherwise, Nisha, with that advantage that he's already built up, would start to really put the pressure onto your towers.
Yeah, it's going to be really scary with Nisha because he's already got the level 6. So with Ember Spirit, I mean, traditionally, as a game matchup versus the Ember is really nice. So the Ember Spirit, really good matchup versus the Conquer. Apologies. You have difficult time for the boat being able to connect. As the game goes on, Conquer can look to itemize into a Hex to kind of deal with that, but we do see it's a little bit different in the lane so far. Bottom lane, Solo. Yeah, Resolution's going to be able to charge on forward. He's got some stick charge with the help of Io's Tether as well. Solo will actually live. Beautifully done.
Alright, he survives to live another day. Got a ring of regen coming out to him. Very nice. That's going to provide him with barely any regen, but every little bit counts. I mean, he's having a rough time on this bottom side. He needs to buy, of course.
Oh, no one's in trouble. He's already used the slide, so will not be able to dodge the boat. Sweden Strong's going to look to TP in. Typering up in a couple of seconds. No one. Great repositioning away from the Tiny, so they won't get that extra damage. Nisha's might continue actually onto the Tiny instead. Nisha's like, alright, if I can't get the Ember, I may as well get the freebie in Tiny's life.
We'll have to do, although he's
he's in tower range, yeah. Look at the extra damage that's coming up at Nisha with a torrent. Turn around the slide, no one. Oh, that's a gigantic kill for him to find. I think Solo did soak up some of the experience, but no one just to turn it around with how poor this lane was looking. That is big for his early game now.
Absolutely, just being able to get that turnaround there. Yeah, it costs a lot. You know, you do give that solo kill as well from Sweden Strong over to Nisha on the Kunkka, but yeah, he's going to start the recovery, not necessarily in net worth, but absolutely in levels. Now he's level 6, now you're much less vulnerable to Kunkka soloing you down.
Well, look at that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Also the timing where a fight soon to break out. I'm looking at bottom. All that's going on. What do we got? Resolution, 2 points. Trample. Vitrin very close to the helm of the Dominator. So this is time for Secret to get aggressive. They got the Tombstone at the ready. Quick, who's going to win this fight? Same team name.
No team fight.
Oh,
Never mind.
Team Resolution. Be cautious. Spirits are going to expire and Soul is just going to be trampled down. Although, look at the rotation coming up from no one, but the level 6 picked up prior, but Resolution going to move himself away with the onslaught, so they're going to go for Poppy instead. He's got a lot of health to bring down. Decay up in a couple of seconds, which is going to help out with Poppy's life pool. So no one's forced to use another Remnant on forward, but with V-Tune being nearby, Tower's going to only tickle the Ember. Now back to mid lane we go as Zayats in combination with Nisha will be able to run into Sweden Strong. Was a key component in Na'Vi in game 1, but is off to a bit more of a tricky start here on the Tiny.
Good positioning as well from Secret, making sure they're playing as much as they can on the Radiant side of the river. They knew someone would want to come and soak up a lot of that experience that was about to be pushed underneath the tower. And Tiny, of course, one of the better ones, better position 4s, excuse me, to play with that XP. So it just means that they're able to cut off his avenue of securing that, they get a free kill, and they still deny a lot of this golden experience underneath the tower. So many different little benefits obtained from one simple movement and positioning of your heroes in the mid lane. Two levels ahead on Nisha
Zayats
as well in the mid.
With the Invis rune, let's see if the stun control's going to be enough for the triple raise. Nice. He is going to play with a couple of 1 charges, which is enough to keep him alive. It was a nice attempt, however, from Secret.
Reza right now is just farming the Helm of the Dominator creep as well. He might be in a little bit of trouble here, but he's going to have to back off. With V-Tune not quite able to do enough here, and well, the trample's coming up shortly, so Solo has to be very careful with how he's looking to position himself. Soul Ring, much more expensive, so you hit those timings much later.
No one's okay with the Flame Guard to protect him. We'll be trying to force some extra TP rotations. No one's falling pretty low. Meanwhile, bottom lane, however, with Resolution, he's by himself. There's going to be no assistance coming out. They've already used the stomp, but it's the right clicks that will do the work to chase him down. That big kill for them to find. Slowing down Resolution's game and giving V-Tune a little bit of extra gold towards that scepter that he's looking for as his next item.
It's a lot of those little items, like I was saying, Solo, just with a simple Windlace, meant that he was able to get that tiny bit of extra range away from Rezo, who's trying to get the solo kill, build up a lot of that experience for himself. It's even got the completed Tranquil boost now. Having to be a bit careful here. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to deal with Nisha.
Oh no, the Fissure! It blocks Nisha on the higher ground, and look at the wraparound coming through from Na'Vi. A beautiful avalanche combo onto 2. They've got the fall with the Centaur Conqueror. The Brom buff is making them work for the kill. Well, Millian still be able to bring down Nisha, but the turnaround might be there with the Tombstone. They're just completely avoiding this area as Resolution's trying to catch up to the eye, but V-Tune, he wants a high five instead as Sweden Strong's going to send him packing, but Resolution gets closer to no one's position. A Remnant out to the left side.
Gotta kill the zombies.
But Resolution doesn't have a way to close the distance with the onslaught being on cooldown, and now he's the only one left standing for the members of Secret. But he's got the Tombstone still to work with, so he's going to charge on forward, the trample as well. Just beats down Sweden Strong. Nothing that you can do. This Primal Beast, 4 points in the trample, a ridiculous amount of damage.
All the while, Crystallis free to just farm up top here, right? He's not really contested at all. A lot of space being created by 3 separate heroes. He is having a much better laning stage than last game, and let's have a think about what it's actually going to accomplish for the team with Crystallis. Of course, your position 1 having a good game, it's not rocket science, but it's going to open up a lot of these towers. It's going to allow you to give the Earthshaker a bit more farm, to be able to be greedy, to pick up that Blink Dagger, to be able to contend against this lineup with the Io that you know it's going to start running at your face as soon as he's got the Aghanims and he's level 15. The other issue I have with the Io is, though, well, hopefully no one dies while I'm talking, although Solo, he's getting dived underneath this tier 1 tower bottom. Might be able to get the turnaround, but Seems like they're just going to leave him for dead. Remember what happened in one of the more recent patches, right? They made levels much harder to come by, specifically after level 11. So I feel like that timing to level 15, it's going to be a lot longer.
No one? Smoke from either side. Secret saw Na'Vi smoking down, so they instantly use their own to look to try and intercept this. They'll turn towards the Tiny. The Ember Spirit, a much more difficult hero to be able to bring down, but a nice use of the Glyph, however, is going to stop no one from being able to deal with the Catapult Wave. Keep the tower. Oh, no. Oh, well.
It's nearly dead anyway. It's fine. He Remnanted it away. I was about to say there's no way for him to rejoin, but he might look to prioritize mid instead. Just looking to cut the wave for now, it seems. No one in that mid lane.
Oh, just look at that right click. Ay, ay, ay. A lot of damage.
Oh, yeah. Chrysalis is farmed as heck.
Solo's nearby. See what Chrysalis if he has to be cautious. Knight is level 3. It's a lot of damage that you need to respect.
Most of the time I'm the advocate of single point bloodlust. This game, who's really using it? You know, like Io, not really. Ember Spirit, not really. He's a sleight of fist gamer. Do you need the extra attack speed on Mirana with the leaps? Probably not. He's actually going into the Aghanim Scepter. We haven't looked at Lies for quite some time. He just wants to be able to deal a lot of that AoE damage, perhaps to be able to combat some of this team fight that they've got going from Team Secret.
Yeah, what do we need to see out of Na'Vi? Because they are down, it was 3,000, the targeting claimed, it's now only 2,000, and we mentioned earlier that this is a lineup that needs to be playing from ahead, so what are we looking for shortly here for Na'Vi to try and get back and reclaim the lead?
I don't think they can do anything shortly. I think they're just trying to outgreed Team Secret right now. You've got Maelstrom about to be picked up on no one. They're going to try and defend their mid-tier 1.
Yeah, look at the Tombstone to drop the middle of the fight as well. Secret are daring Na'Vi to take this skirmish, and this can now open up the tier 1 tower as well, which is going to be a lot of map control going Secret's way, and with Crystallis nearby, there's not much Na'Vi can do. A Glyph will only delay them for the moment. Actually, charge on full. Oh, what a combo! Zayats with the fissure, Resolution with the follow-up. They blow up the Ember Sphere. No one wasn't ready for it.
Wasn't ready at all. And again, it's not just what it provides to the cause. It's not just what it's going to give you in terms of kills. This opens up so much space now for Zayats to be able to farm. He can be placed into that dead lane. He can be placed anywhere on the map, essentially. Probably wants to use the Echo Slam while he can, looking to pair up with Nisha for the next little bit, but for sure, they've just given him a huge avenue to become that real position 4 menace that we've seen him be so many times.
Now just making it even easier for them on the other heroes. You mentioned the supports, but now Crystallis can just go back to the triangle freely. It's very difficult for Na'Vi. We're waiting for the Scepter now, really, for V-Tune. He's got 2 components. Yep. Needs like
it wasn't just the Scepter that made it strong at TI9. It was the Scepter and level 15. And like I was saying before, the timings of being able to get to level 15 are ridiculously slower than what they used to be. So you don't get this unbeatable IO that you just can't contend with.
Na'Vi again just smoked underwater. I saw no pings come out from Secret, but probably some... Well, Nisha's not backing
now,
up as
for
well.
sure. Did he get revealed? Never mind.
It doesn't.
That'll
no,
reveal
the
people.
Tidebringer will. He's pretty close to a tier 1 tower. He can use the boat defensively as well, but the arrow's going to be on the mark, preventing the run buff. Will not even come out fast enough as even V-Tune tries to relocate down in case the fight breaks out. So, yeah, Secret just... Maybe just not watching the map of that 1 second when Na'Vi looked to go for the smoke. That's a big pickoff for them to find Tanisha, who was having a very good game.
Yeah, that's how close these guys are. You just can't make a simple mistake like that because suddenly you've given the IO a little bit more time. He's nearly level 12. Not that it's that huge for a carry IO, but 650 gold away from getting the Aghanim Scepter for himself.
Nice kill for Zayats to find. Plus 210 gold is the bank. In fact, that is the Aghanim Shard now completed here for the Earthshaker. So it's going to be a lot of issues for them to deal with. The chain control into Resolution's follow-up. The torrent from afar as well.
Even if another attempt like that happens, right? You probably maybe live on Nisha just because of the extra stuns.
We might see it now. It doesn't have it yet delivered on Zayats. Oh, if they had that, it potentially would have been enough to get the kill.
for sure. Well, the waiting game is nearly over. He's going into the BKB after the next few items for...
Nice. He's in trouble. Zayats starts with a fissure, even drops the Echo Slam as well, feeling like they needed that extra little bit of damage and control to prevent the leap away. He was playing with 18 one-charges, so Rana might have been able to live, but now with the kill from Secret, they've got the bottom lane shoved out, and Chrysalis is already in the neighborhood to be able to connect as well. So this tower, they don't have Glyph. This is going to be a tier 2 tower.
Mm-hmm. The other big issue that I keep mentioning, that Io not having that level 15 means that by the time he gets it, and by the time he truly is dishing out this undealable with damage, you're going to have BKBs on multiple heroes. So it's not going to be quite as big of a deal. You can actually look to fight into it. So you can see Chrysalis, he's about 1,000 gold away. Nisha's got his coming out on the courier. So this Io probably isn't going to be as strong as I'm sure Na'Vi were hoping.
Radiant are scanning.
Even just taking away a lot of the farm that the IO is wanting to be picking up, right? If you've got the Aghanim Scepter, it's just constantly able to have it out, farming up a lot of these creep camps. Sweden Strong might be able to get the pick.
And we'll see Zayats. He does have Nisha off to the right side. Midtune's having some difficulties getting the damage out, and now with the rotations coming out from Secret, they'll be able to connect fast enough to trade a 1-for-1. Na'Vi's going to bring more numbers as well. They've got a really good ward on the higher ground, but Dara is so goddamn tanky. This is not going to be an easy fight for them to take. They're going to try and jump into the middle. Look at all the AoE damage, though. Conker goes down. Poppy's going to fall as well. There's Na'Vi. There's some much-needed kills.
Felt a little bit odd, right? Like, you'd already lost the Earthshaker at the start of that entire engagement. You didn't have your Shadow Fiend here as the most farmed hero on the map. Did they even pop the BKB on Nisha? No, they didn't. It was just that chain control coming through with the great arrow, I believe, from Lies, right?
Yeah, I think it connected. I mean, there was a lot of chaos in that fight. I'm not sure who it hit on, but yeah, I believe so. Let's take a look. I think I see in the fire recap. Yeah, he did get stunned, so. Take a look at the replay as well with how that was set up. So, I mean, just a perfect positioning out of Sweden Strong. That gives him a little bit of time now to work towards the blink. He's very close to it.
He's now able to, and he's finished the Aghanim Scepter on Lies as well. So, increased capability of being able to farm, to be able to take a lot of these team fights, to perhaps force some earlier usages out of some spells, out of the BKBs than they might be wanting. The real timing for me for Secret is going to be around this BKB on the Primal Beast. Then there's absolutely nothing that's going to be able to stop Resolution from creating a lot of this chaos. I can see Chrysalis is going for the Shadow Blade, and I like it, but I kind of feel like the Blink Dagger would be an even better tool for them to be able to take a lot of these fights. Just instantly get on top of them if you find the pick.
Oh, this is scary now, because Secret are daring Na'Vi to take another team fight, saying, sure, we had the advantage last time, or you're at least able to get the finally a victory in the skirmish, but good luck doing it now when we have firm control of the pit. Sweden got the blink, but look at Zayat's positioning off to the left side. A fissure holding the back. Sweden will get some distance, and he can blink away as well. So no one's at least going to go down, but Secret do get the Aegis for free, and that's going to be given over to Chrysalis.
Yeah. Nice tower. Again, it's these little things, right? They know that they're playing from behind right now. They know that their draft's a little bit unorthodox. And again, they know that they're waiting for level 15 on Io. He's got it. They gave over the 20-minute tome. It's honestly pretty damn quick. I mean, Io, back at the last game of TI9, I feel, got it the exact same period. So B-Tune's having a phenomenal game.
Very impressed. Same level as the Shadow Fiend, who is 1-0 and the top last hits as well. So he's been freely farming across the map. So the fact that he is in the position that he is well, we see, unfortunately, Solo's not in the greatest position. They do see the rest of the team vulnerable at the moment. Sweden Strong might be able to jump in. They need to follow up someone else to be able to have some stun control. Well, Puppy's going to run into both the heroes, and Chrysalis will not mess around. An instant use of the BKB into the Requiem's going to send Na'Vi packing.
Do they want to take the fight now? They know the BKB was used. This could be an opening for Na'Vi.
They see him entirely.
Chains into the arrow. The damage is going to come through. Sweet and Strong tosses him up, but no, they don't finish their food. Finally, the Spirits from afar is enough to get the kill, but Resolution's going to charge into the middle with the Acro Slam follow-up as well, along with the Taunt. VTune can't get the tether away. But the arrow for good measure, however, Lies will provide the damage to be able to kill off Zayat, and now they still have 4 members to try and take the skirmish. The chains disrupting the onslaught, so Resolution will not be able to reposition, but Chris Slides, he wants a way to be able to re-enter the fight. Onto Sweden Strong they go. With the next combination, it's enough to find the kill, but again, the chains and arrow from afar, they don't have the extra damage from the ire required to stick around, so now they need to get out and cut their losses.
This long-ass team fight, man. It felt like it just kept going and going and going. And, well, the team that wins out in the end is going to be Secret. You aren't quite capable of withstanding a lot of this damage that's coming through. And if you don't find that pick-off, like as a clear win, a 1-for-0, then you're always going to be on the back foot when you're coming up against all of this team fight that Team Secret have. I said it before, you got to make Solo look like he's feeding, and it kind of looks that way this game. 1-8-4, not close to the 3-2-22 that he had last time around, and it does feel like he's so much more comfortable on those spellcaster types, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, very much it does, sir. I think we saw the potential for success in some of the fights, though, for Na'Vi. It seems like they really need to play their distance, where if you can... Because at the moment for Secret, their stun lock is great, but once they're used, they don't have much after. Like, Fisher's got a little bit of a cooldown, the Torrent as well, the Onslaught as well. If you don't have them, then and if you miss out on that initial start, if Na'Vi can reposition, play with the chain spam, play with the arrow spam, and kind of the damage from Ire from afar, they might be able to get a kill and then have the numbers advantage where you can set up for like another kind of small skirmish. So I think we have to see that out in Na'Vi.
VTune's really starting to build up a lot of this damage component, though, and I really feel like they're about to group up for a big smoke, but they actually preempt that on Secret. They look to try and pick a hero off before they can make any kind of play.
Still.
He's got the BKB. He picked it up just then. But yeah, that was the timing that they were waiting for, and to be forced to use a BKB defensively is a really big loss. Like, now they can look to very comfortably take this when they only use the boat. It's up in another 55 seconds, and you've got plenty else that's going to enable you to start sieging these tier 2 towers and potentially going up onto the high ground.
Nisha with the Shadow Blade, it's about to expire. It's got the BKB, they're going to look to jump in. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough for the chain control. It will be nicely done from Na'Vi. And Puppy's the only one to rotate. They're going to get out now, Secret. They're starting to backstab. They will. Looks like Chrysalis a long TP, but he will escape.
Just want to try and shove out this mid lane as much as possible. Claim the Invis rune on Zayats. Here we go. This is probably the biggest window that Na'Vi have had all game. They want to keep the push forward. They want to open up the map a little bit more for themselves to be able to make these pickoffs, because it means that the smokes, the avenues, and the pathing that you're able to make is just so much faster. And at this level of Dota, it comes down to a matter of seconds. So if you're able to just find that hero with a couple of seconds faster, it means that they won't have recognized it.
Then the Cape Magic Resistance should be able to help out. We've still got some members nearby, but Secret is starting to move on over. Ice can play around with the Eul Scepter to try and disrupt the combination out of the Conquer, so he's going to be okay. Meanwhile, to the triangle, though, they're onto the IO. Zayat's in Resolution, but V2 gets the BKB off in the nick of time. And now Resolution, he's stuck in no man's land. Na'Vi are moving on over. They will not have a way to disrupt the BKB TP out. But again, this is another window now for Na'Vi, recognizing that Rezo's BKB is on cooldown.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You did, again, have to pop it on the IO, though. So you're not going to be feeling incredible about VTune just having that one available. But Rezo, he's just going into the refresher. He wants to be this constant source of panic and chaos, especially now that Crystal is getting into towards the Skadi, something that you really want to be able to deal with that IO. Suddenly can't just sit in the middle of a team fight with the overcharge popped, or that healing regen coming through.
I like the item that we see queued up at the moment for Puppy. It definitely feels like Na'Vi have this potential to blow one hero up. Toss into the burst from the Mirana, helping out with the Scepter. So just being able to reposition someone is going to be very important to disrupt that initial start from Na'Vi.
Yeah, he's going to need to make sure he's clicking on the portrait at the top of the screen, though, because good luck trying to force stuff someone mid-tiny combo. Chrysalis is ready, though. Got that BKB, he's got the Specialist's Array.
They're baiting Nisha. They're going to take the bait. As in they go. Sweet and strong. Blown up with no remorse. And now, Ice, again, they're your Scepter. Gonna allow him to get out of the X. Nisha's hunting for solo, though. Oh, these goddamn zombie men. They might be able to go back to the Conquer, but again, the Glimmer Key. No one's gonna try and play around with the BKB, but the right clicks are starting to stack up. No one. One more right click, no, the Moonlight Shadow. Oh, it just expired. Chrysalis was able to fire him. The Remnant wasn't far enough away.
It's a big kill. He is essentially playing the role that Resolution is for Secret, for no one to be going down. There's really nothing frontlining for them, you know. We've seen if V-Tune's able to get on, if they're able to get on top of V-Tune, he could still go down, but he's starting to build up a good amount of damage for himself too. Level 18, Crystalis finished up, and Daedalus is next on the menu.
Interesting. A right-clicking battle between the Ayu and the Shadow Fiend.
Oh, and he just got the Paladin Sword.
Oh, all right, that's going to help out a little bit. Again, like you mentioned, Scotty's going to be a very nice item for Chrysalis this game, which he has now completed. I have to imagine Shadow Fiend's going to win out on this trade.
If he can... Did he buy the shard just then? He had it queued up previously, so looks like he just wants to try and out-sustain him rather than try and fear him away and stop a lot of the tether bonuses from coming through. Like, start fearing him when the overcharge is more of a factor. Of course, if you can get it free from Roshan, that's going to go a long way towards helping. And only 1 minute and 15 seconds away. They're looking to make another attempt, though. Nice and aggressive.
Oh, they clumped up. Smoke instantly going to pop. They got the vision, but look at the counter. No one. No messing around with the use of the BKB. He's going to jump in the middle and try and take Zayats out of the equation. Off to the left side, though. Resolution with the Pulverize will get Na'Vi's position for as well. But no one. He's by himself. They're trying to time the torrent perfectly with the Remnant down. No one's still in trouble as Resolution lines up the onslaught, has the control required.
It's just so much team fight.
And it's so difficult, like you said, to play these 5-on-5s, but Na'Vi, so looking to try and find an avenue in. This will be off the mark, unfortunately, with the arrows. So looks like Secret are going to be okay, and their only casualty was the Earthshaker.
Yeah, they're pinging out Roche, praying for it to be up. They need this win to really secure themselves that better spot. Here's an upper bracket seed, and well, it's still going to be another 20 seconds away.
Rezo's ready. Nisha, beautiful torrent. The chain control is ever so perfect. Great observer ward placement from Secret.
Yeah, of course, he needs the damage to be able to, A, get the farm, to be able to truly feel like a carry, but without that BKB available, with this Primal Beast, especially the Primal Beast that I was going into the Blink Dagger, but went back into the Refresher. That plus the Kunkka just means a dead Mirana almost every single time.
Again, Nisha. You're going to look to just enter the high ground and pop a BKB. He's not going to wait to see who's home from Na'Vi. With the Tombstone drop from Poppy on the side, slowing down Sweet and Strong. And it's going to be a long chase here from Secret under the T2 tower. See if they're going to allow the Tiny to escape, and they won't continue to play aggressively.
They should just be checking Roshan pretty consistently. You know, maybe just not wanting to let them go on to any kind of high ground.
The Echo set for the chain control again. No one goes down with Chrysalis in prime position to capitalize on the control. The damage is stacking up. It's going to go for the dive. They're a bit separated. The
buyback.
Nice arrow. Lice is on point. Clipping onto Nisha. Now Resolution. His BKB is going to expire as well. They're kiting the Primal Beast. Now they can look to move on forward, though. Lice needs to be on point.
Oh, they could get the jam off Poppy.
He wants to use it to set up, but instead they're going to go for Poppy. The much easier target from Secret.
The arrow does
They might get
connect with
both.
the Shadow Fiend as well. He's got the BKB. Chris is going to look to pop it and stand his ground. Targeting down Sweden Strong at the moment.
What the?
Intense resolution into the middle. Not where he wants to be, but the Primal Beast with the help of the Requiem. Look at the damage follow from afar. They will still end up going down. The Requiem covers the retreat from the Shadow Fiend. Zayats will not be able to TP out though. As Na'Vi, multiple buybacks forced out. One from Sweden Strong, one from No One as well. But that successful team fight will enable them now to take Roshan.
2 incredible arrows coming through from Lies there, connecting on and allowing that buyback to come through from No One on the Ember Spirit. He realized how worthwhile it was to be able to get back into this team fight because of when it was happening throughout the game. That Lies there, we're just seeing the level 1 death there, but he's certainly come back ever since then. And with Roshan about to go down, it's going to give him... Actually, they give the Aegis over to Vichun. Okay. I was thinking maybe they might give it over to No One since he doesn't have that buyback available. Might be a bit of a misplay because he had freed up the spot for it.
Yeah, I wonder if... I wonder if No One has to itemize defensively now, or like something else next up. He's going Shivas, which I suppose is somewhat defensive and aggressive. Yeah, the armor is going to be very, very nice versus the Shadow Fiend. And it take a look. That was a long game fight. This replay is going to go for a while.
That's all right. We got to pause. We got time. But there we go. The arrow coming through, enabling the buyback. Look at that. Just landing onto such a key hero in the middle of these engagements. They take out Nisha without the boat being popped. I'm not sure if he used the BKB either. And then your formation just crumbles on Secret. You're based around the team fight. Puppy at this time still had about 15 seconds left on the tombstone. Being able to kill him meant that you get the gem as well. Such a huge net worth swing going back in Na'Vi's favor.
Sweden Strong. Nice attempt with the blink. Nisha would be able to sidestep the arrow as well. Sweden Strong was one of the members that did buy back, so he's going to be in the grave for 80 seconds. But it does look like the lanes are in a pretty good position. And Na'Vi might not lose much. Maybe a tier 2 tower, actually, in the mid lane.
Better to die now than, you know, later on when they're potentially looking to siege onto the high ground, right?
Yes. It's time for the Mirana BKB to be completed as well. Still trying to get the items, but it definitely, even though Secret didn't find the second Roshan, now the ones with the lead, 10,000 net worth, still in prime position to be able to even out this series at 1-1 apiece.
And the 4-staff is really important on solo, but okay, there we go. I much prefer this Aghanim Shard now that you're really just looking to hit like a truck on Crystallis. He's already got, wouldn't you know it, the Crystallis in his inventory, and he's going into the Daedalus next. So it's really just all about being able to stop that initial burst damage. You're the team that should have the pickoff. Secret shouldn't be able to get pickoffs against you. That's not what you've drafted for.
There was a measly old ceremonial robe on the ground that was Na'Vi's, and Puppy's going to yoink that, and he's even going to use it as well. So Na'Vi lose one of their tier 3 neutral items.
Really good when combined together with an Earthshaker who's holding onto an enchanted quiver, which, I mean, I guess they really want that single target pickoff.
Smoke on smoke. Secret have the high ground. Not going to be in a position where they can
gave
pop
it
it. Crystallis, be cautious. The rest of the team a little bit away. Is going to instantly use the BKB, but No One's in trouble. They got the stun into the chain control. Can they blow him up? No One brought back Prime,
he lived.
But they're unable to do it. He gets the BKB off out to the left side. The Remnant back and forth. The Shadow Fiend, though, he's the one that's in trouble. Crystallis is trying to stand his ground. The lifesteal isn't going to be enough to be able to turn it around. The Shadow Fiend goes down. Na'Vi, how can they set themselves up, though? But the Aegis respawn from Vichun. They're going to play it defensively. Get the resources back up and then maybe look to push to the opposite side of the map as Na'Vi. All they lose is Sweden Strong and the Aegis. What a team fight from them.
Oh, he's just able to survive there on No One, and he created so much havoc. Even just getting that cleanup kill onto the Earthshaker. It was his Remnant, just that little bit of tick damage coming through from the Aghanim Shard that ended up getting him the kill and the Cloak of Flames. He's full role-playing right now, just flames on flames on flames.
They have Nisha's going to be pretty cautious. He has to be really quick with his X. Okay, so away from Lies.
Solo.
Jesus, my lord.
Well, he's got the Flame Guard as well. Sorry, the Fire Shield. So, how much more fire do you think there can be?
More fire. Pick a Radiance up for No One?
Yeah, it's more of a burn. Yeah, I get what you mean, fire.
Oh, like, what's fire burns, right?
I don't know where you're from. The north side of the city.
Resolution? Hope a stray arrow doesn't go into the tree line, my friend. They're coming, actually, Secret. Resolution's going to be setting up. He's going to jump onto
Oh, quick fingers.
At BKB, he's got the silence as well, thanks to the neutral items. So Resolution has to use it to charge away. Nisha will be able to cleave down Solo. Sweet and Strong should they jump into the middle. They're very tanky from Secret. They're splitting up their damage at the moment. Not the worst from Na'Vi, though. A lot was forced out. Multiple BKBs, the boat as well. As soon as Solo respawns, they might consider about making something happen.
So Solo just got one shot there by Nisha. You'll have to see it. And maybe he's going to switch to something a little bit more defensive. What kind of items can he look to hold on to? Ring of Aquila, maybe? I don't know. The Eye of Vizier is pretty damn value just to be able to stay far enough away, but might just need to be an item. Do you go down the route of a Solar Crest even? Just look to give that over to Vichu?
I think Vlad's would be kind of nice, honestly.
Yeah.
A little bit of armor. I'm trying to think of like an armor item. I was going to say just go for a casual ring of protection.
Would help.
Vlad's will... yeah, a little bit. Because like you said, you want this Eye of the Vizier. I mean, you can get a lot of armor from some of the neutral items, but you just go into the Vlad's instead because there'll be a lot of benefit out of it to help with the IO, buff him up even more.
They know they're over to the right-hand side. I believe no one was under that smoke, and it popped as he was mid-slide of fist, so...
Just saw Nisha as well moving to the bottom jungle with that ward. They're kind of aware of Secret's position, but they don't have much vision set up right now from Na'Vi. Atrian's actually going to relocate. What's he looking for at the moment? Looking to maybe cut top?
Nice composure coming through from Secret as well. Nisha had 5 seconds left on the BKB, and he's been dangerously close.
Sweet and Strong gets a jump. This is a lot of the control for Secret through the fights. Again, the Glimmer Cape used defensively. Solo's going to look to enter the fight. They're going to be cautious, though, Na'Vi. As soon as the Tombstones lay it down, they don't have control of the area. Resolution. An early use of the BKB. A jump in. Oh, nice reactions from no one up to the northern side. But he, too, has to use a BKB incredibly defensively. And Na'Vi now, they need to get out.
Yeah, they've given up this little choke point that they want to be playing around. Of course, no one able to create so much chaos in the middle of these team fights, and he's bringing a lot of the attention away from him. He's done a great job to recover his game. He was sitting 6th on the net worth of all of the cores for quite some time, but he's certainly come back into it with his great presence in these past few team fights, and if he can get up to level 25, that's just going to expand even further. Gone are the days, unfortunately for him, that you can go into the refresher. It's really not worth it at all to hold on to that item as an Ember Spirit anymore since the changes to the cooldown not ticking down in the backpack.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's not a bad item here for Io. Just going to hold the Witchbane. Nice little attack speed buff up and a Purge as well. See what else I can help provide them. There's not too much to purge off in this game, I suppose. Maybe just wants it for the attack speed. What else can he use? Oh, that's a big one, though, for no one. Spell Prism coming out on the Courier, I believe. Shiva's almost completed as well for the Ember.
Yeah, it's going to be a big bonus for him, especially considering you're going up against the Mask of Madness. You're going up against, actually, yeah, the Satanic, not quite yet finished up yet for Chrysalis, but certainly very value, even just with the Holy Locket on the Undying for Puppey. It's very clear that they just want to enable Chrysalis as much as possible. So much damage, man. Poor Solo. He's just getting one shot left, right, and center. Daedalus on Conquer, Daedalus on Shadow Feed, Earthshaker. He was holding on to the, what do you call it, Enchanted Quiver, just to be able to potentially one-shot him with the Enchant Totem.
Buyback status. Only raiding with buybacks, the Tiny and the Ogre for this team fight. Trying to set up for the Power Rune. Only measly invis. Winterstrom's actually going to look to jump in. Starting onto Puppey's not the greatest target. He's able to lay down the Tombstone.
They arrowed Puppey.
Turn it back around though. The arrow does connect. No one
gonna try and poke from behind. In fact, Remnants into the middle as well. Tiny does buy back. Ooh, look at that, man. A third of V2 Intelligence going from one crit, but Roche is not up, so they're not going to get too much out of the buyback here from Sweden Strong.
Oh, they're going to try to. They're going to go for this invis, even popping a smoke just on Sweden Strong. He is once again fulfilling the role that they have him for. He wants to be that one leading the charge. If they're able to pop that smoke and find the key pick-off, especially when those BKBs are on cooldown, that's going to be huge.
Or no one. Remnants in aggressively. But the ward on the high ground is going to be cautious with the chain control. Is it going to be enough to blow him up? That's the case. No one's gone. That's his dieback. 2 minutes without the Ember Spirit. Now Na'Vi have got to get out.
They do, and Secret,
resolution.
They got to get pushing. He wants more. He wants to try and pick off Sweden Strong. A second dieback would be so huge for him. Uses the flicker just to try and close in that range. He's got the the blink dagger.
Puppy's TPing behind them. Let's see if they're going to be able to blow up the Undying before Secret Shot. Oh,
see ya, Puppy.
They are. V-Tunes damage, couple of crits and an easy kill. And now Nisha's going to even look to TP into the outpost as well. They're going to be cautious without fighting with no one. Separated thanks to the fissure, but Nisha's clean. Oh my lord, bye-bye, Ogre. The rest of Na'Vi once again sent packing. They will not have stuns to be able to cancel the TP, so at least some members of Na'Vi will escape.
2,400 damage on that cleave from the Kunkka and his Tidebringer. It's just way too much. There's nothing that you could do on this poor Ogre Magi. He needs to be in the middle of these fights just to use the Fire Shield so that his cause can live, but he's giving up his life so many times, and Secret, they're going to be able to claim this third Roshan. You would assume it's got a nice little refresher shard on for them as well. You would assume that maybe the Earthshaker's going to be the one to pick that one up.
They're coming. If Sweden Strong's perfect with the timing, get some information. Arrow as well. They know Roche is low. Tiny backed a little bit too far away from distance to be able to blink in. So Chrysalis with the Ages. Refresher shard in the backpack of the Shadow Fiend for the moment, and Resolution is holding the cheese as well.
My keyboard is not working.
I mean, it would have meant too much for the dieback to come at that stage because it's a calculated risk, right? And I think without the Ember Spirit, you just can't go for that team fight. You might pick it up, but then you're just dead again, and then Secret can look to go up into your high ground with a guaranteed 5v4 situation.
Scary now. First level 25 of the game is going to be for the Shadow Fiend.
Careful with where you're standing, Solo, as well. Just in the base with Nisha just looking to come forward, blink in, use the Tidebringer, and he's nearly level 25 as well, so it's going to get even harder.
They're starting to move top. Zayats might... Oh, Fizzik actually clips onto both, but it's only the Ogre that they're going to see for the moment. Elias will be able to TP out. This has given Na'Vi an opportunity to shove out mid and bottom. No one's going to try and move over the Secret Shot, but they have the ward on the high ground. No one's going to be cautious.
Ooh, nice try.
Very close to landing the Echo Slam.
Those quick fingers, man. That is sweaty palms moment for sure if you're no one, thinking that you were this close to losing this game. Already 20k net worth down, and if he fell into the grave again, no buybacks still available for about 550 gold. So he's going to stick himself onto the bottom side. I'm sure the call is going to be just hole yourself up in the base. Don't give up your life for free, but they might.
Sweden Strong. No yours picked up. Is looking to itemize down that route. Without it at the moment, no way to be able to disrupt the X combination. He's gone. 80 seconds in the buyback. Not available for him, so Na'Vi gonna have to hold 4v5.
Yeah, no one's not even there yet. He's gonna remnant back once he's got the buyback available, but just short of level 25. He wants to get it off the creep wave. There we go. Second slide of fist charge. It's all about the chaos. Keep the lane shoved out as much as possible.
Rezo's actually going to jump onto the IO. Is the fire shot going to be enough to keep V2 alive? But look at the backline though. They're falling lower and lower. Refresher used from Resolution. So the second use of the Pulverize is enough to get rid of the IO. But Chrysalis is not dead just yet. Finally, Elias has got the damage to go through the first life. But it's cost Na'Vi so much. It's Rezo. Back in he goes. They get the buyback out of each, and this is a big victory. Na'Vi, they need more kills, and that's when no one can come into play. A remnant into the middle. The chain to try and disrupt the combination, but the Requiem still comes out. The pulverized
He's going to go in.
No one is going to rejoin once again. He's got the remnant to play with off the back of the buyback, so we'll be able to finally deal with the Shadow Fiend. He can almost catch up to Resolution as well.
Oh, no one. The predictions.
He eats the cheese, but the relocate's going to come out. Resolution stuck in between the tree line as Na'Vi. They'll get a couple of kills, but it was such a costly defense from them.
It was for sure, but look at who doesn't have buyback. It's the Kunkka, it's the Shadow Fiend, and even this Bounty Rune. So maybe if they get all of them, they're out on the map. There's 3 at the moment. Zayats, if he's able to invade into the enemy jungle, look to pick that one up. Maybe it's going to be able to allow them to defend against this. The positive side is that it's not a lineup that pushes incredibly quickly. Sure, you've got the Bloodlust. Sure, you've got a lot of strong spells to be able to, with the Daedalus, but you don't crit towers. So that's one of the big issues that Na'Vi are going to have. Can they stall this one out long enough? There's the double bounty pickup. Still a little bit short, though, on the buyback gold. It's all about protecting these siege creeps, it feels.
It's a big item as well, just completed for the Mirana. He's got the Wind Waker now to be working with.
It just shows there, even the pro players sometimes forget about these little changes. Rezo, that entire fight was holding on to the Refresher Shard, forgetting that it doesn't, the cooldown doesn't go paired together with the Refresher Orb. And well, maybe that would have made a different bit of the team fight. Maybe if you had that second Echo Slam, things could have been a bit different, because I mean, no one just popped off in the middle of that engagement.
Give it over to the Earthshaker now. See what Zayats can get out of this. Because again, it's a big condition now for Secret. A lot of buybacks were forced out from Na'Vi prior. No one has a buyback on Radiant. Sweden Strong's going to come up in a little bit. Ice just needs a little bit of gold as well. A little bit, 600 is a lot at this stage when you're all grouped up like this.
It's a tense moment for sure. Who's going to make the misstep? They've even got the Wind Waker now, which is a really useful tool. Even that BKB with the ultimate on the Primal Beast, it's interruptible. You could just Yule Scepter whoever gets caught out, and of course you've got great ways to be able to get right on in there. All 3 leap charges plus the Blink Dagger, so Lies is going to be such a big part of these next team fights for Na'Vi if they're going to stand any chance of withstanding the Death Ball.
Can you Wind Waker a BKB target?
Oh, good question. But you're not going to be getting slammed, right? Oh, no, Pelvo's Piercing Magic Community. Never mind. Rezo's level 26. Didn't even realize.
Yeah, that's a really, really big talent for Secret. That's another big item as well. V2 now with the Lincolns. Not quite sure. Okay, he's gone for the attack tethered allies target. Alrighty. Butterfly even queued up next as well for the IO. See, I'm honestly quite surprised with how much damage he's been doing scaling into this game. I wasn't quite sure how the IO would be able to shape up at the later stages, but we do see he's pumping out some damage.
He is for sure. Sweden Strong is going to catch out Puppy here.
No one else is here to follow up. You can chuck Puppy to the higher ground, but they get the stun onto no one as well. The BKB is going to come out fast enough. The reactions from no one's going to be able to keep him alive, but the Pulverize, they don't have an answer. The damage, no one just escapes out to the left side, but the rest of Na'Vi, they need to get out. As Lies is the one that's getting targeted down. Science is just too late. Almost clipping with the fissure. Lies with the BKB TP. He'll escape, however. The Na'Vi might be able to all get away.
Somehow they get away. Rezo just not going for the Pulverize onto the Mirana that was positioned next to him. Not sure if he had vision or not. Of course, we have that advantage of seeing both teams' perspectives, but it's so tense. Really can go either way. And well, that IO is in there for saves. And, well, he actually did go ahead and buy the Refresher Orb onto no one. Okay. Looks like he's set. These are the items that he's going to have essentially for the remainder of the game. And he's just looking to try and build onto them. So Gleipnir coming next just so that he's not giving that one up. Again, you can't backpack the Refresher Orb anymore. It loses all of its value.
Now we've got a lane ward to play with top. A lot of information that Secret might not expect out of them.
I think he's still got to wait for some of these remnant charges, though.
They could try a toss into the yours on Chrysalis. Oh no, the communication's not there. Zayats is here, but it's not the greatest Echo Slam. They'll kill off Sweet and Strong. They want to jump now. No one's going to move into the middle with a pulverize from Resolution with the right click damage. No one again, just escaping on a slither of health.
He's going to go back in.
Pop the refresher and wants to go back in. He needs some extra damage coming for the friendly members on Na'Vi.
He's out of mana.
Featuring's going to try and enter the fight, but the instant use of the Requiem will stop the right clicks from the Isle. And it looks like Secret have finally been able to crack Na'Vi. It's took a while, but without the buybacks, how can Na'Vi hold the base?
Yeah, the communication is coming through
from
from
the
Secret.
right side. Fisher into the pulverize. This time he'll go down.
It's got to be no one again.
No one. It's a lot of damage. Look at this. No one finds a double kill. Remnant's going to be refreshed as well. Can he get enough distance away to the right side? No one slipping in, dodging away to the tree line, but Nisha's there. A torrent initially.
Is Nisha about to die back?
Zayat as well is going to try and move in for the chain control. And they'll finally be able to kill off no one.
Oh. And they finally got this period where there's no buybacks available on anyone except for Crystalis. And well, he's still a little bit cautious. He's a little bit anxious, but I really don't feel like he could be burst down now. He's even got the Satanic that I wouldn't begrudge him from just wanting to pop it onto a creep wave, get all the way back up to full, and go the safe route. Look to push in all of these lanes. No point in trying to end it right now. Well, I mean, potentially there is, but you could very easily just go slow and look to secure it.
Oh, so Wind Waker run? Oh, no, they didn't. Okay.
They didn't reposition him?
Yep. Jesus Christ.
You know, these guys, they're just having fun. They're in the C region, right? This is the old CGG. The game is not up until that throne explodes.
It's a classic fake GG. Okay, I see.
There we go. The horn sounds for the mega creeps, and Chrysalis, he's going to realize that he's actually telling the truth for once. A Dota player being honest. They never imagined it. They don't have an Ember Spirit. They don't have an IO. They don't have a way to defend outside of this glyph, but there's just way too many creeps. Even the siege creep still surviving. Whacking into that tier 4 tower. They're going to go for one last defense, but seems a little bit futile.
Toss and arrow. They're going to try and go for the Earthshaker. Oh, Zayats just gets the BKB off, though, but nice reactions away from the fissure. The throne's exposed, and Io, he's exposed as well. As there we go. Baturin said throne, and well, after the death, he'll drop the G's as well, as in the end, Na'Vi and Secret will go 1-1 apiece.
Whew. Able to claim it. I mean, a 1-1. It's pretty fitting for how these guys were playing in the early games so far. And, I mean, they're going to be looking pretty healthy towards how the groups are going to be finishing up as Team Secret able to claim a victory with against a bit of a wonky draft looking from Na'Vi. You know, maybe they were, again, just trialing out a few things, feeling comfortable with their spot. At the end of the day, once you get to those playoffs, you got to beat everybody. So maybe you could afford to do this sort of thing against some really solid opposition. And there were moments on Na'Vi where they could have potentially gotten into things.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on the strategy that we see out of Na'Vi? Because obviously they were trying something. We were both saying that seeding is pretty important. Na'Vi wanted to attempt this strategy. I don't think it was too bad at all. I wonder, do you feel like we could see them pull out the IO again at another stage?
I think the IO is possible. I just feel like you got to have someone else that you're able to tether to, you know? Like in the past, it was paired together with, I don't know, a Bristleback or a Wind Ranger so that level 25 is useful. Even a Mars, for example, could become an absolute beast if you've got someone else to pair it together with. But this time around, it just felt a little bit off, you know? I think the old 4 Protect 1 isn't quite as much of a thing anymore. You need a much more even spread across all 3 cores, but they nearly made it work. I'm still feeling for poor Solo, though, man. He was just food for them the entire match.
Yeah, 3, 18, and 15 for Solo, and it was a couple of deaths off the back of the Tidebringer crit. Definitely more than twice, 3 times probably, even maybe potentially more. Nisha was just one hitting Solo, so a bit of
it's always a tough game when you have that happen. You kind of just hands off the keyboard, you're letting all the other boys try and find a way back in. But Na'Vi almost did. They made one hell of a game out of this in game 2, but we're seeing it a lot at the early stage at Na'Vi. Their lineup really thrives around being ahead, and playing a lineup like this behind is not easy at all.
Oh, no, it's not. But that's it. We've been able to finish it up. These teams, they've played, I believe, their last series, and I mean, they're both looking fairly strong. I'm going to have a quick look over at the old leaderboards and see how things are looking for right now. A bit of an update. We do have tiebreakers, but not on this stream. I believe the A stream finished fast enough that they're going to be following through on those instead. So right now, Na'Vi, Polaris, Secret, of course, they've all secured that upper bracket. I think Polaris and Vici Gaming is going to decide whether or not there'll be tiebreakers in Group A. And then for Group B, we've still got a lot of games going on. Infamous were able to take Game 1 off of Wildcard. Polaris 2-0 Tempest. And T1 actually ended up winning Game 1 against VP, which was looking like it was maybe slipping out of their hands. So things are looking up. It's been a pretty good day for T1 so far, hasn't it?
That it has. For Southeast Asian fans, it was looking a little bit rocky for T1 and Honor and Topson fans as well for some of the European boys. But you're now Southeast Asian fans, I must say. So,
Honor lives in Australia. Topson's wife is in Malaysia. They're all SCA. Come on.
Yeah, so you're all C fans, and yeah, for T1 it was looking a little bit rocky, but yeah, they've been able to turn it around, which is a nice thing to see. And for these two teams that we just saw as well, they will be guaranteed at least a place in the upper bracket. Just to remind everyone as well, no teams are eliminated off the back of the group stages here in the Last Chance Qualifiers. You will see all 12 teams battling it out in the playoffs. The playoffs start tomorrow, but we still have more games going on. There's still more games on all the other streams going on at the moment. There's even more series as well on stream A and stream B in regards to groups and potentially what happens afterwards with the tiebreakers. So this was an exciting series to see, Danog, between Na'Vi and Secret. Definitely what more than likely is going to be a hotly contested series in the playoffs once we get there.
I'm sure. They'll be on different sides of the bracket, I would assume, considering, they were both in the same group. But I'm keen to see who ends up playing against who, because that's the stuff that's going to be on tomorrow. For now, though, we're done for the day, yourself and I. Make sure you go over to those streams A and B so that you can see the end of the day, as well as if you stick around on the A stream, if you're getting a little bit confused about all these words that we're saying and what it means for your favorite team, there's going to be that end of day panel where Natty, T-Panda, as well as Fear look to wrap things up and give you the once-over of what's going to be happening tomorrow. But that's it for me and Aries. It's been a lovely time casting the group stage, and we'll be back tomorrow for the playoffs. So I'm excited.
I'm incredibly excited as well. We've got a lot of Dota left in store for us, and I'm excited just to kick back for the last series and see the meta develop and see the teams be able to battle it out as well. For our third series on Stream C, we are done and dusted. It's going to end with a 1-1 tie, Na'Vi up against Secret. An incredible blockbuster. We'll see what the teams have in store for us in the playoffs. Thank you all for watching.